dia macam dia dah start support so slow lah, dia start support. Kira dia macam penyemangat saya lah untuk teruskan dalam e-sport lah.
Untuk yang memaafkan EJ, memaafkan orang yang dengki dengan EJ. Dengki tu maksudnya dia sampai buat sesuatu, sampai menutup perut nasi EJ sendiri. Tapi EJ tetap memaafkan orang tu. Itu yang paling besar.
Bagi saya banyaklah salah dengan Iris sebab masa kat RSG, saya 10, saya banyak marah dia buat dia nangis lah sebab saya tak suka sikap dia. Dan sebab saya terasalah sampai sekarang benda yang saya buat tu salah, tapi saya mungkin ego tak minta maaf dan sekarang baru saya rasalah saya sebagai senior saya tak sepatutnya buat macam tu lah kat dia masa kat RSG. Dan saya terharu sebab masa tak ada orang ingat saya, ambil saya, dia yang cari saya dan try saya untuk ke tim hak. Yalah, saya banyak buat salah kat dia tapi dia masih ingat saya dan saya nak berterima kasih lah dekat Iris sebab bagi saya peluang lagi untuk ke pro scene ni.
Actually, after the game, I will apologize to them. Just like, because I thinking just like I want to win only. Because for my positive, everything is I want to win. I want to improve myself. I want to improve the tank. But I never care about the people feeling anything like that. So, 我可能不太善于怎样去道歉，但是我会用我的行动证明我的道歉方式是对的。
Aku tak rasa semua orang boleh macam aku untuk minta maaf sebab bagi aku kalau kita minta maaf ni kita dah lepas satu tanggungjawab. Aku dah rasa satu kepuasan. Macam even benda tu bukan salah aku, especially salah aku akan minta maaf. Sebab aku tahu kebanyakan manusia ni dia tak nak minta maaf. So aku minta maaf. Sebab benda tu simple lah, dua perkataan lah, minta maaf, tapi tak semua orang boleh buat.
Hari ini kami dapat jemputan daripada tim Hak untuk menyaksikan MPL My Season 13. Apa yang saya rasa dan anak-anak yang saya jaga ni rasa membahagiakan diorang. Dalam masa yang sama diorang sangat excited untuk tengok game-game MPL ni sebab selalunya kita tengok kat phone kan. So hari ni diorang dapat tengok live. Dan diorang pun memang suka main Mobile Legends ni. Alhamdulillah rezeki kita orang dijemput dan kita orang sangat berterima kasih kepada tim Hak sebab jemput kita orang untuk dapat rasa pengalaman tengok MPL My secara live.
Kami dari tim Hak ingin mengucapkan selamat hari raya Aidilfitri.
I think even Ducky himself is very vocal about this. They wanted to lose, actually. They wanted to eventually lose against a team because
pro players put in so much time that I've seen videos that Keyboy's hand is shaking and everything like that. Like he's moving his head like very frantically, you know, that kind of motion.
You know, like I think sometimes we get very caught up in the, you know, Indonesian pride, Malaysian pride, North America pride, Philippines pride, when the reality is like the org just wants to win. You know, that's like the org. It's more of like Team Hawk pride, RSG pride. You know, that's where the management is coming from. It's like I think last year we saw the rise of just MLBB globally.
Oh yeah.
We saw the downfall of NA.
But no, don't put it that way.
My bad. We're just on equal terms with Malaysia now.
kejayaan dapat dikecapi. Sejarah baharu telah tercipta. Namun, setakat itu sahajakah kemampuan kita? Setiap kali ke pentas dunia, pasti kecewa. Sampai bila kita nak kalah? Ditundukkan serendah-rendahnya. Sampai bila kita nak dihina? Tiap musim harapan peminat gugur.
Sampai bila nak kalah?
Sampai bila nak kecewa? Setiap rakyat pasti akan melaungkan semangat, ingin mempertahankan rumah mereka. Jika patah sayap Raja Wali, bertongkat jua kita kemari. Tahun ini pastinya kemenangan semakin dicita demi menjulang nama Malaysia di pesada dunia. Di mana bumi dipijak, disitulah langit dijunjung. Stadium MBSJ Serdang Jaya secara rasminya menjadi rumah MPL MY pada tahun ini. Seterusnya, melangkah ke arena besar di Timur Tengah, di Riyadh, Arab Saudi. Juara kita bangkit menghadapi cabaran, bersedia mencipta sejarah. Utara, Timur, Barat dan Selatan, kita semua MPL MY Playoff musim ke-14 akan berhijrah ke Johor, mendekatkan lagi silaturahim MPL MY bersama. Hasrat kita semua bersatu dan bangkit dengan satu tujuan yang sama. Naikkan martabat negara, kecari juara dunia, kemuncaknya di M6. Pastikan kemenangan dan kebanggaan dikecap di rumah kita. Untuk melakukan serangan yang sebenar, tarik nafas yang panjang kerana terima magic kuda. 2-1 dalam keadaan yang sangat-sangat mudah.
Selamat datang ke MPL Malaysia musim ke-13, di mana yang terbaik akan berentap dalam pertempuran sengit dan penuh strategi. Seperti pada musim yang lepas, 10 pasukan profesional akan bersaing selama 6 minggu dalam arena yang penuh aksi di regular season. Namun, bermula pada musim ini, cuma 6 pasukan akan layak ke play-off dan pasukan di tempat ke-7 dan ke-8 hanya dapat stay untuk musim seterusnya. Tapi sayang sekali, tiada slot ke play-off buat mereka pada musim ini. Bagi pasukan di tempat ke-10, slot musim ke-14 mereka akan diganti oleh tempat pertama MAL Conference Group. Mereka akan direset dan harus merebut kembali peluang melalui MAL musim kedua. Dan apa itu MAL? Mobile Legends Bang Bang Academy League adalah liga amatur di mana terlahirnya bintang-bintang baharu. 15 pasukan akan bersaing untuk meraih kejuaraan dan 2 pasukan MPL Conference Group teratas akan berpeluang merebut slot ke MPL Malaysia musim seterusnya. Okey, kembali ke MPL. Pasukan MPL Malaysia tempat ke-9 akan berentap dengan pasukan tempat kedua dari MAL Conference Group dalam pusingan MPL Malaysia Challenger Stage bersama format Best of 5 semasa Grand Final MAL musim yang pertama, di mana pemenang akan menentukan slot terakhir MPL Malaysia musim ke-14. 6 pasukan yang layak ke play-off akan berentap untuk meneruskan jalan ke Grand Final MPL Malaysia musim ke-13 dan merebut peluang untuk ke MSC 2024. Jadi, bersiap sedia. Persiapkan strategi anda. Bersedia untuk aksi profesional di pentas MPL Malaysia musim ke-13.
Berminat untuk mengetahui info lanjut mengenai prestasi pemain dan jadi sebahagian daripada MPL Malaysia? Layari laman rasmi MPL Malaysia sekarang. Ayo kita bersama menaikkan mutu MLBB di Malaysia. Jangan terlepas kemaskini Liga Akademi rasmi MLBB Malaysia, MAL Malaysia. Ikuti semua platform rasmi kami. Ayo sokong MPL Malaysia musim pertama. Ikuti semua platform rasmi. Semua peminat dan penyokong dijemput ke arena MPL Malaysia musim ke-13 di Serdang. Anda berpeluang berjumpa dengan pemain kegemaran anda, kumpul tanda tangan eksklusif dan sertai kempen Fan of the Season.
Interested in knowing more about player performance and be a part of MPL Malaysia? Visit the website of MPL Malaysia's #1 esports league for the latest news and league updates. Don't miss out on updates from the official MLBB Malaysia Academy League, MAL Malaysia. Follow all our official platforms. All fans are invited to the MPL Malaysia Season 13 Arena in Serdang. You will get a chance to meet your favorite players, get exclusive autographs, and join the Fan of the Season campaign.
Musim baru, line-up baru, jersey baru. Jersey telah menjadi topik hangat sejak hari pertama MPL Malaysia musim ke-13 bermula. Namun, apakah pendapat pemain dan penonton tentang jersey musim ini? You rasa jersey mana yang paling lawa?
JP Niners lah. Jersey rempit, JP Niners. Macam Mun, saya rempit. Paling lawa Barakuda. Tahu kan dia punya yang buat baju ni Choi. Choi ni baju dia memang lawa.
Sejujurnya Todak.
SRG. Bagi saya KGE lah.
Judgement dia lain daripada lain. Apa least favourite jersey?
Paling bawah sekali, I rasa I letak King Empire. Dia nampak Esports. Tapi Esports tu maybe 3 tahun lepas punya design.
KGE paling kurang.
Oh,
King Empire. Orangnya handsome, jersey-nya kurang sikit.
Barakuda.
Saya rasa Bounty kot. Dia design macam 90-an.
King Empire. 500.
500 apa?
500 font size.
Shot down by the Blazing Duet, as well as the Electo final blow. This is going to be easy cleanup for Todak as most of the...
Apat yun, pero nasipa din siya yung ninakaw na sipa. Buhay pa rin ang 41!
Backline already, and you're running for the lives, gunning it. David trying to drag the members of RG right underneath the turret. It's not enough though. Gray coming all the way in, he cleats it all the way up. Just nowhere for him to run. Just...
Kita akan ada satu warrior weapon di Malaysia membuat pergerakan dari Biga tuh langsung benar-benar slow. Rafanya sudah tumbang.
spotlight melambangkan satu sosok tumpuan.
Tumpuan untuk melakukan yang terbaik.
Tumpuan untuk menjadi seorang role model.
Pelaburan, pengorbanan, semuanya.
Sorotan itu penting. Ia membuatkan kita percaya.
The supporters will witness our fights and our struggles.
Memikul harapan untuk mempertahankan kemenangan.
Menjadi cabaran terbesar untuk mencapai matlamat kami.
Pastikan kemenangan dan kebanggaan dikecam di rumah kita.
Harapan masih terpahat di hati.
Untuk menjadi juara.
Meneruskan legasi kami.
Di bawah cahaya, semuanya menjadi lebih jelas.
Underdog, kuda hitam? No, kami adalah Monster Vicious.
Cahaya impian telah menerangi pentas ini.
Kejayaan bukan lagi dongeng.
Not just a dream.
Ia arti harapan yang sebenar.
Mungkin ada yang sangka bahawa harapan ini akan hilang.
Tapi bukan kami.
Ini harapan kami. Ini semangat kami.
Bersama kami mencapai satu tujuan.
Menjadi sinar yang paling terang.
Ready posing Right. Okay.
Nikmati jago 5G untuk gaming sepantas kilat dengan Hotlink Prepaid 5G. Internet 5G tanpa had dengan kelajuan 5G tanpa batas untuk layan gaming tanpa gangguan. Nikmati latensi rangkaian 5G terunggul dan gameplay termantap sepanjang malam. Semuanya hanya RM32 sebulan dengan 20% cashback. Dapatkan sekarang.
I'm a rock star. Yeah, rock star. Ay, ay, ay. I'm a rock star, baby. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. Panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
The rock star.
kita buat saja gaya kita. Makin panas apinya sudah membara. Macam mana pun ku menempuh segala. Demi negara ku buat semua bangga. Step into my world, you know I'm always in my zone. You know I got my team, no I'm never alone. Bring out my best, buat yang terbaik. Jadi juara perlahan kita naik.
Aku nak push, naik-naik jadi lebih bagus. Jadi hero, ku ada skill. Berapa banyak musuh aku dah kill. Ramai cuba mencapai, cause they envy me. Tiap game aku pasti jadi MVP. Easy.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. Tengok nanti siapa yang juara. Ni peluang kita bawa pulang piala. This is my game, this is my time. Menang semua, everything will be mine. Kalau jatuh kau pasti kembali. Bangun balik ku tegak berdiri. Kuatkanlah tenaga, ganjaran diperoleh. Ni kejohanan kita, Malaysia memang boleh. Rise up to the top, kita buat bersama. Semangat kita kuat di bawah satu bendera. Ay.
I'ma go hard for the win.
Win.
On the battlefield till the end. I'm trying to beat the greatest anyone has ever seen.
Stand by, I'm coming in for the win. I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar.
I'm a rockstar. Yeah.
Rockstar?
Ay. I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar.
Kita rockstar, kita buat saja gaya kita. Makin panas apinya sudah membara. Macam mana pun ku menempuh segala. Demi negara ku buat semua bangga. Step into my world, you know I'm always in my zone. You know I got my team, no I'm never alone. Bring out my best, buat yang terbaik. Jadi juara perlahan kita naik.
Aku nak push, naik-naik jadi lebih bagus. Jadi hero, ku ada skill. Berapa banyak musuh aku dah kill. Ramai cuba mencapai, cause they envy me. Tiap game aku pasti jadi MVP. Easy.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar.
siapa yang juara. Ni peluang kita bawa pulang piala. This is my game, this is my time. Menang semua, everything will be mine. Kalau jatuh kau pasti kembali. Bangun balik ku tegak berdiri. Kuatkanlah tenaga, ganjaran diperoleh. Ni kejohanan kita, Malaysia memang boleh. Rise up to the top, kita buat bersama. Semangat kita kuat di bawah satu bendera.
I'ma go hard for the win. On the battlefield till the end. Trying to beat the greatest anyone has ever seen.
Stand by, I'm coming in for the win. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rock star.
MPL Malaysia Season 13 is powered by Muntar. Enjoy a superior 5G network and lightning-fast gaming experience only with our official mobile internet hotlink. A big shout out to ROG Phone 8, the official gaming phone, for keeping our players at the top of their game. Grind on with Nescafe to keep your gaming spirit going. Thank you to all of our sponsors and partners for your support in MPL Malaysia Season 13.
Selamat datang ke MPL Malaysia musim ke-13 bersiaran langsung dari Stadium MBSJ Serdang Jaya. Nama saya Rose, host anda sepanjang musim ini. Dan minggu ni adalah minggu terakhir transfer window. Maksud tu, selepas minggu ni kita takkan nampak pasukan ambil player baru ataupun ambil coaching staff baru. And of course, last week of transfer window, kita ada player baru juga yang masuk. And I'm pretty sure you guys have seen the posting mana Team Hub ambil 2 player dan juga RSGMY took on a new EXP laner. Tapi sebelum tu, apa kata kita tengok jadual perlawanan hari ini? So, untuk perlawanan hari ini, Homebois menentang Niners. So ini adalah match yang sangat penting untuk Niners sebab dorang kena kejar point kalau dorang nak layak ke playoffs. Untuk match terakhir hari ini, Monster Vicious menentang King Empire Esports. Dua pasukan yang tengah cari mata penuh to secure their playoff slots. Now kita boleh nampak match pertama ini sangat-sangat penting once again untuk pasukan Niners. Kalau dorang nak still secure slot ke playoff, dorang perlu menang 2 berbalas kosong. Manakala untuk side Homebois pula, kalau dorang nak kejar top 1 untuk regular season leaderboard, dorang kena menang semua game dorang dengan 2 berbalas kosong untuk mendapatkan 3 mata penuh setiap match. Tapi sebelum I ajak players untuk naik pentas, I nak tanya, sebab walaupun it's a Friday, ramai orang yang datang ke stadium hari ini. So, Stadium MBSJ, are you ready? Tengok tu, walaupun it's a Friday, walaupun awal, tapi sudah ramai orang yang hadir ke Stadium MBSJ. So untuk semua orang yang tengah duduk dekat rumah, apa lagi? Jomlah datang. Alright, so nampaknya the audience is ready, the casters are ready, and the players are ready. And with that, mari kita jemput kedua-dua pasukan ke atas pentas MPL Malaysia.
Homebois! Ever since their surprising stumble during the opening match of the season, the team has been stellar, displaying amazing gameplay as well as masterful drafts. With the starting lineup currently in top form, they're looking to extend their winning streak without mercy. Flame Boys, it's time to cheer for the Owls, the defending champions, Homebois! Niners. The Warriors of Negeri Sembilan finally clinched their first victory of the season last week. Can they harness this momentum against the defending champions? Will Max unleash his maximum potential with this team support? With no alternative but to push forward and avoid relegation? Let's go Niners!
Sekarang marilah kita menjemput jurulatih dan analis bersama Head of League Ops Cedric yang akan mengalas tugas untuk memastikan perlawanan sentiasa berjalan dengan adil dan lancar. Mari kita teruskan dengan fist bump di antara pasukan sebagai tanda profesionalism. Inilah gaya kita. Inilah semangat kesukanan kita. Kawan di luar gelanggang, lawan di Land of Dawn. So, nampaknya perlawanan ini adalah satu reunion juga sebab Barbossa dan antagonis was a part of Homebois musim lepas. But you know what? They're gonna show who's the better team this time around. And of course, untuk semua orang yang tengah nonton dekat rumah, kita pun ada join the fight code untuk korang. So, use the code kat bawah ni for you guys to get in-game freebies. Alright, nampaknya the crowd is set. Tapi, I nak dengar one last time sebelum kita start match. Alright guys? Stadium MBSJ, are you ready? Alright, nampaknya everybody is ready untuk match pertama minggu kelima. And with that, seems this is your moment. Game on.
Welcome to MPL MY Season 13. You guys are currently watching the English broadcast, and that was a very interesting introduction by Rose. But of course, here at the desk, we have Gideon on my side, and I am ICBaby12, as we are going to be taking through the English commentary. But for today here, Gideon, this is something that I am extremely worried for. In particular, is going to be the Niners, because right now, cat's out of the bag. They have 3 more lives left.
3 more lives. They need to win each one of them. Whether 2-1 or 2-0, they need to give themselves the best possible odds to start off week number 5. We still have this week and the following week after before we actually hit the playoffs, so there's not a lot of chances to get points now.
Yes, and speaking of points here, let's talk a little bit more on the standings on every single team who's currently as of this week in week number 5. As we had, of course, at the top here, we have Selangor Red Giants with 18 points, Homebois currently with 12 points, Todak 11, King Empire RGMY 10 place, Team Hawk 9, Monster Vicious 8, Barracuda 7 points, and Bounty Esports as well as Niners 6 and 5. Niners being on the bottom here. Ooh, this is a little bit scary here considering that they have 3 more teams to face off later on.
They do have 3 more teams to face off later on, but a single 2-0 can shoot them right up and make them even potentially catch up to teams like Team Hawk, for an example, right? It's not like they're too far away. 3 points is going to mean everything for the Niners, so a single 2-0 could really change the momentum for this team. And based on what I've heard in the green room earlier for some of the other casters, insider information, apparently Niners are really working on their chemistry.
Yeah, there is something that a lot needs to be worked on, right? Even in the previous week as well, ever since they brought in Max, there was a lot of changes. We saw a little bit of hope. They've gotten a little bit better, but again, is it still too late for them? That's something that I want to know as well, because as of yet, today's match for Niners is going to be an important factor. If they 2-0 Homebois, they are here to make a statement and maybe, just maybe, make it into the playoffs.
Yeah, and this is their one chance to do that, right? If they don't win this upcoming match against the Homebois, our defending champions here at MPL MY, it's gonna be really difficult for them, because at that point the game is pretty much out of their hands. The point system is working against them, and they're gonna only hope that some of the other teams do worse than them this week.
Yeah, and speaking of a little bit of a fun fact here is that if you guys are big fans of Mobile Legends Bang Bang, guess what? You can secure lightning fast 5G connection for your MLBB games with Hotlink. And also, when it comes to all these in-game items as well, you are looking for your brand new skins. And speaking of skins, to be honest, I'm really liking the KOF editions more. I don't know about you.
They've got a lot of good options here. KOF is definitely the most popular one as of right now. I'm seeing all my friends roll it, so hop on board with Hotlink. Keep in mind, 20% off Mobile Legends in-game items. You can score all those amazing MLBB in-game items only with Hotlink and nobody else. So scan that QR code, get yourself ahead of the game.
Yep, and of course, really not the Infernal Wormlord. You're not a big fan of the Moskov?
Well, mainly because I can't get the gold ID tag anymore. And before this, I was like, it's not that big of a deal. And now that it's already passed, I do kind of regret it.
Okay, fair enough. But speaking of the match here, now, coming to Homebois as well, I've seen a little bit of snippets as well. We've been raving about how Zorn's chip has been the most iconic hero introduction for all MPL regions, right? He made it work so well, and now it's gotten a stage where when you face against Homebois, you gotta ban it. But at the same time, I heard they actually let it through, so that's something that I'm very surprised about it. But before we talk a little bit more into that, let's talk a little bit more on what's gonna be the cats out of the bag, because in this case, it is gonna be an uphill battle for the Niners. They've got 9 lives and they've got 3 more lives to go. And the 3 lives, the 3 matches they have to go for is going to be against the top 3, which is Homebois, Todak, and King Empire. What are your thoughts on this?
I think it's definitely possible, right? It's going to be more difficult for Homebois as well as Todak. It feels like King Empire, there is a formula around their madness, at the very least counterplay from the drafting phase before they even get into the game. However, Todak and as well as Homebois is a bit of a difficult challenge, both of which teams have started to warm up over the regular season, and from here on out, they seem to be coming to form to add that little bit of polish towards the end of their games. Niners, if they are going to make a breakout performance, it has to start today, and it has to be against the Homebois, which I would say is a considerable challenge in comparison to Todak as of right now.
Yeah, it is going to be a decision whether or not if they go for the dream run, 2-0s all the way, making it into the playoffs, or fighting for their lives to make it in towards surviving for the next season. However, there is going to be a little bit of content for you guys, and that is going to be the inside info between the mid-lagers. Let's take a look.
Kita nak buat satu dream mid laner. Pilih 3 nama untuk 3 kategori ni. Positioning, ganking and securing lord. Bagi Zaim untuk positioning, Zaim nak pilih siapa?
Saya pilih Stormy.
Mun pilih, saya akan bagi kepada Zaim Sempoi.
Zaim lah, sebab saya idolakan dia. Itu je.
Stormy lah.
Positioning, I will go to Zaim. If you can see, his death tak banyak sangat.
Positioning, aku nak ambil satu player. Dia main cukup lama dari Homebois, Udil.
Ganking, maybe I will choose Strikers.
Memang Stormy, sebab dia connection dengan team memang power lah.
Mun pilih Zaim saya akan letak Udil.
Because his ganking is quite good also.
Aku suka sama permainan ada di Onyx, dia cukup terkenal juga waktu season 3. Ya, Udil.
Securing lot dengan turtle, saya akan pilih Stormy.
Objektif ni agak susah, guys.
Udil also sebab dia banyak KS the Lord and turtle also, right? Yeah.
Kalau yang tu maybe Udil. Tim dia punya setup Lord pun nice dan dia punya follow up pun nice.
Memilih Udil. Diorang punya komposisi team fight tu kuat lah.
Ada satu favorite yang aku suka. Dia sempat treble winner juga, ya Udil.
Man, all three of them, from the positioning of ganking, from positioning in the map to securing objectives, it's Udil all the way. And amongst popular opinion, even amongst some of our local talents, they think Udil is good in different areas.
I can kind of gauge as well where the benchmark is for each individual players, right? Like a lot of them are hearing like Zaim, Sempoi, Stormy, as well as Udil. Personally, I feel like based on the rankings itself, Zaim Sempoi is the guy that you kind of want to be when it comes to positioning. When it comes to positioning is going to be Stormy, ganking is going to be Zaim Sempoi, and then objectives is going to be Udil. So, speaking of Udil, he is going to be making an appearance right now. We are going to be starting things off from the side of Homebois. We have Udil, Sepat, Nets, Chibi, and Zorn for this roster. What do you think?
I mean, it's one hell of a lineup, right? They continue to get better every single day. They continue to develop their own style of gameplay, and more importantly, making sure that they are true to their identity, right? I feel like this team has grown a very long way, especially for the local players, Sepat and as well as Chibi. They've kind of found their own groove as of yet, but I do think that Sepat is the big question mark here that maybe even the Niners could exploit. He's been playing Barat for a number of weeks, and we'll see whether or not he's going to have what it takes. If he gets targeted in the bans to face off against Ye3, who is known, he is good at winning his lanes, but may not necessarily be as great with the rest of the team.
Yeah, and of course, from the side of Niners here, we have Moonji, Ye3, Zafs, Max, as well as Barbossa. As Rose did mention as well, this is going to be a small reunion with the boys here, with Barbossa as well as Coach Antagonist on the sides here, going to be facing off against each other. And again, this is going to be clutch time for Niners, right? We talk about pin servers for Niners. They were able to swap in Max coming in at the last minute here with Barbossa. Hopefully things are going to be for the better. We saw a little bit of glimmer of hope last week, but again, the obstacle seems to be a little bit high here as the hills seems to be a little bit steep. But of course, the fans here, you can see, even though it is a Friday, we have a near full house from the Homebois side as well as the Niners to watch that match here. But before we talk about that, let's talk about another mid laner, which we didn't really get a lot of mention here, the King of Mage. This is going to be a little bit of a inside info coming in from the Niners on telling us what's happening behind the scenes. But it seems like based on their screams, they have been performing a little bit better and they are looking a little bit more positive towards each other and disciplined as well as committed. So with that being said, could this be the comeback for Niners?
I feel like there's a possibility. We won't know until we see them get into the game, and Homebois has to litmus test them, right? They have to really push their limits here, and we'll see whether the Niners have grown from where they used to be. Hey, is that all with his child and with the Niners jersey as well?
Oh, that's so cute. Sometimes, right, if you want to be better, you got to start young. And in this case, they are pretty much, well, 4 Owl. But of course, here is going to be the best mages here. Maybe it's a sign that it is an indicator to train to be the best mid laners, right? In this case, Udil, Moonji, no stranger to the MPL scene. What do you think of this stats? It seems like Moonji is winning on the average DPM and kill participation division, but KDA-wise, Udil skyrockets that.
I think average KDA, based on the number of games Homebois have been won in dominating fashion, definitely boosts up his stats. But keep in mind that Moonji, a large majority of his data is playing on Novaria, which is known to have damage per minute averages through the roof, and as well as a lot of kill participations because of her long range, right? So keep that in mind, that the data is slightly skewed in Moon's favor. But overall, I think that KDA is going to make the difference here, considering that Udil's pool, if you compare it to Moon's thus far, seems to be a lot bigger. But let's get into the drafting phase to see what our men are going to be equipped with for this game. Homebois is going to be first pick on blue side up against the Niners on red side.
Speaking of drafts here, does Niner want to respect the chips? Because that's something that I think Homebois isn't too worried about it here. Even if they pick her now, okay, never mind, it's gone. Like, I was hoping a little bit too much here, having my expectations a little bit higher for this.
Well, it's a little tough, right? Because not only do Homebois know how to utilize chip, but they also know how to play against the chip, which we saw last week. And I think the Niners, it's not worth the time. We're on red side anyways. It's not like we have that first pick. Might as well get rid of it while we still can. I think it's interesting, though, that Homebois are giving respect to this Angela. Last time, for a lot of teams, the Angela wasn't even bothered to be banned. But specifically against the Niners, Barbossa, he's pretty good with these Enchanter styles. Let's see whether that's going to be the play for Niners.
Seems like Roger has been banned from the side of Homebois. The only another popular gold laner has been recently buffed up. Is pretty much the Harif. So I wouldn't be surprised if Niners decides to ban it off. But if they do so, means that there are going to be several heroes that is going to be leaked through. In this case, I'm genuinely worried for Chibi's Nolan. Okay, Nolan's gone. Never mind. Like, Chibi, it's undeniable why you gotta ban it off here. First ever highest goal per minute achieved in all MPL this season thus far. 1,100, over 1,100 goal per minute.
Yeah, and if you compare it to some of the other regions, I think he's topping the charts here. Niners, very smart of them to ban out Harith early on, making it a little difficult for the Homebois. Even Homebois are like, okay, they're excited, right? They know that at the very least, Nets isn't going to guarantee a winning matchup. So they're going to pick up the Matilda here, which is great for Zorn. He's going to be able to have a lot of mobility and this time buff up that win rate from what it used to be 100%, now dropping down to 67%, but still 100% picked or banned throughout MPL MY.
I hate this position that Niners has put themselves in just because of the fact that, oh, they have no choice to match the Homeboys' tempo of banning Roger. Let's mirror this up because of the fact that now they've picked the Matilda. Do they want to pick the Barats away from Homeboys? Because we know for a fact Matilda Barats is the ultimate combo currently. But Niners, do they take it? Yes, they do. They will deny the Barats away from the Homeboys. And they pick up Munji's Novaria. That's great.
If you're going to be a little bit late, at least open up that map, reveal the locations of your opponents so that your side laners can make smarter choices. The real question here is whether or not Homeboys are opting for another marksman. I don't think they're going to show it off just yet. They probably were going to do it on the second phase when they have more information. But I'm thinking that there's a sneaking suspicion that maybe Ixia or even Natan is going to get locked in for Nets at some point of time.
I think Natan is pretty much a safe choice for them if they want to lock it down right here, right now. Niners will pretty much going to be banning it here. It is a hero where Nets was able to bring a very, very big surprising factor on its own itself. So I wouldn't be surprised if they decide to go for it, but it looks like they don't really mind. They are going to go for the Frederick. Okay, they double down on Natan. Great for them. Niners, now, their big question here is, what are they going to synergize with this Barbossa, with the Barats itself? Like, once upon a time, before this season, Barbossa did prioritize playing the Rafaela a lot. Do you think Niners is going to play that right now?
I think there's
just because Max is in the pool.
I mean, yes, Max is in the pool. I don't think there's anything wrong with it. I do think the extra movement speed is very useful for Barats, especially based on the information that we could see on board. But at the same time, right, how do you start affecting the backline? Are you going to play the traditional front to back, or are you going to start considering other matchups, right? At this point, now that Natan has been locked in, we've seen Zavs pick up a Ruby. We've seen Zavs actually pick up the Claude as well. But instead, Niners are going to go with the Edith for now, have a little bit more control, and maybe help out with that mid lane to get priority.
Something is up coming from Niners. Like, based on what I'm seeing here, like, they could possibly flex this Barats in the side lanes and then put Max on an Assassin. We've raved on about how Assassins might make an appearance into this current meta. And to be honest, we haven't seen it in last week. But in my personal ranked games, I've seen a couple of good Hayabusas, which are really, really annoying in the current meta right now.
I mean, they're annoying, but they're not playing in a professional scene where everybody is on comms. Everybody is looking to deny you your purple buff super early on. And yes, there has been changes to make that a little easier for energy-based assassins, but let's see. We do see the Valentina get banned out here, because the next concern that I have in the second ban phase is the fact that if Niners have already locked in that Novaria, Farmus is wide out in the open.
Yeah.
And I think that's something that Niners are going to clamp down on.
Yeah, they definitely have to as well. Force Udyr to play something else, like a Lilia or maybe even a Lunox to a certain degree, which again, I don't think is that much of an issue for Udyr's hero pool, right? Again, you know, the problems that Homeboys will be facing is that how are they going to do with Barats, who's a very, very annoying tanky hero. Like, before level 15, he is pretty much unkillable unless you have some sort of way to deal with it. Maybe true damage, maybe a damage percentage to a certain degree. But you know what's actually something that completely slipped my mind? What happened to Masha? Like, why is everyone ignoring Masha this game?
Mainly because their marksmen haven't been picked here, and I think Homeboys might actually be setting up for a Masha EXP for supply. But if that's why they're banning out the Moskov, I would only assume, right? Because it feels like, you know, Moskov is one of those bans that you leave against Loliels from RSG MY. That's one of his, you know, top pocket picks here. For Zavs, on the other hand, usually it's Claude, so I'm surprised.
Yeah.
This is the only other explanation that I have for banning out Moskov this early on with basically no information.
I think he is gonna lean on the clock a little bit more. Like it's a comfort pick coming from Niners. Like, but I feel like if he Faram is pretty clear cut. You know, no brainer. Udil has played a monstrous performance for it here. But I'm really surprised by this Matilda because of the fact that I rarely see Zorn play Matilda, just because he's been known to be up in your face, right? Like Matilda is not the kind of hero where it's gonna be up your face. You can be annoying, but you're not in people's face. Which is out of Zorn's usual comfort style.
Well, I mean, as long as it gets the job done, right? Zorn can find anything, put it in his hands, and he'll figure out a way to get under your skin. That's his main goal at the end of the day, right? Search for information, relay it back to the team. We see the clock get banned out for the side of Homebois, so again, still focusing down on that goal lane.
It feels like Zafs might be forced to play the Brody this time. Like, maybe just because of a little bit of mobility, it was kind of kite the Matilda. But again,
I don't think it's that bad. I do think that the Ixia is actually not bad in this particular situation. The only problem with the Ixia is that it's very easily ganked by, well, assuming that the EXP is going to be very dive-centric, Lapu Lapu, Yuzong, so on and so forth. Even the Matilda can actually supplement things like Paquito to get in on those fights to make sure that the full barrage doesn't go off smoothly. I think Niners have plenty of enablers, right? They've got stuns, they've got knockups, they even have suppression with the Barats as well. That's once you get licked into him, but I think that CC here, all right, blind pick CC just to make sure Homebois has to reveal their entire composition before they make that choice. Not that bad. I like where Antagonist's head is at right now.
Why? Just because I've seen so much CC, and it doesn't have a good impression for me because of the fact that there has been a lot of teams kind of putting CC on the gold lane. I don't think this is going to happen for Niners, because if they do that, it is going to be pretty much a no-brainer for them to not be able to deal with Natan at all. But again, if they put in XP, again, they are just hiding for the fact that Zafs may be playing something else. But again, what other gold laners that are good right now, which I don't think Homebois is a big threat. It's more up to them to decide, hey, you know what? Let's give Sapat Masha, you know, just to deal with the Barats if they want. But they bring in the low E as well as the Sapaquito. Okay, completely slipped my mind.
I respect that. I think Niners can go for Melissa if they want to. They can go for Ixia if they want to as well, both of which is good. Instead, they go for Danger. Instead, it looks like they're going to be playing CC in the gold lane.
Yeah, apparently so. It is going to be a Granger and jungle. All right. I was expecting maybe a Granger gold lane, but I can see it. I kind of like the adaptations coming from Niners.
It's kind of interesting, right? Because now they've got like a really solid front line. They have a gold laner that essentially needs to just survive for the most part of it and trade out heavily against nets. But I think it's about poking your opponent, making sure you chunk them down, because Homebois, their mid-range combat, especially in a teamfight setting, is quite devastating.
Oh boy, this is going to be an exciting match as well, as Niners will be fighting to survive while Homebois is looking to dominate the first match of Week 5 to kick things off here at MPSHJ. For MPL, we have Homebois versus the Niners!
Let's jump right into it. Let's see why the junglers are going to start. This game is going to be heavily dependent on the EXP laners for at least the first 8 minutes of the match. Barats is expected to move first, but you never know. With Sapaquito, especially if he takes Flicker, full lethal ignition as well as a Flicker. He's going to be diving into that backline. Max, he's got to be pixel perfect on his movement.
Well, interesting enough, Homebois will be starting off from the purple buff while Niners on the orange buff. And you can see Zorn already starting to try and delay the farms of Max, and he's doing a fantastic job. I like how Niners has just said, you know what, let's let him live. We are going to prioritize on objectives right now, but because of that small interactions, look at this, another engagement pressure coming from Homebois.
Yeah, this is what I'm talking about, right? Yeah, 3, he needs to manage this lane especially well. Keep his stacks up as high as he can. Always push that wave out. He cannot let Sapat leave this lane for free. Udil, he's got a lot of work ahead of him on this low Yi, right? Munji, he's going to try and clear this lane, and Barbossa is going to supplement it, but Barbossa also has to worry about Max.
Oh boy, this is tough. Like, Barbossa is in a situation where he needs to start a fight, but how can he start a fight? Like, if Zorn doesn't get caught out, it's going to be in a little bit of trouble. Like, take a look at this. We've got triple purifies on Homebois, and anyone from Barbossa engages pretty much gets nullified instantly.
Yeah, no, it does, right? That's the thing. They have to blow out resources from their opponents first before they consider anything. So it's up to the Niners to be a little bit more proactive. They've got the range to do so. Looking at the emblems as well, looks like even for Zabs, going for the Master Assassin, he is willing to trade heavily against Nets left on that island. Yeah, you can see he's already winning out on this lane, making it difficult for Nets.
Yeah, it is very, very hard here. But Zabs, he's doing a fantastic job though. Like, he's able to get early gold platings here. This is the dream CC gold lane for the early engagements, and this is actually looking good for him. But again, if he is in the lead, can he somehow find a way to kind of carry forward into the middle of the later stage of the game? Because he needs to find a way to snowball against Homebois. Wow, this is happening as well. Chibi securing the turtle here, and that's going to be an easy one. No contest coming from Niners.
When you have double fighters in the side lanes, you're all dependent on your damage dealer, and that's going to be Max, right? They're not contesting for the very first turtle of the game. They're just power farming Max to be able to kind of find some kills towards these side lanes, and so far, it's under control for the gold. EXP side hasn't been able to participate too much here, so good decision by the Niners to just let go of the first neutral objective. It's better to just get more farm from your laners to scale faster rather than trade 1-for-1 against the Homebois this early on.
Yeah, and now speaking of trading here, Niners, they've got this Barats, but at the same time, what can Ye3 do, right? He's not playing the jungle role here. He doesn't have the stacks. You can see he is starting to get a little bit small. Homebois is going to try and make an attempt on this fight. Circling Eagle comes in, only connects one. Barats from Ye3 connects on two. He's going to pin Chibi on the wall, but he will be able to trade two from the side of Niners. Ye3 taking out Zorn as well as Supan. A big catch coming from Niners.
A beautiful play, in a matter of fact here. Oh, wait, Chibi, he's dead, right? Retribution,
Chibi.
flicker.
Oh no, he is going to get caught out. No way out. Niners manages to get the punish here. Mistakes were made and Niners capitalize.
Now Niners have the momentum on their side, right? Shifting the tables against the Homebois. That's going to at least get Max in a position where he can go even against Chibi despite losing out on that first turtle. So this is huge for the Niners, right? With that being said, Ye3, he's losing out this lane to Supat, which is totally fine because now they're going to be playing on the opposite side with Zabs on the CC, and this allows Ye3 to be able to start considering options like proxying waves against Sabakito.
Yeah, but as of yet, Homebois, they have finally realized that taking down Ye3 takes a lot of commitment, right? We could see in the previous engagements as well, they had to throw everything just to get a kill. And was that actually worth it? Because somehow Niners were just able to just chunk through Homebois' HP. So as of yet, them playing safe is the smart call. But again, despite all that, the economy swing is not that big of a difference here coming from Niners and Homebois. It's crazy.
Homebois, they need some time to actually scale. But these neutral objectives is where it gets really, really scary. I don't think Niners want to participate, but let's see.
Yep, Echo comes in, scouts out Zorn. They are going to try and split the fight. Supat forced to go in for the back lines, but now here he comes. Total contest comes in. Homebois still comes up on top. They take down Barbossa. Ye3 slams Chibi on the wall, but he gets bursted down as the rest of the Niners unable to follow up with that fight.
Fortunately, a majority of their damage is skill shot based. Somebody can block it, and that's what Homebois are doing. Whoever is low, they have to start high behinding their teammates to ensure that they don't give the trade back. Now, Homebois developing a 1,000 gold lead feels like a good idea, but how else are they going to develop it? Because now, I don't see them actually finding opportunities to gank lanes, or more importantly, so to invade the jungle, which is what this Fredrin is supposed to be doing against Granger.
Oh boy, here comes Lo Yi as well from the back line. Zabs has got the vengeance, but it's not going to do him any good. The rest of Homebois immediately just clobber him, and Niners does not have the resources to actually contest that.
Yep, good decision by the Homebois, right? Making sure that their tempo plays ensure that they can take a tier 1 on the top side of the map. And this means there should be a lane swap happening, that should be happening in a little bit. Chibi actually going for a brute force breastplate as his first item after the Molten Core.
That's a pretty interesting build up here, but it does give you a little bit of a mix of both Furos, magic defense as well as physical defense rather early. But again, he is looking for mobility, I guess. But for now, Niners, what's the comeback play right here? Because like you said as well, skill shot base means that they all have to hit those shots. And if Max doesn't hit those shots, things aren't looking good. Where's the damage going to come from Niners?
Well, a lot of it comes down to poking, right? With Moonjin as well as Ye3, they can kind of just like kick back, relax, wait for opportunities, build up that stacks, hold that front line for as long as possible for Ye3. Just hold it, right? There's no reason to really get involved in these fights just yet. And now that he's chunked out, this might force him to go for a recall, especially since Nets is on the bottom side. I don't see any turret trades from the Niners just yet. They're still holding strong with a majority of their tier 1 still available for the Homebois.
Well, we just had a lane swap as well. Like a little bit of damage check coming from Supat as well as Zabs. Supat wins that. and Nets going up against Yetri, Nets wins that. So Niners is in a situation where they may be needing to take a little bit more of caution here unless Barbossa gets the perfect catch. Echo comes in, connects on the back lines. He is going to try and connect with Chibi. Chibi gets chained down all the way through. He gets pinned, but again, the damage is just not there. And Homebois picks them apart before they can actually chain the follow-up. And Niners now losing 3 right off the bat. Homebois still survives. Oh boy, not looking good for the Niners.
Yeah, I mean, this composition can kite for days. Unfortunately, Homebois are not giving them that opportunity at all, right? Their front line is still able to hold. They're winning out on their retry battles thanks to Chibi. And it helps that Sapat is threatening that back line, right? Making Niners a little hesitant to go all in for this kill, especially for a turtle, which isn't their biggest concern. 3K ahead is good for the side of the Homebois, but not enough to guarantee them a victory just yet.
Yeah, on top of it all, Niners' composition needs to group up together, and guess what's good when it comes to grouping up? Udil on this Law Yi is going to try and burst them down, but in which here they are going to try and steal the purple bomb. But oh wait, the damage from Udil. Oh, that's scary, but somebody interjects from the side, tags him away, goes for the alley-oop, almost gets out as well from Zorn's safety net. But still, they'll trade 1 for 1. But again, Homebois, they are out of this world right now.
Yep, they're winning 4v5, man. That's how crazy they are. And I think they have to respect that. Niners, unfortunately, can't really do much about the situation at all. Udil is just a really big deterrent, but I think Niners need to consider where they actually take these fights. They can't be taking these fights in these tight corners, in these big choke points against the Homebois. If they line up nicely, Nets is going to have triple X, 5X the damage being pumped out of him. And let's not forget about Udil as well.
Oh boy, speaking of damage here, let's take a look at the goal difference right now. Udil is so far ahead against Moonji here, and Udil is at a stage where I'm just strong right now. If you group up as 5, boom, you are gonna die. In this case, Niners' composition, do they have those split push capabilities? Because from what I'm seeing, it's difficult.
They really don't. No, they really don't have any split push capabilities, right? It's too... Their laners are too weak. There's not enough of a snowball on Max to really justify him going out by himself to make this happen. He's losing out on his purple, so his orange buff as well. His purple coming up in about 10 seconds or so, but he's still keeping even against Chibi, right? Level 12 to level 12.
Yeah, but now Yedri, he doesn't have the stacks here. Niners has to be careful when they choose the fights, and Chibi already preemptively starting the fight. Can he build the stacks? No, Double Taunt comes in, they're all grouped up. Here comes a 3-man circling Eagle. Wow. They drop them all down. Udil checks them down low, but they don't have the finisher. They've only got Moonji. And Homebois, they want to go for more. They're trying to threaten Max, but again, they just can't do anything about this fight at all.
It's tough. It's really, really tough. And you can see that Max doesn't even want to use his Retribution against someone like Zorn to try and secure the kill because it's just not worth their time. He also has that Purify as well to be able to kind of pull them out of these tight situations, cleanse that slow. But man, what a play, right? I mean, Homebois, they're adding another layer to their team fight where you think, hey, where exactly is Sapat? And the diversion is sending him into the back lines to find targets like Moonji.
It's crazy, right? Considering the fact that how Udil and Sabat have been playing. But again, you know, they haven't gotten to a stage where they need to use it every single time. But personally, I feel like the biggest threat that Niners are facing right now is that they don't get those individual pickoffs at all. And even if they do, it just takes too long to come up online. I mean, compared to like a Kaja ult.
I mean, the way that Niners are going to win this is if Homebois feel extra confident and start overextending, right? That's the biggest problem. If Niners kite backwards, there's not a lot that Homebois really can do except maybe commit Zorn and then find Chibi or Sapat an angle. But hold on. Oh my this goodness. Might be an overextension if this drags out for too long.
Oh no, Chibi. Give that man a break, man. Like, Chibi is just pressuring the jungles 24/7. No buffs for Max means that Niners, again, gonna be forced to play from behind. 7k lead from Homebois. Chibi looking for the taunt. Barbossa does not have his stun here. Zavs goes in forward, tries to pick a fight, and Sapat says, hello, Zavs. You are gonna back off, and bye-bye.
Yeah. Unfortunately for Yethri, I don't know. Maybe his emblem setup wasn't exactly the best mix here, right? Going for the Concussive Blast tells you that you want to get priority over the lane, and Sapat took full advantage of that, right? Building full damage, making sure that it's difficult.
Oh no. Oh no. It was a T last week. Now it's an X. Who are they calling out this time? Is it Zaps?
Maybe. It could be Zobs here. Or they just know that there's no way that Niners are going to be coming back from the 7.5k lead that they developed. Like, look at Nets, right? He's almost completed his full build. He's already got his 3 core items, and at this point, everything else is just extra.
Speaking of extra here, what does Zobs do? Because he's gotten a rather early Radiant Armor just because of the fact that he is facing off against Nets. But I don't think that Radiant Armor is going to keep him alive against Subbat, who's currently just able to just 2-punch him with leaving him with like about 10% health or maybe even 20%.
I don't know. I think the worst part is they don't exactly have anti-heal at the same time, right? Without anti-heal, it's going to be tough to take down some of the stronger members or make sure that the damage that they apply sticks, because Zorn is keeping them topped up as much as they can with the guiding winds, right? You can see him, Udil back up to 75% of his HP, totally fine with that. Next time he does it, he'll be back up to 90% of his HP.
Yeah.
So Niners, they can't make the damage stick, unfortunately, and I think Zobs is actually going for a Sea Halberd just to ensure that maybe some of it applies, but that can only apply to maybe 1, I would argue 2 people if you include the ult.
Yeah, Barbossa looking for the cash side part with the sidestep, and again, no buffs for Max. But again, from the side Niners here, I like Moonji's idea where he's trying to chunk down Udil's health before the fight actually begins and then force something here. As long as Udi is not around, they are able to commit to the fight because of those conversions, right? But I don't know, it feels like it is going to be difficult. Like you said as well, Zorn's heals just keeps them topped up, and there's nothing much Niners can actually find in terms of cracks here to actually break through the defense. And now, with the Lord in the hands of Homebois, not looking good for the Niners here.
Winter Truncheon purchase coming in from Zorn, and now it's just going to be a slow and painful death for the side of the Niners. Homeboys, they're going to sync up these waves. They're guaranteed to get at least one of these inhibitors with their 9k gold lead, right? This is the perfect situation for the Homeboys where they're all hitting their power spikes at the same time in comparison to the Niners who are, fumbling around and trying to at least complete their first items.
Oh boy, tough match indeed. Seeing Ye3 now, who's currently, level 12. Baratz's timings way off the mark. Homeboys will be able to capitalize on this as well. Nets is already level 15. This dinosaur is not going to matter at this stage. And all Homeboys has got to do right now is just take it safe, play it safe. Oh my god, Udil. Oh, that is some damage.
Well, it hurts, but look at this.
Okay, Circling Eagle comes in. They are going to try and force a fight against the tree. Not going to happen here. Lord still pressuring towards the inhibitors. The Crystal's exposed as well. Subbat trying to delay a bit of time here, but they do get another inhibitor from the side of Homeboys. Barbossa is going to get caught out. Can he flicker out? Yes, he will. They hold on with the Crystal. The Lord is down, but all the inhibitors will fall for now. As Homeboys still waiting for the right moment here. But Udil looking for the catch. Ye3 forces the Tota's welcome defensively, gets the reset. But again, they're just juggling with the health. They're trying to keep the crystals exposed. As Homeboys is just toying with them right now. They're not even committing. But again, here comes the dive. GB looking for the taunt. Can they focus on the crystal? No, they don't care about the crystal. They just want to wipe the floor. They get 2. Zafs is going to be next. Zorn still taunting their way through. They're looking for the finish, but eventually they cannot go for more as the crystal is down and Homeboys takes a very convincing game 1 against the Niners.
A very clean game for the side of the Homeboys. Nothing less but expected from our defending champions. They played it well. Their draft designed around team fighting and making sure that these tiny choke points and corridors are difficult for the Niners to pick a fight. I was hoping for these invades to happen, but they decided to do it in the second half of this game, so well done to the Homeboys. They're aware, they're spicy, and more importantly, they're extremely prepared.
Yeah, they definitely have been prepared as well. Even in the draft, they just look so good. This Loi pick from the side of Homeboys just proved to be a very, very big problem for the Niners here. Oh boy.
Yeah, it's starting to look like a classic for Udil, right? He's super comfortable on the hero. He's making sure that he's looking for his splash damage to apply the most amount of marks on his opponents, rather than just hitting the front line and walking up too close to the fire, right? I think that's what Ye3 was hoping for, that maybe Udil was going to disrespect the space, maybe walk up a little further than he should just to apply the mark to that front line. But instead, Udil just took his time, worked with Subbat to create a completely new threat in the back line with a diversion before he starts taking the space.
Yeah, it's crazy considering the fact that the amount of layers and versatility that Homeboys can play in this match because of how they've been communicating and the tools that they're given is just so much. Whereas for Niners, it seems very difficult. Like even in the pre fight as well, I think Well, before we talk about that here, I think we have time during the replay. I want to see who the MVP for that match here. MVP from the side of Homebois is going to be none other than Sepat on his Paquito, the legendary Sepakito himself.
Oh, they even have merch saying that they want to go to the next Worlds here, to the next M6, to the next MSC International World Tournament. Well, good luck to them on their journey, because a lot of eyes are going to be kept around Sepat, and I think he's done a very good job exploiting just the smallest of things. Oh, you took Concussive Blast? Perfect. That means you cannot effectively trade against me, especially with Lethal Ignition, and it's just one good trade. That's all I need to put you behind. And when he found that level lead, it was impossible for Year 3 to come back.
Yeah, and on top of it all, he just went full damage all the way through, right? Like, this is not the Paquito where we're going to see a little bit more of hybrid, but considering the amount of lead that Sepat has, his job was one thing: one-shot anybody he sees. In this case, every time Zaf shows himself, boom, gets punched. Every time Granger comes in, boom, gets punched. And there's nothing much they can do. And we talk about healing as well. Again, where's the healing coming from? Because from Homebois, they've got Zord, but Niners, who can heal? No one.
Yeah, they can't really sustain. They only have one applier of anti-heal, and not exactly the best applier at the same time, right? I would say that even Barbossa, most people just avoid making contact with him, like Nets especially. You can notice him trying not to hit Barbossa and trying to look for bigger targets. If he does hit Barbossa, usually it's only because he's throwing out his first skill, and he would rather hit multiple people than rely on his auto attacks and put himself in danger.
Yeah, this was tough. Like, that one fight where Niners was able to utilize Barbossa's strength was that he started off with the setup and then chained it with Year 3's Daytona's Volcom. And even then, that two interactions takes about, 5 to 6 seconds to kind of enable for that fight. And in that 5 to 6 seconds, Homebois was just able to clean out everyone before the combo actually finished. And that's something that I think Homebois was just aware of. And to top it off, you've got 3 Purifies. How does Barbossa play the game?
Yeah, he does. I mean, his job was to break Purifies, right? That's his entire job. Even Year 3, that's what he's trying to do. He's trying to force out these important resources off of the Homebois so that maybe somebody else on the back end does have a chance. If Zabs is able to drop his ult onto 2 main targets with Purifies, and if somebody does use a Purify, that's already a win for the Niners, right? I think none of the Homebois weren't really challenged in that department. We didn't see that many lane ganks actually coming out from Max's side. We saw them playing on the opposite side of the map, but not really pressing the lead that they developed onto Max early on. I think every time that Death Sonata is off of cooldown, he should be utilizing it, looking to actually skew the lanes in his favor. It's not like Zop did bad in his lane. He was winning out in that lane against Nets before the items started to roll through. And once Nets was unlocked after a singular lane gank, which I was hoping that Niners would perform, then that's when Homebois gets to run around the map for free, rampant, unchecked, and uncontrolled.
Yeah, I think Chibi's first death was something that Niners were a little bit happy as well, just because of the fact that they had somewhat of a comeback mechanic. But after Chibi was able to out-tank all the damage output, it was just very, very difficult to do so. And let's take a look at the damage output here. I was expecting more coming from Udil, but Nets is able to top Udil's damage with 52,000 and 48,000 years. So Nets has been doing a lot of work here with those entrophies.
I mean, it just goes to show what Niners are most worried about. They're more worried about clumping together and giving Udil a really good yin-yang reaction, rather than remembering what Nets did at a base defense a long time ago. True. I just want to point that out. He has the mechanics to do these things, and especially with Natam, where he has scaled super quick into this game, right? I mean, look at the total damage by Eldel. The fact that he is pumping out at least 25, if not more, more in terms of damage overall compared to the rest of his counterparts. I think the Niners had more problems to deal with than just Udil.
Yeah, now that you mention it as well here, if Niners were to clump up, right? Nets does have this capability to do like one single attack equals to 5 hits, right? Just because of the fact that it kind of goes forward and bounces back. It was an AoE basic attack. It's kind of like a broken version of the Moskov, but again, you know, Nets just pulls it off, and I think now it makes sense why Zaf decided to go for the Radiant Armor, but again, just not going to be able to out-sustain this year. You've got to pick your poison. Zaf, he chose against Nets, but just could not deal with Sepat. In this case, you can see Sepat has been taking so much damage here, and despite all that, how is he able to tank so much damage with full damage items?
Well, I mean, you know that heavy left hand, right?
Oh,
Especially
right.
in champion
Yep.
stance. Yeah. And plus, he's been actively trading against Ye3 in the lane as well. Most of his attempts comes through, coming in from the flank with the diversion to start taking out people like Bunji, really threaten the positioning of Max, enforcing him in a more horizontal plane of field rather than vertical. And then when we look at the total healing, obviously it's got to go down to Zorn topping up the rest of the team. There's nothing much that can really be said about this game, right? But this does confirm a couple of my suspicions. Number one, I think that Niners, especially on these snowball-heavy type compositions, it's just not good enough anymore, right? Unless Barbossa is able to play a more proactive support, right? I would say even a Kufra, a little bit more all in on these engages. At least look to trade early on, 1-for-1, 2-for-1s even. I think that's what Niners need to lead into if they want to play a snowball-heavy composition, because unfortunately, the amount of consistent damage that they pump out towards the later stages of the game really costs them, right? Like Homebois, yes, this is also a snowball type of composition, but at least their scaling is unquestionably good.
Yeah, and every single time Moonji tries to make this kind of plays as well, Zorn's just, again, there topping out Udio's health. Like, it feels like Niners, whatever angle they tried just didn't work out based on the tools they were given, right? Like, in terms of fancy wombo combos, it looks good, but it feels like Zafs is put in a spot where he's forced to play the CC gold lane, and it just doesn't work out. And I think when it comes to this fight as well, like, this was a perfect moment for Niners, right? Like, Max got a full Death Sonata, 2-man, easy damage. Two can play the same game for Niners, but ever since that fight, Homebois has been taking fights separately rather than just clumping up as 5.
Well, yeah, I mean, just look at the shape of the fight, right? Homebois, they first send Chibi out, and then the back line starts overlapping their front line just to make sure that Chibi has some form of coverage until he scales up into the game. Once he's scaled up, I don't think Max really can do anything until he gets a Malefic Roar. And by the time he got the Malefic Roar, it's way too late. There's way too many things that he has to worry about. The fact that Chibi already has the Oracle and Zorn having favor inbuilt into him naturally to keep himself topped up, whether it be the heals or shields, it's just too big to deal with, right? Being able to push in and out of this fight, they are unable to punish non-Purify users. And that's the difficult part, right? That's why Matilda was so good in these types of situations, to allow the push and pull to work out very well for the Homebois.
Yeah, it was a very, very good distraction as well. Like, sometimes it does messes with your usual assisted target lock as well. Like, sometimes your spells just get completely derived on if you do not drag it off, right? So you go for quick tap, sometimes it hits the Matilda mid-air and you may completely miss the mark. And I feel like, again, small, very, very, very small nerd details, but for me, I feel like the drafts just didn't work for Niners completely. Like, they just didn't know what they were doing. And for me, getting the Cersei gold lane was just a big question mark.
Well, I mean, considering that, this is one of the few times we see Nets actually lose in the lane, it's not that bad, right? It's not the worst in the world. I mean, obviously, he's not like hard losing the lane, but at the very least, it's like a little uncomfortable for him. He has to forcefully recall at awkward times, misses out a little bit of gold at EXP here and there, which in most gold laners' mind is a big +1 when it is prior to 4 minutes. Overall, I think my biggest problem is that if they're going to play a snowball composition, they have to be proactive on the map. Even if they're giving up these neutral objectives, they should be taking turrets, farming gold plating. There's so many things that they could be farming for, but Max is more happy to just kind of sit around in his jungle.
Yeah, but speaking of drafts here, I feel like Game 2, Niners, they have to rethink their strategy. Because do you think Matilda was the biggest threat? I think Matilda was extremely annoying.
I think Matilda made it such that the Niners couldn't punish the right members, right? Let's say Matilda was switched out for something like a Kufra, maybe even a Cho, the classic Zorn sort of options. Those hard engages means that he will jump forward, tank as much damage as possible, then the rest of the front line, which is going to be Chibi, which is going to be Subba, looking for those flanks, to walk up and cover him afterwards. There's not a lot of disengage mechanics for these types of heroes, right? So with the Matilda, at least they have that push and pull. Something, well, unfortunately, in the case of the Niners, all they can do is kite backwards rather than continuously move forwards. And the only way they can move forwards is if they have like a 6k gold lead.
Yeah, and speaking of 6k gold lead here, Niners, they may consider switching up the drafts just because of the fact that, not giving away Nets' Harif may be a big problem. But again, Nets' hero pool has proven to be a force to be reckoned with, right? He's made a name here in MPL with his Nathan. He's made a name with his Harith. He's made a name with Roger. Okay, Roger maybe leaning on the innocent sides, but again, he's still a very, very stable gold laner. It's something that I think they may need to switch with their initial drafts and just focus on just standard S-tier bans.
I mean, if we're thinking about S-tier bans, definitely Chip and Matilda are going to come to mind. The Masha is also something that you have to worry about. Really, it's pick your poison, right, in these drafting phases, especially after the new patch. But let's look at the MPL MY Insider. We talked to Pops. We were asking why did Chip let Todak pick Chip? Of all things, the S-tier pick that every other region was like, nah, this is disgusting. And he says we gave away Chip because we were ready to fight it. You guys have to remember that we are the actual users of Chip. We know how to fight against Chip, and well said to Pops.
Yeah, it's true though. They already proven themselves previously against Todak. They just completely destroy the Chips all the way through. But again, I really want to see them fight against Niners with the Chip this time. But again, does Barbossa play it? It's going to be something as well. Because to be honest, right now, we may be seeing Niners' downfall in this game 1. But I really have a soft spot for Barbossa. Like even last week as well, when Niners kind of won their game, you can see the emotions that was running through his face, where they are trying their best, but right now it doesn't seem like they're trying their best at all.
I mean, they are trying, don't get me wrong. I think definitely a couple of mistakes have been made in that game. I definitely think they're not as proactive as they should be. They're playing at a much slower tempo compared to the rest of the lobby here. I think that is the most evident part, right? Let's see whether they warm up in game number 2 as we jump into the drafting phase and worry about what weapons they're going to be manning in this arena. Niner is going to be in the blue side. First pick up against Homebois on the red side this time with second pick. Chip, Roger, immediately banned.
They're actually going to go for the reverse here. Blue side for Niners. I don't really like this idea that Niners is going for. They are going for a mirror ban from game number 1, but this time Matilda will be a priority for them. So if Homebois walks into this trap, I don't think Homebois is that worried about this.
Well, I think that the Homebois, at the very least, they understand that they have clearly stronger laners, right? They trust Nets on pretty much any kind of marksman up against Zabs. It doesn't matter if he has to fight a fighter or he has to deal with like a regular claw. Nets is more than happy to handle all of that. The question is, how do you arm the rest of the players for the early interactions until he gets to that point? And Niners, they're making sure that the comfort picks are out of the pool, getting rid of the Nolan, getting rid of the second most popular gold laner, one of the higher win rates, Harith, amongst all regions. And then we jump back to the Homebois, right? They got rid of the Roger as the most dominant laner thus far, but they also get rid of the Farmist to make sure Valentina is a possibility for them leading up to this battle. So let's see what good ultimates Niners might put on the table for Udil to actually pick up or have a reason to pick up the Valentina.
Huh. Interesting. They're not worried about Matilda. They don't really care about Masha. Masha completely ignored game number 1. Niners, do they want to give it for year 3 to actually try it out? Or do they just stick with the Matilda, just denying it away from Homebois? Because I'm pretty sure Niners' brain for game 1 was like, oh, they're going to go for Matilda, we're going to deny the Barats. But this time, if they have the Matilda themselves, well, they can go for the Barats jungle. But again, this is Max we're talking about, right? He tends to lean away from the meta and rather go for a little bit more an assassin, maybe more skill-based jungler rather than the usual tank-based ones.
I think that if he wants to go for another assassin-style jungler, against Barats, it can be a little bit difficult. Maybe if he has the help of some stronger laners, that might be the way to go. I see the Yuzong get locked in. Very nice for the side of the Niners. A decent blind pick here, especially for year 3. He's pretty decent on the Yuzong, but they need one more. They need something else to supplement it. Because so far, based on what we're seeing, right, if they're going for Loyi, it means that Sapat might actually get another flanker again. And if they have the Barats already, that could go into the EXP too.
I don't really like this confident pick coming from Homebois to show their Loyi rather early, just because of the fact that I feel like Homebois is just calling out Niners that, hey, we're going to have 2 fighter side laners again. Loyi is the perfect hero to actually counter against that. And if Niners decide to double down on that, well, you're just, setting up for disaster right now for Niners.
That's a possibility, but I think that it's if they wanted to exploit Loyi, I think that's when the Niners get a scaling artillery mage, right? Either Yves, or either Farsa, both of which really, really good. Even Lilia arguably is not that bad in these types of situations, especially since the Barats has always been shown, right? So plenty of peel, good in and outs. You take a Purify just in case you get the stun locked, and I think it should be all right.
I think Purify, just for the sake of not getting gobbled up, is pretty safe as well. If you time it correctly as well, you can just walk out the tongue itself. But Homebois, they bring in the Franco. I haven't seen this for a while.
Very, very smart. I like this a lot. Great peel, a great way to displace your opponents. Matilda, it doesn't matter if you have guiding winds, if you're going to be locked down with my suppression. Good ideas coming out from the side of the Homebois. Let's see whether they double down on just banning out mages from here on out, right? We'll see where their target bans are going to be. They've got an entire second phase to do so. They've got a mage. Niners don't have a mage. Oh, they get rid of the Leomord. What an odd ban.
Why?
Interesting. I think the Niners were planning on getting Max's scaling snowball heavy style of jungler, right? And Leomord, especially after seeing TNZ play it during M5, there's no reason why not. If you can get a lead early like Granger did, he might be able to actually break the stalemate.
Okay, but you know, looks like we're not going to see that for now. But again, Niners, they are going to shut down Nets' gold lane for now, but Homebois jungler. Do they just let Max play his Granger again? Doesn't really matter.
No, he probably shouldn't. Right? He really
I don't like it though.
More so that the major problem with Granger is that once he's in a fixed direction, especially if he's like trying to rondo out of the way to make sure that he can line up, what's it called again? The Death Sonata. Yeah. It's in a fixed direction, right? So there's nothing much he can really do about that other than like hope and wait. And when he hopes and waits, Yu Zhong will be on top of him. So I would think that he would go for something else. So probably a more slippery assassin, worst comes to worst. Homebois, they ban out the Granger. I guess it's kind of annoying to deal with. All right, sure.
I don't see a point here, but based on what I'm seeing, it feels like Homebois is just trolling the Niners right now. It's like, I don't see, like, yeah, you're saying about TNZ, you know, we've seen it international stage, but in this current patch, I don't see a reason to actually ban these two heroes. Like, it feels very manageable, to be honest.
Well, I think that the Homebois, in terms of mindset, right, Pops is probably thinking there's a good chance this Ruby goes into the gold lane, right? And Nets is going to be pissed off once again, and I have to deal with that. So it's better force Max into a tank jungler, right? Force him to play something that scales into the later stage of the game, has some early presence, and that way you don't have to worry about it that much, right? We see the carry ban from the side of the Niners, which does tell us that they might want to actually go for Fredrin here. Homebois can deny it right off the bat, throw it into the jungle, and then give Barats over to Mr. Sapat once again.
Yeah, it is a very possible as well coming from Homebois, but it seems like they're still discussing on what Nets is going to play. Nathan pretty much banned, Carry as well, Roger as well as Harvey gone. The usual gold laners are out of the equation. So what does Nats play? Does he play the Brody? Does he play the Claude?
So many things that he
I think if he plays the Claude, he just denies it from Zaf though.
I mean, it doesn't really matter. I think Homebois, they should pick up the Fredrin right here, right now.
Let's see. Oh, they do go for the Claude.
They still want to hold it up. They still want to give a decent EXP. I mean, they already know that it's going to be the Yu Zhong in the... Wait a minute. It could be Yu Zhong being played in the gold lane for all we know. We'll see. We'll see.
Just because it's the Niners, isn't it?
I mean, yeah, that's something the Niners have been trying to like work out with the double fighter side lane sort of nonsense. And I think that Homebois, they're pretty suspicious of it right now if they're locking in Claude instead of just going straight away for the Fredrin, right? I mean, Carry's out of the pool, so it feels like there's no reason not to.
Is it a possibility? Are we going to see Chibi's Fanny this game?
Most likely not. I think Baxia is probably more likely.
Well, they do have the flexibility though, but Niners, they are going to go for the Lilia, for Munji. Last pick for Max. What you gonna get? What you gonna get? Come on.
Ling.
Still so. What? Really?
Man, I'm so good.
Ling?
I'm so good. Oh my goodness. I was thinking like something that's snowball heavy, something that's probably going to be an assassin and slippery to dodge away from some of these key abilities, especially Yin Yang. That Yin Yang connection coming in from Lo Yi. Barats with the Daytona's welcome. I mean, there's too many like, as an assassin, you would hate to jump into this unless you have iframes to play with.
Oh, okay. I can see where they're going as well. But again, you know, Homebois is known for being able to shut down Purple Buffs rather early because of Zorn's experience over the years. So
well, I mean, have you
this is
seen
tough.
their side laners? It's Ruby and as well as Yuzong in the side lane. Doesn't matter where this purple buff is going to be or what the layout of the map is, they're definitely going to have priority, especially at level 1. Even Paquito, right? If Paquito tries and forcefully goes for level 2, he's hoping that he matches up against Ruby rather than the Yuzong, because one single bad early trade could predetermine that lane.
Well, this is going to be a tough one. Like, based on what I'm seeing here so far, all in on Max once again. Game 1 with the Granger, Game 2 this time with the Link. Seems to be a tall order for Niners, but again, this is their last 3 lives. They have to go all out now.
They have to. They have no choice. Team fights are going to be extremely difficult against the Homeboys, but chasing down that backline and running with the wind, Niners have so many more tools this time to actually split push, to actually have options to create pressure and make sure that the Homeboys don't get the stick as 5 for free.
Well, we have to find out if they are going to be able to bounce back, or is this going to be a complete one-sided massacre? Stick around to find out. This Week 5 first series, Game 2. This is Homeboys versus the Niners as we hit into the land of dawn.
It's game number 2 here. Match point for the Homeboys. Niners looking to even and equalize things up with a 1-1. Purple buff start coming in from Max straight away, and on the same side of the map, GB on his orange. Both junglers going to end up on the same side of the map at the end of their rotation, but Zorn, of course, it's got to be annoying.
Oh, okay.
He's fine. At least Max tanked it.
Okay. You know, at the same time, do they force a retribution though? No, that looks like it's not going to happen. But again, Zorn, you know, we are going to see the classic usual Franco games, which we do see in ranked games so far. Just annoy the jungles. But yeah, Tree, you know, able to bully Sepat out despite Sepat having a level lead. That is a very, very good start here for Niners.
I mean, they trade battle spells, which is what you want to do, especially since you're using Petrify from Yuzong, right? Look at the cooldowns. 57 compared to 100 seconds. That's going to be at least 50-second difference between the two. Sorry, less than that, as a matter of fact. I'm thinking otherwise. But more importantly so, because of this, Ye3 is going to get his Petrify up, and he might be able to contest for another fight here. Let's see if they're able to make that happen.
Yeah, top of it off as well. 40 seconds before the first total engagement, he will have the upper hand against Sepat, at least for a good 30 seconds before the fight scuffle. So they have to be very, very crucial with those timings. Nice sidestep from Barbossa. I like it. You know, he is taunting Zord, the King of Taunts. Oh, not King of Taunts, King of Recalls of MPL MY though. But again, seems like Niners, they have a pretty good, clear game plan now. But as soon as I say this, bottom lane though, seems like Homeboys, they do really want to try and jeopardize Year 3. Very close to the 4, trying to delay it as much as they can.
I think more importantly, Homeboys doesn't want Ye3 to set up a freeze right in front of his tower, especially since that they've got a neutral objective spawning here. And look at Max, he doesn't want to participate with with it just yet. And Zorn, he kind of suspects that, right? That's why he's looking out for him. Now that he's been spotted out, level lead, GB, he's holding it. This is gonna get dangerous.
Yup, yeah, Tree immediately forced a fight. He gets gobbled up. Couldn't even go for the Petrify combo, but Chibi dodges it mid-animation, knowing Year 3 is gonna do that. Now he needs to make a run for it. Zorn is there. He's looking for the code, and here comes the bite. It's gone. Homeboys, Chibi, what a catch!
Really nice catch, and man, Zorn is the one who ends up taking away the neutral objective. Both retributions, just not enough here. Max refusing to die.
Oh no, Max just, you know, getting his timings off completely as well. Zorn continues to annoy him. Barbossa shows himself. They're calling it back up, but again, circling kill comes in. He needs to get out. He gets a 2-man knock, but a big time offender from Zaps sets up the combo. Moonji takes one out, and Homeboys takes a little bit too much damage, and they back out.
What did I tell you? With double fighters side lanes, this early game can get a little bit difficult. You're expecting that, hey, Nets, you should be able to move first, but no, Zaf is wave clear.
Okay,
fine, he still has his ult.
Okay, you know, it would be really sick if Sepat caught him mid-air.
I mean, he can try, but still, he has a Bladed Tempest. It really doesn't matter. Sepat is going to take a terrible trade here.
Oh no, that's a little bit too much damage here. Sepat, he's forced to recall this, but he can. Creep waves are down below. Zorn continues to annoy Max, and look at him. He's just taunting him use the retribution. I know you want to, and he did.
Yep.
Goodbye.
I mean, it doesn't matter, right? 30 seconds until the turtle spawns, 28 seconds until Retri is back up. It still follows the same tempo as Max wants. However, on the bottom side, I'm waiting for Year 3 to actually find this kill on Sapat, or at least trade Petrify for Flicker.
Oh, two-man circling Eagle, but again, no follow-up coming in from Zaz here. They need to find a setup, but Purify... Oh no! Barbossa a little bit late with the Purify. Gets poked in regardless anyway. Mistakes. Mistakes.
Too slow. Too slow. I mean, the Purify ain't going to do much once it's a very short period of time that you actually get the CC immunity, but for the time being, just well done. Well done from the Homebois' side. Preparing it well. More acts complete on Zobs. Really not going to matter. Not going to be able to participate for this upcoming turtle fight.
Max, he needs to go in, but nope, he doesn't have the purple buff, so that means they will back up. But again, we do see a convergence coming in.
Yep.
Oh no, they know! They know! Oh boys, they teleported right in his face! Max had no time to react, and now they will steal it away. Moonji trying to salvage the fight. Barbossa with the Circling Eagle. Do they get Chibi? Yes, they do. They trade a jungle for a jungle, but Max, oh my god, Sword with the hooks! Oh, Homebois out of this world!
Snowballing. They're snowballing here. Niners are not communicating with each other. Sapat as well. All three of these lanes are working out perfectly. They took an incredible trade, and now Barbossa is in a lot of trouble.
Oh, Max, he needs to get the kill. He's got the Fury, but he doesn't want to risk it just because he doesn't have the purple buff. Oh no, not looking good for the Niners once again.
Yeah, everything that could have gone wrong went wrong. They ended up losing the neutral. They ended up losing the purple buff. They got Divergence to pawn. Max ends up dying, allowing Chibi to actually even up the score. Zobs ends up dying, walking back to base. Even bot tier 1 ends up dying because Yethri died in front of the purple buff. So many things could have turned into the way of the Niners, but none of them won the coin flip.
Oh, so very unlucky. And again, Homebois continuing with the macro pressure. Support just shutting them down. Yetri had a fantastic lane early game, and now he's 2 levels behind Support. Everything could have went right for Niners are slowly crumbling as their luck is beginning to run out here for their run here in MPL. Oh boy. Now, Zorn looking for the hook. Oh, great. Purify from Barbossa. Very, very much a lot of time now, but purple buff again, the priority is coming in. Barbossa circling Idol, trying to go in for the zone, but he gets caught in from the sides here. As you can see, Zavs tries to go for the IMO Fender, but they're slowly getting baited out here. They don't want to clump in, but Yetri gets a 3-man catch. Here comes the collapse, and Niners, they find one, looking to finish off Subpot. They've got the Black Dragon. Max finally gets a double kill, and Homebois, they've overstayed their stay in the jungle. Nets, woo! Fast fingers, fast fingers.
Yep, able to BMI out of there. And you're right, Homebois, they kind of bided their time for a little too long. Even GB using the Daytona's welcome to try and win out on that purple buff. And he did succeed in taking away the purple buff from Max, but at the cost of 2 of his members, that gold differential dropping down to 936.
Speaking of 900 here, this is... It may seem like a big lead. I'm surprised Niners able to hold on this equality right now, as Zorn needs to get the perfect catch, and if Zorn doesn't get it, well, he's going to be in a little bit of trouble here, because now he is going to think about this. Well, Zaf looks for the Iron Fender, but no, he gets stopped by Udil. Zorn getting pressure at Barbossa. He needs to make a run for it as well. Moonji scares off Zorn, and now Homebois, they are backing out, as Niners will have the upper hand this time.
Yep, and look at that. That Gloom is max stacked as well. It's dangerous, and Moonji is slowly creeping up, making sure that at least one of his Shadow Balls is nearby. Especially at max stack as well, it is going to be frustrating for Homebois to walk up. Sapat has to threaten the back line.
Oh, speaking of threatening here, he's going to try and make an attempt. Now he's caught out in the middle of everyone. Cannot get out. He's going to get taken out. Tempest Place comes in. GB will still secure the turtle, but they are going to go for the collapse. Ness tries his best with the Blazing Duet, but it doesn't matter. Niners has got so much sustain, so much damage, so much CC. Homebois, they have to rethink their approach now.
Oh, Homebois haven't hit the item power spikes just yet. Nets not doing a lot of damage, not able to stack up the Art of Thievery as high as he would like to, and more importantly, doesn't have the Trinity build unlocked just yet. He should be 2 items in as of right now, but until he gets that Trinity build, he's not going to be able to do very much in these fights.
Yeah, speaking of doing a lot here. They are going to try and make a divergence attempt, but nope. Seems like Udil is going to send Nets up to farm efficiently, while the rest of Niners, they've found their secret sauce. They've found the plan on how to win a team fight now.
Yeah, let's have a look at the items real quick, and it seems like Nets hasn't even completed. Oh, now he's completed his second item. Finally, the Golden Staff complete. Took him a while to get there, but he's also bought some temporary half items here just to keep himself alive. He's got the steel leggings. Let's not forget that on the opposite side of the map, right? We're seeing that Zobs, he's building full damage as well.
Interesting. But that's the thing about Ruby, right? Like, damage is good for him just because of the fact that his spell vamp is somewhat amplified. So I guess that's the idea that they're going around this Ruby. But on top side, we do see another divergence coming in. They are going to try and send Zorn up ahead to try and going for the back flank, which again, Niners just doesn't really care.
Sapat continuing to make sure that he has priority over the bot side. Look at this. Now that Niners are losing their tier 1s, their entire game plan is very much hoping that the Homebois overextend their boundaries while they are still weak. Homebois, they want to take very minimal risks at this point in time, right? They just need Nets to get into a much better position because everybody is doing fine. Udil is doing great in his lane. Sapat, despite being 2-2 and dying a couple of times, he's still 2 levels ahead of Year 3. So, again, every lane is won thus far. They're just waiting for Nets to get that third item.
Well, it's going to be tough. Lord is up. And if Homebois is able to stall this longer in their favor, Niners are going to be in trouble. But seems like Lord is not going to be objective here. They do scout out Sapat. Barbossa getting punched up pretty hard. Do they want to commit to the fight? Chibi looking to force a retreat. They do bait it out of Max. So both of the junglers do not have retribution. This Lord is not worth it from both sides now.
It looks like Chibi didn't even want the Lord in the first place, right? No reason to do so. Finally, Nets completing the Trinity build. That's why Chibi was buying some extra time, right? Making sure that he could slow down Ling. See Halberd finish for Sapat, and now they've got anti-heal.
Yeah, now Sky got a helmet up on Chibi as well. He's going to be having a little bit more confidence to go in for the front. But Zavs, I'm a fan that catches Sword, but is that the right target here? Nets looking to interject, and Sapat misses the combo. Homebois can't seem to find the opening this time as Niners slowly but surely playing it safe to buy time for Max now.
I mean, doesn't really matter, right? Look at Homebois. Divergence. Going to be hiding into the bush here. They have no idea. Here comes Seal.
Oh, they found Year 3. They're going to shut down the Dragon. 3-man blazing duet coming in here. But the rest of the team, they need to back up. Year 3 finally goes down. Can they get out? Yes, they do. Tempest of Blade from Max trying to out-sustain. They have to get a kill. He's got all the blades. They find it. He gets out. Homebois, they trade 1-for-1. An XP for an XP, and now Homebois, they are looking to extend this fight. They've got the heals from Matilda to keep on going for Niners. They're pulling in Zord. Zord now looking for the opportunity, but they still have Nets. They still have Chibi. Niners, they don't want to risk it at all.
They got to play off of their ults right now, and unfortunately, Niners, their ults are on a much shorter cooldown. Barbossa making sure that he uses that Circling Eagle, and he connects onto an enemy hero to refresh a little bit of its CDs. Now, Homebois, it was a very smart idea, a good attempt, but they probably wanted to hit a couple more kills. So far, Zorn's hero hit rate is 27%. He needs to hit a couple more.
Yeah, in this case, for him to focus on Year 3 is a smart idea. Yu Zhong, the biggest threat from the side of Homebois here in terms of CC, but again, Max has been the main damage dealer here. They force a Purify in. Lord, last final bar. Chibi needs to go in. He's going to go for the takedown as well. Come! He still gets it! He got one! He gets a chain 2-man as well! He won't go down! But Niners now, they're going to try and force the fight. Yentry in the face of Nets, but it doesn't matter. Subpot's got the damage. Max! He won't trade off Nets! And he is the boy wonder for Niners right now.
Good play. Niners just winning out on that team fight. 2-for-1 trade in favor of the Niners. Year 3 is able to threaten in the back line. Chibi ends up collapsing, giving Max an opportunity to zone out Udil and isolating Nets all by himself after the BMI. You can see Nets didn't even bother using his Purify, right? He was dead no matter what. And it just goes to show that all the space that the Niners are able to obtain from the Homebois through the use of Munji it's sticking so far. And it's sticking well.
Sapat looking to threaten the Ling. Tries to make a jab at it, and Homebois, they finally realize that the real threat here is got to be Max right now. He's the main DPS. Without Max, where's the DPS going to come from Niners? Munji?
Yeah,
Only Munji.
Moonji is doing a phenomenal job so far, right? He's able to chunk out some core members. He's making Zorn's life difficult. He's making Subbat's life difficult even after he uses all of his abilities. I think even Chibi, right? He doesn't really want to sit around the Lord and sit on top of it and hold its aggro, especially when Moonji is nearby, because there's no counterplay against him. I tried to Daytona's Welcome. He's got the Purify. If I get him low, he's got Black Shoes.
Yeah, but as of yet, Chibi hasn't been missing his retribution a little bit too much here. But again, Moonji, top damage, like you said as well, doing a fantastic work. Niners looking good in team fights, but objective-wise, Homebois is still just dominating in terms of map control right now.
I mean, my biggest concern right now is that the Niners don't exactly scale very well to the later stages of the game, right? It's kind of up to Nets to be able to kind of hold his own, and as well as Udil. Udil, unfortunately, not exactly finding the correct positions because Niners split this fight into two so fast. So they got to be really careful here. If they're unable to peel for their front line, Homebois have to retreat back together.
Yeah, Homebois, do they want to afford to make another risky play? Because the divergent back line with the 3 main gank looked good, but it take a little bit too long here for the rest of Homebois to actually counterplay that. And Chibi and Subbat wasn't aware of that gank. But now, with that small little misplay here, they have to iron the Kings as Niners now will be looking to punish those mistakes once more.
We'll see if they find it. I mean, based on the Niner fans, they're hopeful. They're hopeful that they can turn this around. And don't get me wrong, there's a very high possibility here. Look at that goal lead just dwindle and slowly go back into the negatives for the Homebois, right? 1.2, it used to be way bigger than this, but it's been a close and very tight match thus far.
Well, both the junglers know retribution here. Max does secure the purple buffs, but it's still a small win for the Niners. And the next strategy from Homebois is to wait out those retribution and possibly the purple buff timings before this Lord fight begins. And now with the Lord dance coming in, Barbossa, Immortality, gonna be checking the status bar. But Homebois, Subbat, going for the Tretan here. Barbossa dropping too low. He actually forces an Immortality all by himself. A big start for Homebois with absolutely no trade-off. And Niners, they're scrambling. They're trying to make a play. Hook misses from Zorn. Circle Eagle comes in, connects on 4. Barbossa needs to back out. But with that play, they get the Lord reset. And it's gonna be this dance once again from both sides. Oh boy, Subbat looking for the push, looking for the fight. Lord down towards the final bar. Zafs looking for the catch. They have to go for the steal, but no, the Daytona's Welcome connects on 1 to get the entry, but the Lord gets resetted. They get Chibi, and they make the mistakes as Niners makes a bounce back. They are gonna clean house. Udil flickers into the Lord. They lose 4. Zorn is left, and Niners, they make the comeback. Homebois might lose this. It might be over. Niners ignoring the Lord. They are gonna shove the structures. Homebois, 20 seconds left on the sidelines. Inhibitors left. Zorn with the hook. He's gonna deny the minion. Zorn, you madman. He finds the creep. He buys a little bit of time. Inhibitor down. He will fall. He's got immortality. The crystal's exposed. 4 more seconds left. They do not have time. It's over. Niners drags into game 3.
Woo! What a big play coming in from Zavs in tandem. An alley-oop, a layup with the help of Ye3. A huge petrify. They knew he was on top of him, so he had to press 1 button to set things up for Zavs and turn that fight around. What a huge play coming out from the Niners at a critical juncture.
Oh my goodness. What a turn of events. What a 180 switcheroo for the Niners as they hold on for their dear lives in MPL. They drag it 1-1. Can they take down the defending champion, Gideon? Can they do it?
I think it's possible. I think it's definitely possible as Zavs continues to play like how he performed just now. At the highest level, he's been finding 3 crucial catches to turn that game around when all was starting to look pretty dim for them as they were slowly getting outscaled.
Yeah, and of course, every single time GB makes this kind of risky plays as well, they were able to capitalize. At 2 games now, Bharat losing convincingly because of the fact that on 1 wrong Daytona's Welcome, they get just completely punished here. 2 games now, 1 game from Niners, now from the Homebois. Seems like Bharat's maybe a little bit of a risky factor to play right now?
Well, I don't think it's a risky factor. I just think it's very difficult for Homebois to actually reclaim space, right? Reclaiming space also includes holding that space. And I think once Chibi started to disrespect, walked forward, realizing that this neutral objective is too risky to actually coin flip, let's go for that team fight. Keep in mind, Moonji this entire time making sure that Gloom was at max stack, so he's doing some very relevant damage, even if you have Radiant Armor. Making sure that he has the holy, that he already has the Divine Glaive to cut through the extra MR, plus the fact that they had to worry about the biggest catch from Zavs. It just worked out perfectly.
Agreed. But now, let's take a look at the MVP for the match here. It's gotta be Moonji. You called it as well on this Lilia. The most amount of damage. He's been doing a lot of work behind the scene as well. Barbossa even congratulating Moonji.
That's kind of funny. That's kind of funny. Coming out big time, 6-0-8 as our MVP of the game. Moonji keeps it together for the team. The team can take as much space as they want, and Moonji is the one who draws the borders. Really nice play overall, making sure that he's maximizing all these cooldowns. First item straight away into the Enchanted Talisman. Second item straight away decided to go for the Ice Queen's Wand because they know that it's really, really difficult for the Homebois to disengage once the slow has been applied.
This is an old school build coming in from Moonji itself here, but again, I understand where he's getting at, right? Like nowadays, Bloodwings coming in as well. We've seen a lot of people trying to rush those second to third item Bloodwings, but for a Lilia, you don't really need to take advantage of the Bloodwings as well because you've got an innate ultimate which just says gives you back full health. So rushing for those utilities is going to be the way to go instead, and it's worked out because every single time the Barats comes in, and again, we talked about this, Barats will lack those mobility, and with an early Ice Queen Wands mean that once they get in, they can't exactly come out. And I think multiple times now we've seen Sepat as well as Chibi kind of go into this fight and just get completely kited around because of the amount of slows that Moonji is bringing to the table.
I mean, let's not forget about the sandbags on their side, right?
Yep.
Like Zavs alone, even if we take away his I'm Offended, his 3 crucial I'm Offendeds in this game, he still has an incredibly useful ability in just taunting melee opponents, right? If they get too close, oh, I'm just going to spin around, I'm going to lock you down for just half a second, which disrupts your combo, allowing Moon to start applying the slow. He doesn't even start thinking, he's not even thinking about anti-heal at this point, right? He goes straight into the glowing wand. He knows his job is to melt some of the thicker members. He wants to make sure that Zorn does not have a good time if he's standing still in the Bloody Hunt. He wants to make sure that Chibi, after the Daytona's Welcome is online and he's stuck in the animation, he is going to burn to his death.
Yeah, he is going to be a little bit of trouble as well. Like I was talking about, how do you deal with a tanky composition, right? It was either true damage or max HP percentage. Glowing One does help you in this kind of scenarios. But again, you know, in terms of sustainability as well, I'm curious to see the stats later on for the healing department, because I'm pretty sure Niners has off the chart sustains with the heals coming from Ruby. We've got the Matilda and the life steals coming, spell vamps coming in from the Ruby as well as Yu Zhong. So in this case, that overall sustainability, Homebois did not breach those barriers at all.
Yeah, they're not trying to breach those barriers, right? I think Homebois, they were trying to pick off their opponents way too often, but they needed to set up a traditional front to back. And I thought that was really, really difficult because the Niners never really showed their big backliners, Zabs and especially Ye 3. They don't come out to the fight very often. And when they do, Homebois look for an opportunity to kind of take them out of the equation before they even start, because they know that these are strong divers. Ye 3 and Max especially, the stronger divers on the Niners side, is what really threatens people like Udil and as well as Nets. That's why Homebois were always getting split in half during these team fights.
Yeah, and speaking like Moonji, what the hell? 71,000 damage all by himself. Like, he's been doing so much of the work for Niners, considering the fact that, hey, they don't have a marksman. Max was pretty much a finisher, but in a sense where he was able to take full charges of those Temples' blades and then just get a lot of poise all the way through. So it's very, very surprising about this here. But damage taken here, 121,000 for Chibi. Okay. Wow. What? They took so much damage and they just still technically not with the fight. How?
I mean, they're absorbing the damage, and let's not forget that a majority of their abilities are AoE, right? Even Subpot technically has a bit of AoE in the jabs, in the knockout strike. Let's not forget about Nets, especially with the Blazing Duets hitting on multiple targets. Overall, you expect the Niners to be taking more damage because more members on the Homeboys' side have some effective way to get damage applied onto the Niners Where Niners, most of them are melee, so they actually have to walk up to these fights.
Yeah, that's the thing, right? That's why I'm very surprised. Like, how is Homebois getting more damage Niners when technically Niners, they will be receiving a little bit more while having a little bit more sustain. So very surprised by this here, but maybe it's because, you know, Chibi has very, very thick HP. In this case, it's got 121,000 as compared to Max. Maybe that's a regard here, but damage to turret here, Nats has been doing a lot of split push. Early on, I think Homebois, they were ahead by taking down all the outer tier 2s away from Niners. And then after that, just one small fight, Niners just making a miraculous comeback.
And that's the thing, right? You never really know. When it comes down to team fighting, and especially with these death ball comps, it can very easily go out of control with a singular mistake. Because Nets, he can only buy so many items at one time, right? And he can only dodge so many types of damage at a particular scenario. So I think that overall, Homebois, I think it's just one mistake. It's not that big of a deal overall. I think it was a little difficult to manage. But at a certain point, Homebois really need to have a stronger go button.
A go button, as in just go all in and just completely clean house, right?
Well, because you can see that there's a little bit of an awkward timing, right? When Chibi is walking in towards that purple buff, and especially when these fights drag out for extra long, you would expect Sepa to threaten your opponents and not commit to go for the all-in. But sometimes he gets caught out, right? He disrespects the fact that Ruby in the gold lane is a thing. With full damage, it really threatens himself as well because he's also building full damage. So Zabs just catches him off guard a majority of these times.
Yep, this is the stats that I really want to see as well here. Barbossa 63,000 total healing and Zaf 25,000, whereas the rest of Homebois, they were just getting out-kited in all these scenarios because of all these sustains from Niners, right? And I think there was this one play Sepa was able to bleed out the immortality of Barbossa. It's great, you know, it's a good start. But again, if you don't concisely finish a fight right from the get-go, and try to outlast Niners, pretty much Niners has a composition that will outlast you, and that was the problem that Homebois was facing. And this is the stats that kind of proves my point as well. And it feels like Homebois, they came to a stage where they should not have rushed their fights because they've got a Franco. Technically, all they need to do is just play off Franco hooks.
Even if they do, right, they still have to worry about the Lilia chunking him out. They still have to worry about the knock-up from the Blade Tempest. There's a number of things that need to come into consideration here. However, I think most importantly, it's about exhausting resources, and I think Niners were a lot more aware this time round in comparison to game number 1. We look at our Hall of Famers here. Our rich guy coming in is going to be Max, and as well as the carry Moonji with 71,000 overall damage. That's why he's our MVP. Sandbag going over to Chibi, no surprises there, with the best wingman being Barbossa with 13 total assists.
Yeah, this is well-deserved coming from Moonji in particular here, but again, Sandbag Chibi, he is the guy that is going to be taking the full run here. I did talk about this in the drafts. Do you want to play the Rafaela or not? But again, it just didn't work out. It feels like Homebois were just getting very desperate to try out new things, and it just didn't work out. The Divergence idea of just going for a huge flank on punishing Yetri was nice, but again, it's just weird. Like, even though those plays were in their favor, Homebois were able to just dominate all throughout the entire game until the 16-minute mark where they just dropped the ball.
And they dropped the ball at the 6-minute mark, right? And I think that's where we saw the very first big hook coming in from Zabs. We see another one coming in from Zabs like around 11 to 12 minutes, and obviously the final big one that kind of swung it into their favor at between the 16th and 17th minute mark. Overall, a lot of these Homebois were in full control. I think they had again, I would have expected them to maintain this consistency of the graph and eventually start getting some bigger leads. But you could see that walking up to that purple buff to deny it away from Max, it cost them quite a lot, right? It cost them a majority of their lead, and more importantly so, not enough damage done to the enemy economy to be able to put themselves in that winning position like they did in game number 1.
Yeah, and I don't know, man. Like, it seems like Homebois, they were just experimenting a little bit too much here. But again, you know what? Let's talk a little bit more on the highlights as well to tell the story a little bit more. And again, early game, you can see that Niners, they were struggling here. Yetri had a very, very good start, like utilizing his timings, right? You talk about how the Petrify cooldowns is faster compared to the Flicker timing, and he was able to utilize it. But again, Homebois is just very quick to react. And ever since this play, you can see a very, very emphasized focus on just making sure Max doesn't get his purple buff most of the time.
Yep, that was the entire idea. That's how you kind of slow down the influence of these energy-based purple-style junglers, right? But you can see the counter-engage coming up from the Niners is also pretty devastating. Even though we had some really good ideas from the Homebois, like this diversion into that back line, just notice that unfortunately for people like Nets, he didn't exactly have full stacks on his Art of Thievery. He's unable to go in 1v5 against the Niners.
Yeah, it was very difficult as well, considering all the minions that have been taken out in that scenario, right? But this was pretty much the big blunder. Look at, oh my god, like Chibi and Sabat just completely melted just because they grouped up and Moonji was able to get free value damage and Max was able to crit all the way with those poise pokes. Just a little bit of mistakes coming from Homebois here. Technically, they shouldn't have been committing on their side a lot.
Well, more so they probably shouldn't be hit by the I'm offended. I think that was the biggest problem, right? I think in both of those fights, Nets ended up losing his Purify pretty early on into the match. And then once he drags it on, he goes for the Blazing Duet, he eventually is going to end up dying either to Max on this Ling, or he just ends up dying to just the raw damage coming in from Moonji's Lilia. Something to consider for the next upcoming match. I don't think it was a problem with the draft on the Homeboys' side. It really just came down to overall gameplay. Not too much to adjust overall, but I do think that there is a little bit of concern, especially looking at this composition that is so very coin flippy sometimes around these neutral objectives, especially with the Niners, right? Double fighters, death ball composition. Ooh, you can't underestimate it.
Yeah, I definitely do as well. And what I'm really surprised as well, because last week I expected this to be a one-sided roll, but Niners was able to break into his game number 3. And again, this is a very, very important moment for Niners and Homebois. And I'm curious to see what they have to say, because we are going to be throwing over to our host, Rose, and to give you guys a little bit more insights.
Alright, terima kasih kepada caster-caster kita. Hello semua, it's Rose again. Tapi kali ini, since game tengah 1-1, kita ada wakil daripada dua-dua pasukan. So, hi, please introduce yourself dengan you wakil pasukan mana?
Hai, nama saya Azad. Saya wakilkan suara untuk Homebois.
Homebois mana? Alright, you pula. Apa nama awak dan awak wakil pasukan mana?
Nama saya Azil. Saya wakil daripada pasukan Niners.
Alright. Okay, let's start with you. So sekarang point 1-1. Okay, let's talk a bit about the game. You rasa Homebois ada apa yang Niners tak ada?
Apa yang Homebois tak ada, apa yang Niners tak ada dekat Homebois? Mungkin diorang tak ada chemistry macam Homebois lah.
Oh, so you rasa chemistry Homebois lagi padu lah?
Memang padu.
Okay, you pula. Tadi Niners dapat menang game kedua dalam Best of 3 series ni. So, apa yang Niners ada dan apa tu buat dorang menang game kedua tadi?
Mungkin flame tu dah transfer sebelah kot.
Oh.
Terbakar kereta api. Cit.
Oh, gitu. Okay, so apa yang kalau you boleh bagi ayat ataupun kata-kata dekat players Niners dekat atas pentas tu, apa yang you nak cakap dekat dorang?
Pemain nakama. Let's game to play, bro. Still win, lose together, win together. Steady.
Setuju? Nampaknya Niners setuju. Alright. Come on, Homebois. Homebois kalah game kedua dalam Best of 3 series ni. Kalau you boleh bagi kata-kata words of encouragement kepada player-player atas pentas, apa tu dan apa yang nak cakap dekat dorang?
Okay, untuk pasukan Homebois, do the best untuk game ketiga ni. Kena secure juga apa pun untuk nombor 2. So, good luck guys.
Alright, okay. Tapi sebelum we throw it back to the casters, apa kata, since you guys wakil dua-dua pasukan, apa kata kita buat cheer battle sikit? You suruh Homebois cheer, you pula suruh Niners cheer. Boleh? Boleh. Kita start dengan Homebois dulu. Go!
Okay, kat sini saya bukan nak Homebois saja tau. Saya nak korang semua, boleh tak? Okay, ikut saya tau. Okay, ikut Ole, ole. Ole, ole, ole. Ayo Homebois. Ayo Homebois. Ole, ole. Ole, ole, ole. Ayo Homebois. Ayo Homebois. Ole. Homebois. Ayo Homebois.
Alright. Very well done, Flame Boys. Okay, so Niners, you rasa boleh kalahkan tak ni?
Kita buat simple je lah, simple.
Alright, silakan.
Okay guys, get ready semua. Kita lagu nyanyi simple je. Simple je lagu kita. Okay. Okay. 1, 2, 3. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, happy birthday. Happy birthday to you.
Alright, kejap. Sebelum I throw it to the casters, hari ni siapa punya birthday?
Yes.
Oh, ada orang punya birthday. Alright, so I guess that was a dedication. Tapi, thank you very much to the both teams. And with that, mari kita masuk game ketiga dalam Best of 3 series ni. Casters, silakan.
Shoutouts to whoever's birthday it is on the 3rd of May. Whoever's born on the 3rd of May, that was dedicated to use by the Niners as we jump into our third match here in this best of 3 series. It's an equalization 1-1 as we jump into the draft picks of the Homebois on blue side up against the Niners on the red side. But first, time for the roll. Show us. Does he? Okay. Wait. That might not be the only skin that he gets. I want to see that bingo.
Did he just roll?
Oh yeah,
right on screen again. Does he have luck?
He just did the 10.
Is this a phobia?
Wait for the skins to pass. Wait for the skins to pass.
Okay.
Oh, another one.
Come on.
Okay, not bad for a 10 roll. Come on. Here we go. Here's the bingo. First 10 roll. Right in the middle. Decent pattern.
No luck whatsoever.
Hey, don't worry. He's got plenty of time to roll, I don't know, 20 more times.
I know, right? But at the same time, for these guys watching at home here, this is the reason why you're watching MPL MY. This is the reason why we're the most entertaining region for a reason. Thank you for watching MPL MY. We're here to give you guys the best content out there.
All right, let's see how the draft is going to go. With the bans already in, it looks like Antagonist has decided to get rid of Nolan Chip as well as Matilda this time round for the side of the Niners, as Homebois have decided to sit on the blue side after their loss in game number 2, banning out the Roger, Angela, as well as the Yuzong. Harith gets through the draft, instant lock-in for Nets.
Hey, look on the bright side. No more Matilda this game. Like, Matilda, 100% win rate from both games. Well, they just don't want to deal with it here. They would rather deal with Nets right now with this Harith. But again, I feel like Niners is in a situation where they need to find a way to do this Harith, right? Like, I've talked about the theory about having Esmeralda as a matchup. But again, if Nets decide to go for a Vengeance Harith, what was it? Yeah, a Vengeance Harith. Very difficult for an Esmeralda to actually kill an Harith.
I don't know. I think you're kind of trolling at that point, but I mean, sure, they could. If they want to go for a double fighter lane, they can go for the Esmeralda if they really, really want to, but I think that the Niners have a different plan this time. Picking up the Lo Yi as denial against the Homebois, but also locking in the Edith for themselves. Rather interesting option. I'm thinking about the classics, right? The classic battle, the classic dash deniers, the Kufras of this world, or more importantly, the Mincitars or Phoviuses of this world. We see Farmis and as well as Fredrin get locked in. Farmis makes sense. Lo Yi has already been shown on the Niners side, and if Farmis is able to drop his Netherrealm, he probably wants the rest of the Homebois to be pretty close to him.
This is weird. Like, I feel like Homebois is drafting something a little bit more meta-oriented here, but from Niners side, this is actually good for them. Like, yes, they don't really have a solution to the Harith yet, but they do have solutions to the Netherrealm, which is something that I'm really surprised that Udo decided to say, you know what, I don't care. Like, I'm gonna group up as 5, it's okay, I've got Netherrealm here, I will eat the convergence, it's okay. But Niners, 100% win rate so far, played by Max, done by Max, looking to maintain the lead right now.
Yeah, on the Ling, once again, knowing that there's a Netherrealm on the other side, it means that it's not going to be easy for Max on this Ling to find these single individual pickoffs, but at the very least, he could try and force an early Netherrealm from Farmis' side to allow Lo Yi to win out or have more value in the team fights later to come. interesting game so far. Well, in terms of draft so far. We go into the second ban phase, and we're still missing a marksman from the side of the Niners. From the Homebois, on the other hand, right? They're still missing a support. So they get rid of the Cho. Makes sense. Get rid of these classic Zorn picks. And it also bans out the Ruby. So I think even the Homebois are pretty tired of the random gold laners that we've been seeing coming out as Zabs.
Yeah, and I don't know. It seems like based on what we've been speculating over the weeks here in terms of assassin meta, Niners is just putting it to the test. And so far, they won Game 2, Game 3. If they win this game, it just shows that maybe tank junglers are just no longer relevant-ish.
No, I think tank junglers are always going to be relevant. I think as of right now, Niners are making these assassin junglers work by having a lot of util in their side laners, right? You're playing through somebody, right? There's not enough resources on the map to make sure that everybody is a huge threat. And even if that does occur in some of your games in ranked, again, this is professional play, right? Everybody's going to be making sure that they're keeping timers over objectives, and as well as some of the creep camps, right? We do see that the Rock gets banned out, and as well as the Phoveus for the side of the Homebois, leaving only Mincetar as well as Kufra the only ways to really deny dashes or make these dashes awkward.
Well, they can go for the Akai, but again, I don't think Akai is that great here for the Niners, considering the fact that they've got Edith, they've got Ling. I don't see Ling playing in the gold lane at all in terms of flexibility, like ever. But I feel like right now, Niners, they have a little bit more options to work with because of the fact that, hey, Homebois don't really have an answer to this Ling yet, and if they force a Franco again, like how they did in the previous game here, it's actually a big win for the Niners if they think about it. Like, even though Zorn was extremely annoying, but towards the later stage of the game, there's only so much Zorn can do if Zorn isn't the one that starts the fight.
I agree, but that might not necessarily be true all the time, right? Niners, they go for the Terizla, they want to maintain at least some form of lane priority in the EXP sector. And at least, again, they're looking to try and punish Homebois for clumping up too close together. If Homebois clump up too close, they're going to get heavily punished. A lot of AoE stuns, a lot of AoE engagements, not to mention that there's a Loyi on the opposite end. I think Homebois, as of right now, this might be a Benedetta angle for Suppot maybe, just so that he can actually pull attention away or at least match the Ling if the split push is enabled.
This is, okay, I can see where Niners is going as well here, but for Homebois, all they gotta do is just that, double purifies, which I'm most certainly sure that Nets and Udio is gonna get, and after they get that purify, it's just they get out of their jail free card, right? Like, Terizla out, no problemo. Ling comes in, no problem. Edith comes in, no problem, but Chibi going, looks like, wait, who's gonna play the Arlet? Is this a Bennett?
This is Zorn.
Okay, Zorn, Arlet, and then Jungle Fredrin. All right, I like this wombo combo.
Yeah, I like this a lot more. At least with the final slash, you have potential counterplay. The engagement displacing a whole bunch of opponents rather than just one. It's going to make Loyi's job a little bit more uncomfortable, especially since you can kind of vengeance through the yin-yang reaction. And now we get the mid by the side of the Niners. All right, looks like the research has worked out nicely.
You called out. You called this out. Like, Mincetar against the Harif. And is this a Mincetar gold? Did I see Zabs play?
Yes, you did.
Mincetar gold lane?
First time in a very long time. Trying to counter the Team 5 composition from the side of the Homebois. Homebois have clear disengage mechanics, but at the end of it, they're slow looking to catch Munji. If they do, hopefully Zabs and Ye3 can bail him out of that situation and allow Max to increase the win rate and maintain the 100% win rate on a Ling here at MPL MY.
Well, Niners with their pocket strategy now, hoping to clutch up this series as they go into Game 3. This is the match for the Niners. Can they do it? Or will Homebois comes up on top? This is Game 3, Niners versus Homebois.
Let's jump right into the game. Let's jump right into the Land of Dawn. See where they're going to start, where they're going to apply their pressure on the map. So many ways to play this as Zorn instantly invades. It looks like it's going to be a mirrored side. Homebois on the bottom side of the map and Niners on the top side of the map. And hey, even Zorn's part of the portrait.
Speaking of a portrait here, Zorn is, again, being very annoying here. I'm surprised there's just not a lot of aggression. Barbossa letting walk free. Zorn doesn't even bait out the flicker. That's crazy coming from Niners. Like, again, they don't care. Objective first.
it doesn't really matter here. I mean, look at this, right? Ye3 and Sapat. Ye3 knows that Sapat probably wants to get involved with maybe denying Max some kind of pressure over his purple buff, since Zorn had spotted him up on the orange buff side of the map. So they know that he's going to be rotating down to this side. Let's look at the emblems and talents to see if we find anything different here out of the ordinary. I'm not seeing Master... Oh, there we go. Master Assassin, full damage. Sapat looking to try and one-shot the backline.
Huh. Interesting. I was expecting Chibi to go for agility just because of mobility, but he's opted to go for vitality instead, just for more raw HP.
Nice. Nicely done by the Homeboys, right? They want to really punish this laning phase, make sure that Nets gets ahead, and they also force out the flicker coming in from Zavs as well. So it's not even about this neutral objective that they really care about. It's really just about Nets, right? And whether Sapat can find opportunities to punish Niners, find chinks in the armor.
Yeah, but when it comes to Nets as well, as of yet, he does have a little bit more opportunity. Right? This Purifier is going to be able to dodge the initial spear coming from Zavs. But again, if he beats out the Purifier rather early, it is going to be very, very difficult. But GB, looking for the taunt, forces out an instant flicker from Moonji. Very, very quick reactions coming from him.
Yep, it's a micro thing, but at the very least, Homeboys, they understand. Moonji, he wants to hit level 4, right? Udil, he's just a little bit off of level 4, but it doesn't mean that he's in any danger. Speaking of danger.
Oh, speaking of danger here, he's got the Nether Realm holding up. He's holding it for Sapat. He faints it up, but no, he dropped it a little bit too late. He won't lose Sapat. The turtle will be stolen from Moonji as well as Homeboys makes the first blunder. And now Zorn is going to be the next to fall, and Niners will come up on top. Mistakes were made, and Niners will capitalize.
Big mistakes have been made. A little late. Sapat ends up dying. Doesn't even get a decent engage off of all of that. Basically playing a 4v3 at the beginning of that fight, and Niners capitalize hard. Able to find 2 kills off of that, and as well as the turtle. Moonji able to steal it away. GB, he's got to be a little bit careful.
Yeah, that was... it felt really bad here. Just a second off was all they needed, and Udil just dropped the ball. But Niners now in a perfect position. Sapat forced to use a very early electro final blow just to clear the minions and back off. Meanwhile, no action on the top side. Max also farming his objectives here. Chibi looking to force a retreat fight here. They are going to combine this fight. Taunts up on Max. He needs to get out.
Oh, no!
Trap gets hooked in, but he's going to be fine here. They drop the King's Avatar on towards the base, but again, no follow-up. Homeboys, they've got to respect the Niners right now.
Oh, that was so close. That was so very close to actually killing Max on accident. That Spear of Glory could have cost them. Here we go.
Oh,
and 3 might just find solo kill.
He is dead. There's no way you're getting out of that as well. But top side, they find Zavs. The great trade here. An XP for a goal, but again, Barbossa still left stranded right now. Homeboys looking to try and wrap this up. Barbossa gets a chain stun, but cannot go with the follow-up. So that's going to be an easy picking for Homeboys, while Max looking for the invades here as he tries to steal resource away from Chibi.
That's what you want to see, right? In an atypical tank versus assassin matchup, the assassin is going to scrape up any gold as soon as your opponent tank jungler shows up on the map. And that's why Max is slowly trying to increase his own net worth. But for this upcoming turtle fight, might get a little dangerous, right? Homeboys, remember what happened the last time. They know that Zavs is missing his flicker, but he still has a nasty ult to work with.
Yeah, but speaking of outs here, oh, great drag coming from Zorn. They are clumped in. Barbossa, he needs to get out. He's going to get focused down here. Meanwhile, the back lines, we do see Sapat getting a double kill now. Year3 looking to punch his way through. Zorn is going to fall. Max and Year3 just manning up. Sapat still there. Chibi trying to pin Max away. But Udil, he's going to try and finish off Year3. He does have the mobility. Immune comes in. He's going to try and take a swing. Sapat, does he take a risk?
Oh.
No, they don't have the damage. Year3, so tanky, finally gets taken down. They send the divergence in. Moonji a little late to save the day, but Homeboys comes on top.
All right, nicely done by the Homeboys. That's what you want to see in these fights. Make sure that it's messy. Make sure that it's staggered, right? People can start falling back into the Nether Realm rather than proactively using the Nether Realm right on top of your frontliners. So it's all about pushing and pulling. And let's not forget that Sapat was able to achieve a double kill onto the back line of the Niners. Like Moonji, unable to really participate in that fight overall. He wants an extended fight, but if he gets one shot and put out of position, there's nothing much he can do.
Oh no, tower falls. No, no, no King's calling.
Walk out.
Just got destroyed here. Now they've went in for the flank. They got exposed. Counter keeps Homebois alive. They managed to pick one apart, but on the side, Chibi still man fighting Muji. He takes him down. He's gonna be left alone. Appraiser's Wrath not gonna do him any good. The rest of the team from Homebois just nowhere to be found. What was going on?
I mean, Munji doesn't mind dying for it. They inevitably stop Nets for a short period of time. They also get Chibi, allowing Max to snowball this lead. He now has a full level ahead of Chibi, and more importantly, with that lead, he can start pressing the opposite sides of the map. Like Nets, he's got to be careful, right? He is worried about getting jumped on by Max.
Yeah, well, Max, as of yet, is the biggest threat, right? Like, they have to find a way to shut him down. And currently, from Homebois, they don't really have that. They have a way to mirror his rotations, but final slash from Zorn pulls Zafs in. And again, Zafs now forced to back off. Does have the King's calling, but again, hasn't been able to set up on Nets yet from the side of Homebois. Tough. Very, very tough match. Now, Chibi looking to hold on to the turtle. Yeatri as well. Looking to force a little bit of fight here. Pawn doesn't seem to connect. Udil doesn't have Shadow Stampede here. Half HP, Max keeping tabs here. Going for the concealed plays. They are going to make a try and attempt as well. First kill from Barbossa. This is Bazor for the final stash. Zones them out. But Max, he steals the turtle. Now Niners, they have to get out. Sass flickers backwards as well. They get a 3-man stun. But again, the counter comes in. But Max, he tried to get greedy, but he got focused down and taken out. Niners, they got the steal, but they overcommitted. And now Homebois is not happy about that steal as they want to go for more tier 1 will fall. Nets is here with the Salmon Force as well. Ooh, still has it from Homebois. Very, very scary force.
Really good team fight coming in from Homebois' side, right? Again, the King's calling is their biggest weakness. It kind of tells them, hey, we cannot pass this terrain for a while, and because Zabs doesn't have his flicker, unfortunately he has to drop it on the spot, and Homebois, after seeing the King's Calling, they pull back into the Nether Realm to ensure that Max doesn't find any free kills.
Oh my goodness, final stash right at the edge. He forced the flicker. Oh, Barbossa, he got out, but he needs to get out safely here. He's down 1 HP. Chibi tries to zone him out. Max doesn't get the recall in, but because of Max, Zorn a little bit afraid here, but they do back out to safety. So that's a good sign for Niners fans. But again, Homebois still keeping up with the momentum. They still have the pressure on Niners' back.
Yep. Tier 2 gonna fall into the hands of the Homebois on the bottom side of the map with 44 seconds left for the next turtle. Homebois, they're gonna keep them trapped here. They want the Niners to walk out of their base.
It's tough now. With Max, no purple buff available. He's gonna be not able to split push as well. And look at this. All of the tier 1s on Homebois is pretty much healthy. Not even touched. What?
I mean, all of their lanes are able to push hard. They're winning all of their lanes. They're pushing their lanes all effectively. And I think Zorn has done a good job at making sure that they know where the spearhead of the Niners is going to be pointed in which direction. With 10 seconds left on the clock, I think the Niners, they just got to wait this one out, right? They've got their purple buff coming up in about 12 more seconds, and I think that's where the Homebois are going to put their eggs in this basket. Deny that purple buff.
Well, speaking of denial here, Zaf got his DHS, so we are going to be expecting some lightning machine gun spear pokes here, but he's only got the corrosion scythe and EHS, looking for the golden staff, and once he has it, this is something that Homebois cannot ignore, because in front of this Vincitar, they are going to get permanent stunned.
I think he has enough attack speed. I don't think the golden staff is going to be necessary. I think he just needs full tank at this point to survive the raw damage.
We shall see. Yeatri now getting caught out. He's forced to use the penalty zone preemptively. Barbossa also going in for no value, whereas the rest of Niners nowhere to be found. They don't even have Max in the fight. They make the first blunder. Niners now losing 2 for no value. And this is going to be the easy Lord, while Max is looking to try and capitalize on the other side of the map. This is a lost Lord fight. And this is going to be Homebois taking the cake now.
Yeah, that was pretty sad. That was honestly pretty sad. Barbossa and Yeatri should not be dying like that, and more importantly so, they need to make sure that they set a perimeter around Munji, which was what they were trying to do, except they committed to a fight that they had no chance of winning. I think even Yeatri probably should have flickered out of there. I don't know why he's holding on to it for so long. Same goes for Barbossa. It's not like they can make a play with the Lord crashing in on their side of the map, right?
Yeah, it was a good spot from Homebois, bro. Like, as soon as Max revealed himself down bottom, boom, they immediately collapsed on everyone from Niners, knowing that Max has no way to rotate quickly and join the fight despite being a Ling, right? Just no purple buff. Just can't do anything about this. Very, very good call from Homebois. But again, 7k net will lead here. Nets now with the concentrated energy. Wow, that's even more sustains on this Harif. Pretty much unkillable, but again, and it can happen. Taunt comes in. They're going to try and burst back. They force the Tempest of Blade. Big ultimate now on cooldown. With the Lord crashing on the top side. They need to find a way to defend this there.
Yeah, and they synced up all the waves. I mean, good luck.
Oh my goodness, it's tough. It is indeed tough here, but seeing how this is going here, Lord slowly mowing down on the tier 3s here. Chibi not waiting for the moment here to fight. Zaps clears off the minions down bottom. Lord breaks the inhibitor top side. Homebois again, still playing it slow. Sending him Chibi, try and start the engagements here. Slowly mowing down those inhibitors. Niners finally takes down the Lord. That's good. No, another inhibitor falls. Third one looking for the 3-0. Chibi now trying to stop Zaps. Going for the taunt. Where's the follow-up? They go for the poke. It does a lot of damage, but Chibi again out-sustains him. But what? The Praise of Wrath just one-shots him. What is that damage? I don't care. Killing spree for Udil. Niners with the patience. Oh my goodness, where did he go? He just got deleted from the game. Safs just out of the equation. 2v5 now. Another wave comes in. It's up to Moonji and Max. They have to clear the minions. Chibi trying to sidestep and block Moonji's path. They have the minion. They are going to focus on the inhibitor. Max forces the Tempest of the Blade. He is going to go down. Crystal is down. And Homebois takes 2-1 against the Niners.
Ooh, not a clean 2-0 sweep. Looks like Niners have been putting some work and homework into the Homebois, but still not enough at the very end. We didn't get to see those big plays coming in from Zav. It looks like Homebois adjusted well in this game 3 to ensure that it did not fall into the hands of the Niners.
Oh my goodness, what a play from Chibi. What a play from the Niners, but eventually Homebois still the top contender, the defending champion, still a 2-1. A good, valiant attempt for the Niners. But again, it's still the long grind for them as they get out of relegation.
I mean, Niners have a long journey ahead of them, a tough one, but at the very least, they're looking a lot better compared to their early weeks here at the MPL.
But nevertheless here, let's take a look at what Homebois has to say as we throw it over to the host with Rose to talk with the winners.
Itu dia kemenangan untuk pasukan Homebois 2-1, maintaining their top 2 slot this regular season. Hai semua sihat? Alright, let's start with Zorn. So tadi game kedua kita nampak Zorn Franco kembali. So ini boleh dikata satu like signature picks for Zorn. Tapi do you think that Franco masih lagi relevant untuk patch ni, dan apa yang menjadi kenapa you guys pilih Franco untuk main tadi?
Kalau ikutkan Franco still relevant, cuma game kedua tu kita orang ada beberapa masalah dari segi kom.
I see. Okay, tapi kenapa Homeboy semua jauh Apa yang jadi? Semua okay ke tu? Okay, so hari ni Zon je yang cakap. Zon je yang wakil. Okay, next question. Okay, Zorn. So, apa jadi dalam game kedua tadi? Adakah itu miscommunication ataupun you guys terlalu overconfident ataupun it was just a miscalculation?
Bagi point tadi. Bagi point. Kita orang sedekah 1 point sempena hari Jumaat sebenarnya. Bagus.
Oh, okay. Kita punya wakil bagus sangat. Okay, so sekarang Homebois tengah 6 match winning streak and tinggal 2 match lagi mana you guys akan menentang Bounty Esports dan juga Barracuda. You yakin ke you guys boleh maintain top 2 untuk dapatkan upper bracket di playoffs nanti?
Definitely 100% for sure kita orang akan top 2 upper bracket.
Okay, so dengan cerita MVP kita dah ready and interview dengan Homebois kali ini agak lain. So nanti siapa-siapa pun MVP, Zon yang akan jawab, okay? So, apa kata kita tengok MVP kita in 3, 2, 1. MVP perlawanan ini jatuh kepada... Ni siapa? Oh, deal! Okay. Udil tak nak cakap ke? Udil tak nak cakap, so Zon kena wakil Udil lagi.
Boleh.
Alright, so tadi you guys pick Louis dan game ketiga tu Louis dorang yang dapat. Did you guys expect the pick and for them to ambil Louis? Dan another important question, you guys expect tak dorang ambil Link di game kedua?
Kalau ikutkan, rasanya kita orang dah rasa Link akan dikeluarkan sebab nampak macam diorang dah selesa bawa dua fighter, especially Zaf bawa Ruby, and then kita orang rasa yang Max hanya perlu gendong Niners, Team Niners menggunakan damage. So kita orang dah expect lah Link itu keluar.
Okay, Chibi nak cakap something. Oh,
bukan Chibi, Udil.
Oh, lama tak dengar suara Udil di atas pentas.
Tadi ada telepon dari pusat kalau aku harus bagi semangat ke NC.
Okay.
Ya, jadi kami bakal Niners. Niners kah? Soalnya mereka peringkat 10, aku rasa namanya jadi Teners bukan Niners. Ancha, kau nih bilang kalau misalkan MSC itu life changer. Tapi kalau misalkan kamu nggak lolos playoff, aku rasa hidup aku aja yang berubah. Hidup kamu enggak. Kau nih mau sampai kapan, Ca? Sampai di titik ini kau tak nak bangkit kah? Bangkitlah, Ancha. Banyak orang di luar sana memalukan kau. Sadarlah, Ancha, potensimu. Kau nih burung hantu, siut. Bangunlah, Ancha. Kurang lebih macam itu kah?
Oh, macam tu. Mantap. Dua match kita dengan Udil. Dia ni balas dendam kau hari ni. Betul tak? Betul. Okay, Udil, since you dah tengah pegang mic, apa yang you nak cakap kepada Flame Boys dan juga Niners yang datang walaupun it's a Jumaat, full house?
Aku yakin kalian udah tahu apa yang aku akan bilang. Kepada Flame Boys, terima kasih banyak atas dukungan kalian. Tanpa dukungan kalian, kami bukan siapa-siapa. Tanpa semangat kalian, kami pun tidak akan menang hari ini. Dan untuk Niners, pindah Flame Boys aja lah.
Alright, terima kasih kepada Homebois. You guys may now go celebrate your victory. Terima kasih, congratulations once again. Itu dia. You guys dah puas dengan Udil balik atas pentas walaupun Zon jadi spokesperson untuk pasukan Homebois kali ini. 2 berbalas 1 game pertama di minggu kelima. Tapi nanti kita ada match satu lagi. Sebelum tu, mari let's throw it back to the casters for them to analyze what happened in this 2-1 best of 3 series. Casters, silakan.
Thanks, Rose. Once again, our MVP of the match going to be handed over to Udil. I would say that at least with Aloy, some really good shot calls all across the board. His farm is having one mechanical mistake of not dropping the Netherrealm fast enough for his boy Subpot. We definitely know who his least favorite Homeboy member is. But at the very least, he's coming up big time. Just a solid pillar for the Homeboys.
Well, it's true, but at the same time as well, there's a reason why MPL Malaysia is the most entertaining region, right? Expect the most unexpected. In this case, who would have thought Udil would be there giving up some very, very motivational speech while trash-talking the Niners to his fellow compadre, the coach. But in this case, I don't know, man. Like, this is very loving of us. Like, if you think about it here, almost every single team in this season has been, having a lot of fun here, smack-talking, playing some good games, while giving wise words to your opponents here.
I mean, it's one way. It's one way to actually apply wise words. I think he did this time. He did it with a lot more classe, some may call it, a lot more finesse this time round.
Yeah.
He probably put some thought into that one. But let's have a look at the item builds, right? Because this game happened overall pretty quickly, and especially with the changes to Holy Crystals as an item, you can see he only completed 312 minutes into the game. At the 43,000 mark, that's all he was able to achieve. Not even a half item to start building into Blood Wings. That just goes to show how expensive the Holy Crystal actually is.
Personally, I'm not a big fan of the Holy Crystal build here, but considering the fact that Faramis doesn't exactly have the greatest burst damage, it's understandable why Udil need to go for it, right? If they're not grouped up as 5, you are going to be expecting to go for Ghostbusters. The Lightning Trinket and Holy Crystal gives you that additional move to do a little bit more damage, but as compared to what Moon brings to the table, again, I feel like it's not going to be enough. But as of yet, Homeboys, they do have the utilities installed in their favor. They've got the Harif all, they've got the Benedetta Vengeance, they also, Petrify, and they also got ideally the Nether Realm, which was a big problem for the Niners to actually deal with. Technically, they have answers, but again, mistakes came down to execution.
Well, I mean, when I say it's mistakes in terms of execution, it's a little tough. I think the Homebois were a lot more prepared for the Niners in game number 3 because it's a very similar composition to game number 2. They don't have to worry about the hard divers, and I think a lot of it just comes down to how do you boil resources from the Niners. I think Homebois made some very smart decisions. Number 1, rotating to Nets' side, knowing that Zobs is really weak on this Mincetar, and especially in the earlier stages prior to level 4, like Zobs is not looking to win that lane at all against Nets. Like he is just looking to survive and wait until a neutral objective is going to be spawning closer to his side of the map in comparison to Year 3 side of the map.
Yeah, what's really disgusting is that Harif's damage output, like normally if you talk about spells, right? Spells don't exactly have like a crit build or whatever, but for Harif, the first skill does crit to a certain degree. So in that way, if you clump up together, this Harif is going to get free value damage across the map. On top of his true damage build playstyle, if you're playing the second skill Chrono Dash build, which is makes it just a little bit stronger than normal now in this current patch. But of course, now damage taken here, Barbossa, meat shield 71,000 here. Year 3 did a fantastic job, you know, Terizla tanking his way through 70,000. But again, ideally, all those tanking did not translate to anything if Muji, Max, and Zaps is nowhere to be found in these teamfights.
Yeah, no, it's really tough, right? Because the Niners, they had some really good ideas overall, but once the side lanes start to crumble, I think Year 3 did an okay job, but he can't out-rotate Supat, unfortunately. Yep. Zobs could never leave his lane. He's playing defensively towards Nets' side, so I definitely think that, like, for the Niners, they're playing very much around Max. You can see even total turret damage coming down to Max's side. I think that once they found that lead on Max, they probably should have stepped on the gas a little bit more. I think Max did a very good job in the earlier stages of the game to keep up with Chibi by stealing away his camps on the opposite side of the map while Chibi reveals themselves. But at the same time, they ended up losing Zobs' lane at that moment, right? The 4-man dive up at the top side of the map really unlocked Nets and got him involved.
Yeah, what was really surprising, I like that you actually talked about how Max was just trying to keep up with Chibi, right? Like, Max is just shutting down Chibi's farm all the way through, but because of that ideology, Chibi somewhat found a way to match Max's level because of the fact that, oh wait, I don't have any neutral objectives. They force fights in a waiver that hopefully getting a pick off for Chibi to kind of keep up with Max's farming speed. So I like that they're able to adapt to these kinds of situations, but again, now let's talk about the healing department here. Wow. 50,000 more than Niners because of Chibi's sustain. And I think ever since he's got his Skyground helmet here, Niners was just in a situation where they don't care. Appraiser's Wrath, I don't know, man. Like 0 to 100, Zaps just got deleted, man.
Yeah, I mean, there's nothing much you can really do about that, right? When he has so much max HP, there's a lot of gray health to actually work with, and it didn't help that Zobs didn't really have any items to actually protect himself. Especially, I mean, it's true damage anyway, so it really didn't matter unless he had more max HP.
Yep.
I mean, he went for the Prosip Scythe. He also went for the Demon Hunter Sword to try and maybe make a difference or maybe sustain in this fight. Regardless, didn't really matter at the end of the day. His only job is to drop down that King's Calling, maybe stun somebody inside unless he can find an important, like, Spear of Glory to actually hook in multiple members from the side of the Homebois. Either way, still purifies. There's plenty of counterplay. Homebois did it well, especially coming down to Nets, right? Breaking that first tower on the top side, making sure that these team fights are basically unplayable for the Niners. And once those big ultimates are down, Nets gets to have free reign.
Yeah, speaking of free reign here, Net's top damage here, undeniable. GPM 856. Best wingman is gotta be Zorn here, and the sandbag is gonna be Barbossa. Zorn with his Arlet setups as well. He's gotten some really sick final stashes here, like identifying scenarios where, oh, this guy's backing off, he's too far back. Let's pull another guy here and then just start a fight. And that's pretty much Barbossa that Zorn has been noticing a little bit more here. He's been able to drag Barbossa into awkward situations where Barbossa can't utilize the power of the Primal Wrath to kind of even out the score against the NetherRealm or even the team fights in general. So I like that, you know, Zorn has been able to find a lot of opportunities to single out fights. And because of that, Niners was always forced to fight in situations where they were not prepared for.
Yeah, I think unfortunately for Barbossa, this Edith pick was it was a bit of a struggle, right? Every single time the Primordial Wrath does actually come out, you can see him just getting Final Slash immediately after. But just look at this, right? You can see the idea of what Niners want to do in these types of team fights. They want to get into the middle of it. However, their front line and back line are very separated in a majority of these fights because of Subat, sometimes even because of Zorn. And that's the biggest problem. Displacement is such a good counter against against the Niners. They want Homebois to group up. However, Homebois are utilizing the Netherrealm in a different way, right? It's not just used to save. It's not used to save their members, but used as a means to disengage, right? They have a fallback plan here, and as soon as they revive, it's like, okay, it's totally good. Now we can start focusing on Max because the Netherrealm is still active.
Yeah, even in that fight as well, King's Calling was dropped, Netherrealm was chunked through, and even if they burst down the Netherrealm's first 10 HP, the King's Calling is pretty much completely negated because of that. But again, this fight here, you know, like, what was that? Like, Zaf just got deleted with just one appraisal drive. Like, oh, it's a Vincent star. In my mind, it's supposed to be tanky, but nope, not happening here. But of course, with that being said here, Homebois still takes a 2-1. They will still be at top 2 with 14 points. However, for the Niners here, they will be tied in terms of score with Bounty Esports for 6 points here. I don't know, man. 2 more games for the Niners.
I mean, it's not looking good here. Even if they don't make it to playoffs, they do not want to be in 9th and 10th place, right?
Yep.
Now that they've lost this game 2-1, now it just means that playoffs doesn't seem like an option for the Niners. All they have to do is maybe hope and pray that maybe Team Hawk, Monster Vicious, and as well as Barracuda don't get any more points from here on out. And maybe Niners has an opportunity to break into 8th place if they're lucky.
Yeah, it's very, very difficult for them here. But again, if they get 2-0 games in their last 2 matches here, it's still technically possible to make them to playoffs. But again, that's a big ask. And for now, the next realistic dream here for Niners here is to make it into 8th place here to secure the spot for Season 14. Or even lose, just risking their chance of playing MPL because there's no more qualifiers ever. You are going to be forced to play for MAL. And that's going to be next year.
Yeah, no, I mean, after MSC, I'm pretty sure there's going to be qualifiers for the MAL. Once again, for the Challengers Conference at the very least. I mean, good luck to anybody who is preparing for that, right? Because again, even if you have to go through the MAL and you're fighting against the 9th and 10th teams, I mean, it's not like they're easy teams to beat. They're still better than a majority of the teams we've seen so far in our Tier 2 scene.
Yeah, it is going to be a long grind for them. But again, like I said as well, it's going to be a long grind for whoever gets relegated here. However, for 9th place, they still have somewhat a chance. But again, they have to fight with the previous MAO champion.
Yes, they do. But I think the journey is definitely not over yet. The point differentials are very close between the bottom 3, and I think hopefully, I mean, if the Niners want to actually hop on, they're going to need a 2-0 against one of these big teams, and that could be the difference maker, right?
Agreed. It is going to be a very, very close as well here. The bottom 4 is still, it's an all-out brawl for survival here. But meanwhile, the top side, on the bright side, Homebois looking solid on the top 2, seems to be undefeatable here, and again, last 2 match for them. If they win the 2-0s, they're pretty much secure top 2.
Yeah, I mean, the only thing that we can criticize about the Homebois was that game 2. You heard it from Zorn, communication issues, something that can be brushed up upon, right? Nothing that really hampers them from progress.
Yeah. And of course, when it comes to this next upcoming match as well, this is also going to be an important match for 2 of these teams here. And of course, from the side of Monster Vicious going up against King Empire. Monster Vicious, again, looking to try and solidify their spots in the top 8, maybe break the barrier into the playoffs. While for King Empire, still, they may have lost against Homebois. They may have lost against Selangor Red Giants. But if they maintain their 2-0s all the way through here, and if Homebois drops the ball, they can still make it top 2.
Yeah, again, top 2 is important because that means you get free buys for the upcoming playoffs in that upper bracket. And I think, King Empire is gunning out for some of those spots. MV, on the other hand, with Coach Haru at the helm, he does some good paperwork, does some good research. And so far, King Empire hasn't looked like they've grown much out of their identity of playing through the gold lane, through the Kages himself. Maybe Sasa has got something else up his sleeve. Maybe, more importantly, they have a new win condition for today. That's what I'm hoping to see from King Empire.
Yeah, and of course, I'm hoping the dream will come true for Sasa once again here, because there has been confirmations from him announcing that this might be his last season. And this is going to be a very, very sad moment here for Sasa, as we may lose a legend here in MPL MY.
I mean, we say that. Well, we're only just going to have to wait. He said that last year as well. It's like, how much do I really believe him at this point? Even Zorn said it at one point. I'm like, okay, if y'all not retiring, don't say you're thinking about retirement. Sick of it. Tired of it. Not men of their word, unfortunately.
So all fun and giggles here, but it is the truth here. As of yet, we have to say what we are saying here right now. But of course, you guys are currently watching MPL MY, and there's just so much to talk about, so much on the line. And in this case, I don't know. I feel like in this scenario here, what would you do if you're King Empire's situation? Because there has been a lot of talks regarding content being a priority and also focusing on talent as well, and the recent issue. But again, do we want to talk about that? Nah, I don't think so.
I have no idea what you're talking about. I'm trying to put two and two together. Usually I'm good at that, but it is not connecting for me right now.
Okay. We're talking about RSG. Wait, what, huh?
What?
What, huh? Sorry?
I mean, King Empire overall, I think, you know, they've definitely hit a plateau, and that's why I'm excited for them to see if they can grow or at least play through their jungler, because I think as of right now, a majority of teams don't want to play through their jungler, which is kind of strange.
Yeah, and of course, you guys got to stick around here and find out for what's upcoming match here, because we're going to be taking a break here as we throw it over with a break to see the mic check on the previous round. See you guys for the next match.
Sini. Bagus, dapat bagus. Mampus kau. Nice one. Nice guys. Enak kita enak. Nice one. Enak kita guys. Nice one. Alhamdulillah.
Nice one.
Kita habis combo guys. Kita habis combo. Lihat belakang. Nice. Lagi bantai. Kejar. Pak kita penuh flicker. Nice one. Pakui. Nice. Udah makan, Barat dah makan. Barat dulu boleh nggak guys? Loinya tutup loi. Bantai guys. Mid guys. Mid. Block ulti guys. Wow. Dapat kau guys. Lihat belakang kita. Keluar. Lagi. Diamat. Kena. Orang. Ini belakang. Nah, lagi. Enjoy. Let's go. Nice. No flick. Napi. Kasih tahu Pan. Nice Pan. Tak boleh tu. Tak boleh. Main cok. No ultimisi.
Mantap Din.
Nice Pan.
Kosi. Go B. Aku trade.
Linknya entry.
Kai. Sini. Target.
Frika. No skill. Balik.
Nice one. Sini.
Ulti.
Ada pula.
BB sini. Mati.
Nice one. Nice one.
Dapat.
Kejayaan dapat dikecapi, sejarah baru telah tercipta. Namun, setakat itu sahajakah kemampuan kita? Setiap kali ke pentas dunia, pasti kecewa. Sampai bila kita nak kalah? Ditundukkan serendah-rendahnya. Sampai bila kita nak dihina? Tiap musim harapan peminat gugur. Sampai bila nak kalah? Sampai bila nak kecewa? Setiap rakyat pasti akan melaungkan semangat, ingin mempertahankan rumah mereka. Jika patah sayap Raja Wali, bertongkat jua kita kemari. tahun ini pastinya kemenangan semakin dicita demi menjulang nama Malaysia di pesada dunia. Di mana bumi dipijak, disitulah langit dijunjung. Stadium MBSJ Serdang Jaya secara rasminya menjadi rumah MPL MY pada tahun ini. Seterusnya, melangkah ke arena besar di Timur Tengah, di Riyadh, Arab Saudi. Juara kita bangkit menghadapi cabaran, bersedia mencipta sejarah. Utara, Timur, Barat dan Selatan, kita semua MPL MY Playoff musim ke-14 akan berhijrah ke Johor, mendekatkan lagi silaturahim MPL MY bersama. Hasrat naikkan martabat negara, kecari juara dunia, kemuncaknya di M6. Pastikan kemenangan dan kebanggaan dikecap di rumah kita. Untuk melakukan serangan yang sebenar, tarik nafas yang panjang kerana triple magic kuda 2-1 dalam keadaan yang sangat-sangat mudah.
Selamat datang ke MPL Malaysia musim ke-13, di mana yang terbaik akan berentap dalam pertempuran sengit dan penuh strategi. Seperti pada musim yang lepas, 10 pasukan profesional akan bersaing selama 6 minggu dalam arena yang penuh aksi di regular season. Namun, bermula pada musim ini, cuma 6 pasukan akan layak ke play-off dan pasukan di tempat ke-7 dan ke-8 hanya dapat stay untuk musim seterusnya. Tapi sayang sekali, tiada slot ke play-off buat mereka pada musim ini. Bagi pasukan di tempat ke-10, slot musim ke-14 mereka akan diganti oleh tempat pertama MAL Conference Group. Mereka akan di-reset dan harus merebut kembali peluang melalui MAL musim kedua. Dan apa itu MAL? Mobile Legends Bang Bang Academy League adalah liga amatur di mana terlahirnya bintang-bintang baharu. 15 pasukan akan bersaing untuk meraih kejuaraan dan 2 pasukan MPL Conference Group teratas akan berpeluang merebut slot ke MPL Malaysia musim seterusnya. Okey, kembali ke MPL. Pasukan MPL Malaysia tempat ke-9 akan berentap dengan pasukan tempat kedua dari MAL Conference Group dalam pusingan MPL Malaysia Challenger Stage bersama format Best of 5 semasa Grand Final MAL musim yang pertama, di mana pemenang akan menentukan slot terakhir MPL Malaysia musim ke-14. 6 pasukan yang layak ke play-off akan berentap untuk meneruskan jalan ke Grand Final MPL Malaysia musim ke-13 dan merebut peluang untuk ke MSC 2024. Jadi, bersiap sedia. Persiapkan strategi anda. Bersedia untuk aksi profesional di pentas MPL Malaysia musim ke-13.
Striker dilepaskan oleh Munji.
Sheta bersama dengan Flicker mengarahkan ke atas CB. Y3 berjaya untuk ditumbangkan, tetap berjaya untuk didapatkan oleh Max. Akan tetapi 2 orang berjaya untuk dijatuhkan. Namun dibazirkan, hilangnya satu setup yang baik untuk dilakukan oleh mereka. Sam ditumbangkan, Barbossa juga sama. Petrify terkena dengan penggunaan Electober Blue, mengakibatkan Ainas kehilangan satu
Terus saja di turn well.
CB didapatkan Y3. Dan tempat yang berjaya untuk ditumbangkan bersama dengan CB. Tempat subleh daripada Max. Berbaki 2 orang saja. Udil dan juga Zon. Dan sekarang ini Udil juga bakal ditumbangkan.
Berminat untuk mengetahui info lanjut mengenai prestasi pemain dan jadi sebahagian daripada MPL Malaysia, layari laman rasmi MPL Malaysia sekarang. Ayo kita bersama menaikkan mutu MLBB di Malaysia. Jangan terlepas kemas kini Liga Academy rasmi MLBB Malaysia, MAL Malaysia. Ikuti semua platform rasmi kami. Ayo sokong MAL Malaysia musim pertama. Ikuti semua platform rasmi. Semua peminat dan penyokong dijemput ke arena MPL Malaysia musim ke-13 di Serdang. Anda berpeluang berjumpa dengan pemain kegemaran anda, kumpul tanda tangan eksklusif dan sertai kempen Fan of the Season.
Interested in knowing more about player performance and be a part of MPL Malaysia? Visit the website of MPL Malaysia's #1 esports league for the latest news and league updates. Don't miss out on updates from the official MLBB Malaysia Academy League, MAL Malaysia. Follow all our official platforms. All fans are invited to the MPL Malaysia Season 13 Arena in Serdang. You will get a chance to meet your favorite players, get exclusive autographs, and join the Fan of the Season campaign.
Musim baru, line-up baru, jersey baru. Jersey telah menjadi topik hangat sejak hari pertama MPL Malaysia musim ke-13 bermula. Namun, apakah pendapat pemain dan penonton tentang jersey musim ini? You rasa jersey mana yang paling lawa?
JP Niners lah.
Jersey rempit, JP Niners. Macam Mun, saya rempit.
Paling lawa Barakuda. Tahu kan dia punya yang buat baju ni Choi. Choi ni baju dia memang lawa.
Sejujurnya Todak.
SRG. Bagi saya KGE lah.
Judgement dia lain daripada lain. Apa least favourite jersey?
Paling bawah sekali, I rasa I letak King Empire. Dia nampak e-sport. Tapi e-sport tu maybe 3 tahun lepas punya design.
KGE paling kurang.
Oh,
King Empire. Orangnya handsome. Jersey-nya kurang sikit.
Barakuda.
Saya rasa Bounty kot. Dia design macam 90-an.
King Empire. 500.
500 apa?
500 font size.
Hey, come on. Okay. Power Gazer.
Satu sekali schedule to it dan Albert di sana ternyata harus hilang.
Avalanche fight as Long gets instantly shot down by the Blazing Duet as well as the Electo final blow. This is going to be easy cleanup for Todak as most of the...
Apat yun, pero nasipa din siya yung ninakaw na sipa. Buhay pa rin ang 41! Backline already, and they're running for the lives. Gunning it, David trying to drag the members of RG right underneath the turret. It's not enough though. Gray coming all the way in, he cleans it all the way up. Just nowhere for him to run.
Kita kata ada satu buah reward point yang membuat pergerakan dari Liga terlalu benar-benar slow. Rafanya sudah tumbang.
Menang, kalah, pressure, harapan, skill, mistake, dah ready. Kalah, dihentak, dituntut semua untuk peminat.
Spotlight melampangkan satu sosok tumpuan.
Meneruskan dinasti mereka 3 kali juara MPL Malaysia.
Tumpuan untuk melakukan yang terbaik.
Tumpuan untuk menjadi seorang role model.
Penantian, pelaburan, pengorbanan, semuanya.
Sorotan itu penting. Ia membuatkan kita percaya.
The supporters will witness our fights and our struggles.
Memikul harapan untuk mempertahankan kemenangan.
Menjadi cabaran terbesar untuk mencapai matlamat kami.
Pastikan kemenangan dan kebanggaan dikecam di rumah kita.
Harapan masih terpahat di hati.
Untuk menjadi juara.
Meneruskan legasi kami.
Di bawah cahaya, semuanya menjadi lebih jelas.
Underdog, kuda hitam? No, kami adalah Monster Vicious.
Cahaya impian telah menerangi pentas ini. Kejayaan bukan lagi dongeng.
Not just a dream.
Ia arti harapan yang sebenar.
Mungkin ada yang sangka bahawa harapan ini akan hilang.
Tapi bukan kami.
Ini harapan kami. Ini semangat kami.
Bersama kami mencapai satu tujuan.
Menjadi sinar yang paling terang.
Ready posing Right. Okay.
Nikmati jago 5G untuk gaming sepantas kilat dengan Hotlink Prepaid 5G. Internet 5G tanpa had dengan kelajuan 5G tanpa batas untuk layan gaming tanpa gangguan. Nikmati latensi rangkaian 5G terunggul dan gameplay termantap sepanjang malam. Semuanya hanya RM32 sebulan dengan 20% cashback. Dapatkan sekarang.
Lu panggil punya letting semua bijak sama gua sekarang gua tengok. Lu jaga dia. Lu masuk sama tong dia. Gua bohong tau. Bukan senang mau masuk ke tempat mah. Lu mau saya masuk ke bangsa di belakang. Nanti gua kasih kena.
Ready. Alright. Ready posing Right. Okay.
Confirm mantap, confirm lah Nescafe.
Kami akan bantai Barakuda.
Paling tak lupa time minta maaf.
I have no idea with that. Maybe
Masih ingat banyak ah.
Nak cerita buruk ke nak cerita baik
Betul adalah macam konflik sikit. Macam saya bergaduh dengan mak saya kan, nak masuk e-sport. Sampaikan saya kenal rumah.
Aku ada terbaca lah orang cakap, Im ni dah rasti teruk lah, dah boleh pergi kerja kilang lah. tapi ya, aku okey je sebenarnya. Yang video aku viral nangis-nangis apa semua tu, itu bukan sebab aku kecewa dengan kecaman orang apa semua, tak ada. Kecaman netizen semua aku tak kisah pun. Semua tu like aku disappointed dengan aku punya performance je. Dengan apa yang aku bagi, apa yang hard work yang aku put. Tapi end up performance aku macam tu lah. Sebab aku tahu orang-orang yang komen apa semua, diorang tak tahu pun apa yang terjadi. Diorang nampak daripada luar, diorang tak tahu apa yang dalam. Macam ibarat kita tengok bola, dia ni passing betul-betul lah. Kita bukan tahu, kita bukan join training pun. Kenapa Harry Maguire main setiap minggu? Kita tak tahu pun dalam training dia macam mana.
Pergaduhan yang paling risau, perit dan pedih lah kan. Kita tak ada cakap apa-apa, cuma waktu tu MPL Season 6 di mana Todak tak ada kalah lagi best of 3. Waktu tu pressure dia sangat besar sebab orang semua mengharapkan kita menang daripada regular season sampai habis. And
I'm a rock star. Yeah, rock star. Ay, ay, ay. I'm a rock star, baby. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. Panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
Kita rock star, kita buat saja gaya kita. Makin panas apinya sudah membara. Macam mana pun ku menempuh segala. Demi negara ku buat semua bangga. Step into my world, you know I'm always in my zone. You know I got my team, no I'm never alone. Bring out my best, buat yang terbaik. Jadi juara perlahan kita naik.
Aku nak push, naik-naik jadi lebih bagus. Jadi hero, ku ada skill. Berapa banyak musuh aku dah kill. Ramai cuba mencapai, cause they envy me. Tiap game aku pasti jadi MVP.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star. Tengok nanti siapa yang juara. Ni peluang kita bawa pulang piala. This is my game, this is my time. Menang semua, everything will be mine. Kalau jatuh kau pasti kembali. Bangun balik ku tegak berdiri. Kuatkanlah tenaga, ganjaran diperoleh. Ni kejohanan kita, Malaysia memang boleh. Rise up to the top, kita buat bersama. Semangat kita kuat di bawah satu bendera. Ay.
I'ma go hard for the win.
Win.
On the battlefield till the end. I'm trying to beat the greatest anyone has ever seen.
Stand by, I'm coming in for the win. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock
I'm a rock star. Yeah, rock star. Hey, hey, hey. I'm a rock star, baby. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. Panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
Kita rockstar, kita buat saja gaya kita. Makin panas apinya sudah membara. Macam mana pun kau menempuh segala. Demi negara kau buat semua bangga. Step into my world, you know I'm always in my zone. You know I got my team, no I'm never alone. Bring out my best, buat yang terbaik. Jadi juara perlahan kita naik.
Aku nak push, naik-naik jadi lebih bagus. Jadi hero, ku ada skill. Berapa banyak musuh aku dah kill. Ramai cuba mencapai, cause they envy me. Tiap game aku pasti jadi MVP. Easy.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. Tengok nanti siapa yang juara. Ni peluang kita bawa pulang piala. This is my game, this is my time. Menang semua, everything will be mine. Kalau jatuh kau pasti kembali. Bangun balik ku tegak berdiri. Kuatkanlah tenaga, ganjaran diperoleh. Ni kejohanan kita, Malaysia memang boleh. Rise up to the top, kita buat bersama. Semangat kita kuat di bawah satu bendera. Hey.
I'ma go hard for the win.
Win.
On the battlefield till the end. I'm trying to beat the greatest anyone has ever seen.
Stand by, I'm coming in for the win. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar.
MPL Malaysia Season 13 is powered by Muntong. Enjoy a superior 5G network and lightning-fast gaming experience only with our official mobile internet hotlink. A big shout out to ROG Phone 8, the official gaming phone, for keeping our players at the top of their game. Grind on with Nescafe to keep your gaming spirit going. Thank you to all of our sponsors and partners for your support in MPL Malaysia Season 13.
Selamat kembali ke MPL Malaysia musim ke-13. Anda bersama dengan saya Rose, host anda sepanjang musim ini. Dan sekarang kita sudah berada di match terakhir untuk hari pertama minggu ke-5, mana kita akan saksikan perlawanan Monster Vicious yang akan menentang King Empire Esports. Now, match ni is confirmed to keep you at the edge of your seats sebab kedua-dua pasukan kena menang perlawanan ini. For the side of King Empire Esports, kalau dorang nak maintain top 2 ataupun top 3 in the regular season standings, dorang perlu menang 2 berbalas kosong untuk mendapatkan 3 mata penuh. For the side of Monster Vicious, kalau dorang nak secure playoffs dan juga duduk dengan selesa untuk minggu ini, dorang pula kena menang 2 berbalas kosong untuk mendapatkan 3 mata penuh. And I'm pretty sure everybody wants to be comfortable in their standings sebelum playoffs mula. Alright, so I'm pretty sure ramai orang dah tak sabar nak start perlawanan ini. The players seem set, the audience seem set. So apa kata kita jemput kedua-dua pasukan ke atas pentas MPL Malaysia, Monster Vicious and King Empire Esports.
Monster Vicious.
The Monsters looking to roar loud in the land of Dawn today as they determine to soldier on regardless who is standing in their way. With the constant jungler rotations, can the local lineup finally show us their final form? Give it up for the Monster Vicious!
King Empire Esports.
In the heart of the jungle, the lion prowls. Though they have been a little subdued lately, the kings of the jungle are ready to pounce. It's all up to their S-tier cores in Sasa, Smooth, and Sutsujin to bring home a W. Ladies and gentlemen, let's cheer for King Empire!
Sekarang, marilah kita menjemput jurulatih dan analis bersama Head of League Ops Cedric yang akan mengalas tugas untuk memastikan perlawanan sentiasa berjalan dengan adil dan lancar. Mari kita teruskan dengan fist bump di antara pasukan sebagai tanda profesionalism. Inilah gaya kita. Inilah semangat kesukanan kita. Kawan di luar gelanggang, lawan di Land of Dawn. Alright, so nampaknya kedua-dua pasukan sudah ready untuk start match terakhir untuk hari ini. Tapi pasukan mana akan stop loose streak mereka? Sebelum tu, untuk semua orang yang tengah nonton dekat rumah, kita pun ada Join the Fight code untuk anda. So all you guys have to do is use code ni dalam ML anda untuk mendapatkan in-game freebies. Alright, nampaknya semua dah ready untuk start match ini. So with that, let's start the second match of the day. Teams, this is your moment. Game on.
Thank you so much, Rose, and of course, welcome back to MPL MY Season 13. Here you guys are watching the English broadcast. My name is ICBaby12, and he is getting Q as we take you through the English commentary once again. And of course, it has been a very, very interesting match to start things off in week number 5 here. Who would have thought Homebois would drop the ball a little bit, but still take the W against the Niners with a 2-1 score. Gideon, were you expecting that, or was it, 2-0 for you?
I thought it was going to be a cleaner 2-0, but the Niners, they pulled themselves together to be able to pick up one game and really take advantage of the fact that Homebois, as Zorn has mentioned in the post-game interview, didn't have the best of communications. Now, coming up to this game, King Empire versus MV, both really need to get the ball rolling here. Both need the points so bad.
And of course, speaking of points here, in order for them to secure those points, they have to dominate the game. And of course, they have to dominate with spectacular gameplay via ROG Phone 8, the king of performance, your ultimate gaming phone. You can scan the QR code in the barcode you can actually check out for those specs and maybe get yourself some really, really nice ROG Phone 8 to play in your Mobile Legends Bang Bang adventures. In this case, I don't know. Do you think it's possible? Because you talked about the S-tier cores here. Sasa, Smooth, and Susujin. They have been very, very consistent. But what about the other two? Dato.
Well, I think that Dato, more people are giving him crap for nothing. I think that he is generally doing his job decently well. I think, he has better impact here as compared to others, and that's just the nature of the game, right? Some kits don't work the same as others. You just need to learn how to exploit them. I think that for the most part, King Empire, their overall meta, their game style is pretty straightforward. And I think a lot of teams have done enough homework to really take advantage of that in this game. I personally believe that King Empire's biggest issue is the fact that they refuse to grow out of their single directional play, linear play, some may say, through the gold lane.
Yep, and of course, speaking of awakenings here, apparently Team Empire, they have been a winning streak. They had a winning streak in the earlier first 4 matches, and then ever since they met Homebois, everything kind of took a slump for them here. And to top it off, week 4 was the recent patch changes for this match itself, so they haven't exactly won a single game ever since then, and ever since then, it seems like they were just struggling to bounce back.
Well, I think, again, in those first 2 weeks, right, we did see a lot of what King Empire was all about, how strong their fundamentals are supposed to be. But then when they start comparing against some of the higher ranked teams, Homebois and even Torak especially, right, a bit of homework tells you a lot about the team and the way that they want to actually play around the draft, right? A lot of sacrifices are being made for King Empire to make sure that they still stay true to their identity and give Sasa a winning matchup. But if you're able to sandbag Sasa and take away some of the power picks from Smooth, that's when the team really begins to struggle rather than focusing purely on Dato.
Yeah, I think when you talk about Dato in particular as well, it's pretty much the homework that we're talking about, right? Like the games that King Empire has pretty much won here is when Dato is playing on those Novaria. And I think Todak and also Homebois has put a testament to that. Like, you know what, Dato? What if we ban this hero away from him? And that was pretty much a situation where, as you can see, week 3, week 4, they've lost 2 of their games here. But of course, this upcoming match, hopefully things are going to be a little bit better here, because right now, that is going to be the debate right now. no comfort pick means no party. Dato, 100% win rate on that Novaria. I'm glad our stats are on point here. Yeah, here's the proof for you guys who's watching at home. And of course, 25% win rate without Novaria is pretty much Dato's stats here. And for Smooth, 100% win rate on Benedetta and 40% win rate without the Benedetta.
I think, you know, Smooth is the biggest sacrificial lamb. He is willing to give up a lot for his lane. In terms of matchup, whether in terms of drafting especially, he usually gets the short end of the stick, right? Worst comes to worst, he's looking to sandbag. Deto, on the other hand, completely different, right? Because a lot of people have been banning out his Novaria, forcing him on literally anything else, but they still are forced to play the same game, not as flexible overall compared to Smooth.
Yeah, it's all about adaptations, right? Like, I feel like Dato, we've seen him on his Novaria, we've seen him on his Sparsa, we've seen him on his Lilia. We haven't seen that impact that he does, like, if we were to compare another mid laner, such as, like, Ude, who's played Framis, you've played this, you've played that. So, opening up those versatility is going to be a key factor for King Empire in order to win that. Because Smooth, there's nothing really much to talk about him here, just because, like, oh, wait, here, stats, Benedetta, great. But back then, he was, well, before Sepakito got his name as Paquito, Smooth was the guy that plays Paquito every single time. He's played Barats, he's played Uranus, he's got a big hero pool, but again, does it suit the team's composition or playstyle in King Empire in this current patch? But of course, here is even more stats for you guys here, because we are going to be introducing their opponents here. It is going to be Monster Vision, starting things off with Fakes, Xenomaut, Ruff, Uni, and Nova Escobar.
I think so far, I think it's very clear that MV wants to get Fakes on this Valentina to make sure that he can go toe-to-toe in a decent matchup in that mid lane against Deto, right? Once the mid lane starts to crumble, then Ruff has an easier time actually dealing with either a weaker, maybe even a stronger matchup against Sasa, right? But I think the big difference here is going to be in Nova X Kobar in comparison to X-Win. Both of them, really great eye for opportunities, really likes to open up the map aggressively against their opponents, and are capable of finding some 3, maybe even 4-man engages if we're lucky enough to see Nova on that hero. But let's talk about their opponents. KGE, Deto, Sasa, Smooth, X-Win, and as well as Sutsujin. They play very much similar compositions, where Sasa has a scaling side laner that's able to dominate that lane. X-Win on a strong engager, and Sutsujin hasn't really played anything else other than tank junglers, other than Fredrin, and as well as Barats.
Yeah, so comfort picks has been something that King Empire has been leaning on, right? Like, even Coach Haru as well was here. He did mention that, hey, consistency is going to be key. So in this case, why fix something that is already working, right? So for the past 4 weeks, people have been analyzing King Empire, and eventually now Todak as well as Homebois has able to take a W. So in this case, will Monster be Asians to be able to do the same is going to be my question, because now another comfort pick here is going to be the Grok on X-Win, because he has shown himself that he does have similar hero pools to how RSG has when it comes to playing the role. His Grok as Guinevere has shown himself that he can play similar playstyles, but again, can he play more?
Well, I think that he definitely can play more. I think the question comes down, is it tournament ready here, right? Because we got Uni in the jungler position instead of Subway, so we could expect maybe a high damage dealing jungler this time round rather than just Fredrin. If not, Subway is probably going to be picking up that mantle, right? Let's have a look at the MPL MY Insider. This time, we had a bit of a conversation with Subway through WhatsApp.
Yeah, this is Subway sending it to Sasa here. What do you have to say to Sasa? Sasa just needs to chill a bit. Scared he later traumatized by his teammates. So basically, I don't know about this. This seems like there's deep wounds here. Like, there's just a lot of untold stories in the heart that Subway could have said to Sasa back in the days, but I don't know, like, it might be a double meaning right here.
I mean, I think the content being shown the last couple of weeks about Sasa just being very much, he wants to win bad. He'll do anything to get that. He's willing to scold team members. He's willing to help train them to get better. And I think Subway probably has also received that to a certain degree in his time with Team SMG.
Do not vouch Gideon on that, man. Like, we don't know the real story. We're only speculating, but of course, here are not speculations. Here is going to be the stats here between both Sasa as well as Raf. Sasa definitely leading in the KDA GPM department, but in terms of kill participation, Ruff is the one leading in that regards here. So what are your thoughts on this?
I think so far it just tells the story of both of these teams' overall journeys, right? I think, you know, for MV, he definitely hasn't been having the greatest time in the world in his gold lane, and even opting to even go for things like Ceci in the gold lane, right? That's one of the first few times we actually got to see it other than Shizo from Todak, and I think that has definitely affected his overall KDA, his GPM, and his kill participation doesn't really change. He's very much playing for the team. He knows he's a win condition, but we have seen times where MV needs to play around Ruff, and even then, unable to get that big profit at the end of it.
Yeah, in terms of results as well, both Sasa and Ruff, Sasa does have a better track record in terms of overall hero types of appearance, right? Like the types of heroes that he can play has had good success here before his time in King Empire with SMG and as well as in King Empire. Currently, Ruff so far, my good image on him has always been his Claude, and so far he hasn't been given that opportunity despite how weak it is in the current patch.
Yeah, it begs the question, right? Whether King Empire have kind of redeveloped their gameplay so far, because I think some of the biggest issues is when teams are prepared for them, they hit that plateau where they're still playing around Sasa, when sometimes they can play through another lane, right? Whether it be smooth, whether it's specifically around Sutsujin. It feels like Sutsujin is playing more of a support role than he is the spearhead for the team to kind of open things up and then allow X-Win to find that big engage towards the later half of the game. So I think that we need to see whether King Empire have kind of developed past that plateau.
You know, that's the thing about King Empire is his roster. Like back then, you know, before this roster, Sasa and Smooth has always been like the backup plan for the team. If Sasa doesn't have a good game, you've got Smooth to actually kind of carry the game. But if both of them don't carry the game, we've also got Stormy back in days when they were in SMG. But now, Dato has put himself in the situation where when he plays at Novaria, he can fill that role. But besides the Novaria, I don't know. Like, again, like you said as well, you're calling me out for it here as well. Oh, there's a lot of people talking smack about Dato. I agree, because his result so far has always been Novaria and Claude from the previous season, for me.
Well, I mean, yes, if we're looking just purely against results, right? But we also need to make sure we look at the history track record. Who was he up against? What kind of a matchup in the mid lane was he up against in that 2v2? Sometimes even that 1v1, depending on the overall situation. KGE, they're very much playing towards Sasa, so resources will be pulled towards his side of the map, and it's important for Deto to control his lane to make sure he can alleviate pressure from Sasa and leave him isolated in that good lane matchup, right? That's why we're seeing the Harith bans from KGE side. That's why we are seeing even getting rid of the Benedetta, something that always goes even in lane, if not has priority and full control.
Yeah, it's all about the split push for pressure, right? Like King Empire has always been very good on playing the macro aspect of the game because of the fact how Smooth kind of sets up the lane for the team before a team fight. And even if they lose a team fight, their lanes are shoved up so bad that so forward to a point that they may lose objectives over it. So I think that's something that Monster Vicious just doesn't want to deal with it. But again, these are just comfort bans coming from Monster Vicious here. Respect ban all the way through. But with that being said, it means that there is going to be Roger going to be sneaked through the drafts as well. There's going to be, yeah, Roger pretty much should be a first pick from Monster Vicious.
I don't know about that. It's either they go for the Roger or they're going to be looking for an early Nolan for Uni, one or the other.
Do they want to pick the Nolan? Like, okay, personally, when Uni kind of came back last week as well, I was expecting, hey, man, yeah, Uni, Fanny, yeah, all up for it. Assassin meta, great. Never saw a single assassin from Monster Vision last week, and I was a little bit disappointed about it. But no, they take the Valentina for Fix as a priority first. Okay.
Well done, well done. Coach Haru doing a lot of good work here. Again, I mentioned this way earlier. They do want to get Fix on this Valentina. He's great, he's comfortable, but more importantly so, it kind of neuters Deto in that lane now that he doesn't have these comfort picks, right? Artillery mages have great ults that Valentina can steal, and KGE still sticking to their guns. They're playing towards that gold lane. They're giving Sutsujin this Barat. It could get flexed over to Smooth. We'll see in a little bit since Nolan hasn't been touched just yet, but Roger seems pretty straightforward.
Huh. This is, okay, like Roger, pretty much no-brainer, but I'm really surprised the Barats just because of the fact that, hey, Matilda is pretty much out of the equation. Monster Vicious instant locking the Minotaur as well as the Nolan. The Natan, sorry. Wow. Okay.
They want a team fight composition. They want a reason to be around these neutral objectives. I'm totally okay with this, right? The Natan makes sense. We've seen this matchup against the Roger early on. It's still pretty Roger favorite, but towards the later half, Natan is eventually going to outscale the Roger unless he is below 50% of his HP. KGE, they need to round out their composition with their first 3 picks at the very least. They could go for Smooth's pick early on, but it's kind of difficult to go with a blind pick, right? If they decide to go X-Borg, it means that they're forced to kind of ban out Paquito in the second half of the ban phase.
If they go X-Borg, pretty much they lose the versatility factor. But no, they're going for the Florin. I like this here. They're doubling down on maybe Sasa hoping to outscale, right? Like the thing about the Bloom is that if, let's say, Sasa is able to get an early 3 to 4 kill lead in like the first 6 minutes of the mark, the Bloom will help this Roger snowball even harder. But again, that is if they are going for this route. But for now, they're going to try and keep Barat's trying to snowball the way through here. It feels like they're setting up for Susujin to kind of take control in the first 5 minutes game with this Barat.
KGE are the ones who end up banning the Nolan here. I think MV, they should focus down on EXP laners, get rid of the Yuzong, get rid of the strong divers into the backline, right? There might be an argument for even Lapu Lapu as well, but probably not as important. So get rid of the Black Dragon form, maybe consider getting rid of Paquito for themselves on top of that.
It's hard, but at the same time, I get where you're getting at as well, just because of the fact that we are assuming that this Barat is jungle. But with this Florin, it feels like they still have that flexibility. It's like, you know what? Oh, if they ban all the XP laners, it's okay, smooth. You can play the Barat. I'll play something else. That's probably King Empire's idea. But like you said as well, Susujin has leaned on towards a tank jungler a little bit more compared to other junglers where they have the flexibility to play assassins.
MV, they end up banning out the CC. If KGE really want to set this up, I think there could be an angle for Hayabusa or arguably Ling. I think Ling probably the better option here because Minotaur has already been shown, right? So invading the jungle isn't as easy with the Minotaur compared to everything else. They do need some strong side laners. EXP or, well, EXP, no choice at this point. In terms of other junglers that Uni can actually play to go toe-to-toe against potentially a Barat, potentially a Ling, probably not going to be marksman-oriented.
I think they should ban the Masha right here, just because of how Xenomao has pretty much won their game last week with the Masha. But with the Arlott, isn't that much of an issue. But again, nope, ignoring it here. They are going to respect his Fanny for now. Masha is up for grabs if Monster Vicious wants to go for it, but I don't see Smooth playing Masha.
I think he can play Masha if he wants to. Barat just has to play towards the gold side of the map, and Masha has to fend for herself, right?
I think Arlott isn't too bad. It's something that of a denial pick away from Xenomao's comfort heroes on the XP lane.
Is it going to matter? Let me think for a second. I think it depends on what the KGE plans on playing for their mid lane, right? I think overall, if they pick up Masha early on, blind Masha, I think that's totally fine into MV and then final pick what their mage is going to be. Or they can do it vice versa. Regardless, it kind of depends on whether KGE is worried about the Masha overall, right? Because Masha can make sure that Roger doesn't exactly have a good time in lane. MV, very smart of them. Ban out the farmers as well. Get rid of the extra utility.
This is smart. Like, I really like Diggy this game, but at the same time, Diggy doesn't have a lot of damage. He's great utility here for the side of King Empire. Like, it's just Minotaur out, I don't care. I just walk out of it. But the problem is they will lose out a lot of magic damage here if King Empire goes for that route. So, I don't know. I feel like right now, the mage here for Dato is going to be the important one. He needs a mage that can deal with both the Natan as well as the Valentina without giving away a lot of utilities. Like, if he goes for the Farsa again, not a big fan. If he goes for the Lilia, not a big fan as well. But, well, oh yeah! Oh my god! How did we just forget about this? Vexana just completely slipped my mind.
I think, you know, even KGE are suspecting that Uni might still actually go for a damaged jungler, right? Like, yes, Lilia probably would have been the most ideal pick in these types of situations, especially knowing that it does well against both tank jungler and as well as Minotaur at the same time. It's kind of the overlap that they were looking for, but I think this is just a safety precaution, right? They've got some big, easy ways to actually peel for that Roger, some good wombo combos, good synergies between Vexana, Florin, and as well as Barat, so their mid trio is kind of set in stone. So now MV is trying to figure out a response. Okay, so if they have a strong mid trio, mid lane might be a little bit harder to control than we would like because of the Minotaur, but now we have our divers as well as a Martis as well to try and make sure we can deal with the overall strong CC, not giving them that opportunity.
This is disgusting. It's very difficult to play here coming from KGE, right? Like you've got a crowd control immune from Martis as well as Yujong. We've got a crowd control immune from Minotaur if he pops out there. Very, very difficult compositions, but they're playing it safe. Ruby for the final pick on KGE. What do you think?
Doesn't feel like a Sasa hero, but now I think this is the plateau that we were talking about to diversify their gameplay, right? Sutsujin on this Roger, we've seen Max pull it off before, so I wouldn't be too surprised if Sutsujin can do it as well. It's all going to come down to who gets that first blood, and if it goes on to a jungler, this could be very detrimental to either side. Very snowball-heavy compositions.
Well, seems like the draft has been set as well. Sasa playing a Ruby fighter rather than a marksman here to duke it down for the final match for today here. This is going to be the match to prove themselves on who is going to be on the top and who makes it to the next stage. In this case, Monster Vicious fighting for their lives and King Empire fighting for the top two. This is MV versus KGE.
All right, let's see how this game is going to progress, right? Because once again, it's very uncanny to see KGE play away from their gold laner for the very first time. And I want to see whether or not it's going to prove that their scrims have gotten some form of a result, right? Sutsujin has been on the back foot for so very, very long, and people have been complaining maybe he is the weakest link amongst KGE.
Well, may or may not is going to be the question here, but of course, King Empire, they're putting all their eggs in his basket right now. He is going to be the late game core for this game.
Smart.
But for now, what is Fakes and Nova doing?
They're standing right in front of the lane to make sure, because Deto and as well as X-Win both only get useful at level 2, so they're taking advantage of level 1 as much as they can with Nova X Kobar. They don't know if he has taken up the knock-up or the motivational roar. I'm pretty sure it's the knock-up. But regardless, Sutsujin gets a free Lethal Wanderer. Mid still in control over MV. We look at the emblems, right? Nothing too out of the ordinary from both sides.
Yeah, both sides playing a little bit safe here. I do see a little bit of pressure down towards the jungle division here. Like Nova, he wants to try and apply a little bit of pressure, but there's just no follow-up, right? Like SB at Valentina doesn't have the strongest burst pre-4 unless he hits like level 5 or level 4. He steals like a Vexana out, but again, Deto sending himself up top.
He sends himself up top for that wave pretty early on. I think he needed to break the free. Fakes needed to break the freeze coming in from Zona. Yeah. Considering where the wave is right now, it looked like Smooth had a freeze. So that means Fakes is going to have to absorb 2 waves here. They still don't know. Oh, Smooth has no idea Fakes.
Oh no, they're gonna force a fight here. Smooth, he's almost hitting 4 as well. That's a decent amount of damage to be sized up as well. 4 seconds left before this turtle here.
What?
Great start coming from Monster Vicious to kind of set up for this preliminary fights. But again, King Empire, do they want to fight this? Nope. It seems like they are trying to force it as well. Smooth's half HP.
I mean, Smooth is also level 4. Keep that in mind. Here comes the Black Dragon form to try and deny the space.
Okay, they are going to go for it as well. Sutsujin still focusing on his orange buff. Turtle buff already in the hands of Monster Vicious, so no go for King Empire.
Sasa is doing very well in this lane, right? Being really, really obnoxious. He sees Nova X Kobar. He's going to walk away. Doesn't matter how much damage he really takes. He can sustain back into the lane as soon as he wants to. Bloom being passed over to Deto once more. Trying to get a little bit of extra stats to help him clear out that wave. And now MV. From this point onwards, King Empire should be able to predetermine what the tempo is like. Every lane, if they need to forcefully push their lane, they can absolutely do so.
Oh, this is interesting here. X-Wing still very close to the 4. Once he gets his 4, we will have a free heal globally from the side of King Empire. But again, no reactions, no aggressive maneuvers coming from King Empire. They're just playing safe. Likewise coming from Monster Vicious. Interesting.
Hey, keep in mind that whoever gets that first blood is basically going to control the next 5 minutes of the game, right? So I don't think anybody really wants to make a mistake as of right now, considering the styles of compositions both junglers are deciding to play.
Oh, seems like they're going to force the Minion's Rage as well. It almost connects on X-Win. They're trying to heal him out here as well. Sutsujin taking the full brunt of combos, cannot get out. Now, here comes Sasa to try and retaliate as well. Deto was able to trade him off, but now Monster Vicious, they're dropping so low. Sasa, he doesn't have cooldowns. He could not stop Ruff. He's going to get kited down. And the turnaround as Monster Vicious gets a triple and a quad as well. Stolen away by Uni. Oh my goodness. What a mistake from the Kage.
Quite the mistake, in a matter of fact. Having already pushed out that lane, there's no reason that he shouldn't be in the middle of that fight trying to peel the rest of the members off to buy some extra time. But he's still playing like a gold laner right now. He understands he needs to be able to keep up time against Ruff. Sutsujin being on the receiving end of that damage, allowing Uni to get 3 kills. That's going to be big for him for this upcoming turtle fight because he's going to be significantly stronger.
Yeah, it's so unfortunate, right? Considering the fact that the bloom wasn't on Sutsujin, it was on Dato prior to that fight. And because of that, Sutsujin might have survived, may or may not, but again, a very, very slim margin here for error. But again, good job for Monster Vicious. A lot of chain CCs all the way through. And now, once again, turtle control in their favor. King Empire still needs Smooth to kind of gobble up Uni. But
no, I think they're giving this up.
Very difficult. Yeah, they have to give this up.
They are giving this up, right? They can't really do much. Even if Smooth is able to get a really good Daytona's welcome onto Uni's side, there's a good chance Uni is able to dodge that, right? And let's not forget that Sutsujin is a full level down on Uni at the same time.
Yeah, he's so far off as well. He's just going to be prioritizing his farm. But as of yet, Monster Vicious taking the lead here. They're not extending too much to try and push the boundaries. Well, because of this, King Empire, they will have a little bit more space to fight this.
Space for now. Deto getting the Necklace of Durant's going to be very, very helpful against the motivational roar. But Sasa, this is where it gets really difficult, right? This is it to be expected.
Yeah, they pop the entropy, they pop the minion rage instantly. Chain CC deleted as well. No way out. Fix even has the stolen out here coming from Dato. And Dato now gonna be chain stun. Wait, he drops his auto. What were you doing there? He got chain stun all the way through, could not get out. Uni gets the kill. King Empire just loses 2 for free.
Bad spacing there, bad spacing. A slight mechanical mistake coming in from King Empire's side, ending up giving another kill over to MV. This is the snowball that they're looking for, right? 2.1, I'm expecting to see MV start to fight for resources on King Empire's side of the map. Sutsujin needs to clear this quick because afterwards, he's not going to be able to have enough team members to deal with maybe 4, maybe even 5 members of MV.
Oh boy. Speaking of the members here, it feels like Smooth is in a situation where he is big now, but he can't seem to find the fight that favors King Empire at all, just because of the fact that they just lack the damage setup. Because right now, he's going to try and gobble the mob, but no, gets cancelled. Oh, wait, he didn't even use it though. Uni does very good his timings on his Martis.
Yeah, no need to waste cooldowns here. More importantly, they still got the retribution out of him.
Oh, Nova now gonna get kited as well. Fakes with the Terrified, needs to flicker out. Didn't even use the Daytona's welcome here. Monster Vicious with their annoying CCs. Seems like King Empire, they're just getting pinned around like bowling balls.
Yeah, I can't do much about it. I think that King Empire needs to play on the opposite side of the map now. Nothing much they can really do here, right? Even Sasa, at this point, any more gold being invested into him might just be a waste of time compared to like putting into people like Deto and as well as Sutsujin who can actually scale.
Yeah, and speaking of scaling right now, they need more out of Sutsujin, but currently, yeah, he just can't fight Uni. Uni's like 4-0-1. This is the dream game for Martis, but of course, if the scores were in favor of Sutsujin, it is going to be a completely different script. So it was pretty much a gamble between who takes the lead here, but bottom lane, Sutsujin now going to get chain stun with fakes as well. They keep him alive, and he's going to be A-okay because of the bloom. Dato looking for the follow-up counterplay, but Fakers, they need to get out. Smooth, can he get the fight here? He's got the Daytona's Welcome, but he's getting kite with the Terrify from Fakers, as he is not going to be able to trade off the kill. And because of this wasted time, Monster Vicious is going to be attacking the middle turret as well. Uni also looking to invade Sutsujin. He gets the 2v1 himself, gets the Decimate. Sutsujin taken out. Bye-bye.
Uni just trying to find the space to close the distance against Sutsujin before he transforms to get the Decimate off. Very good idea from MV, right? You could see they could have pushed forward with Smooth, but they would have lost a lot of farm for Sutsujin, particularly on the top side of the map. So MV are making sure that they're closing in on every angle to make sure that they feel that pressure of that early triple kill going over to Uni.
Eesh, this is tough. This is really tough. Like, what? It feels like King Empire, it looks very lost right now on what they should be doing right now.
They're just waiting for power spikes, unfortunately.
Well, in this case, X-Win still got a long way to go.
Oh.
With I'm offended to go to Rob, but instantly gets stopped by Nova X-Coma with the Minos Rage. There's no follow-up, but he still got the kill on Ruff. Black Dragon is there, Smooth looking for the patch. Daytona's welcome, misses the mark. And Fakes, he manages to escape. And Monster Vicious, they lose only the marksman. But King Empire, good retaliation.
Unfortunate. Smooth losing both of his most valuable resources, the Flicker as well as his Daytona's Welcome, and unfortunately not able to find the right angle to help out people like Sutsujin. Sutsujin cannot get in on these fights. Like, Uni is doing a very good job at mirroring his positions.
Oh boy, MV, they're pulling the dinosaur right now. He doesn't have stacks. They're gonna try and make an attempt here. They force Dato's Flicker, almost pulls him back. Nicely done. Safe disengage, and Dato looking for the punch here, but Sasa needs to back out. He's getting chain stun. Flicker's out there as well, but Uni, he's got them all pinned in. He's looking for the decimate. Sasa trying to bait Uni out of position, but he's getting poked so hard. But here it comes! There it goes! Sutsujin finds the opportunity. It was all a bait. He gets the Maniac. It was all a setup for the Roger.
That's what he was waiting for. MV now overstepping their boundaries, thinking Sutsujin can't do it. He won't go for it. But all of the MV members, one after the other, realizing that Sutsujin has been power farming this whole time. That Lycan Pounce hurts.
That is the dream catch for Sutsujin. King Empire waited so long to condition Monster Vicious, finally allowing them to get the kill here. Let's take an instant replay to talk through this.
I mean, just watch this. The fact that Sasa lives here was already surprisingly enough, but the members of MLBB weren't paying attention to how much life they actually had, with 4 very healthy members on the side of King Empire, and more importantly, with X-Win holding on to that ult, making sure that everybody stays healthy. Monster Vicious need to make sure when they take these fights, it's very in and out. They don't want to stay in for too long. It's burst, take out key targets, move back. Or if you've already gotten a trade of 2 kills for nothing, might as well press the advantage.
Yeah, beautiful bait though. Like, Sasa's low health there was a indicator to just tempt Uni. Stay longer, drop your health low enough to allow Sutsujin to come online, and that was a perfect turnaround for King Empire.
Oh, no.
But again, now they force the Black Dragon here to try and zone out for the Lord. Lord is going to be taken out for now. But again, the Black Dragon not committing to anything here. Fortunately for him, he does have the Petrify, but King Empire, they've got the sustains. And you talked about Power Spike. Right now, X-Wing's heals seems to be a force to be reckoned with.
It's very relevant right now, and he's also got the Evolved Bloom, right? So now the on-hit effect is available.
Okay, they are going to make an attempt as well. Nova goes Scobar with the Minon's range, but they get chain stun all the way through. Great stop with Dato's out, and now Sutsujin comes online. He's looking to go for the wraparound, but a turret and no minions forces them to back off, while Smooth is going to be hammering on the bottom side here. Monster Vicious, they get the reset. But who are they going to focus here? They're going to be splitting a fight 2-2. Top side, Sutsujin almost taking an inhibitor, but seems like they just don't have the damage. Another wave of minions down to Mizir here. Can they take it off? They're focusing down, and they finally get it. And now on the outskirts, Nova is going to get caught out. He's taking too much damage. They get the Minotaur, but they trade Sasa's life for it. As King Empire looking to get more. They need to reset once again, but the heals from this Florin is keeping them all topped up. They get all the out inhibitors, and they will settle with just that.
Yeah, they need to back off. A majority of their members are actually running out of mana. Smooth cannot keep this siege up for any longer than this, but a huge turnaround in terms of gold, right? Sutsujin, I was worried for him in that fight. He was 2 people were on top of him, and he was in Lycan form, right? So all he has is the Lycan Pounce, and he's just waiting for somebody to throw something at him. He also buys the Brute Force Breastplate, added a bit of movement speed on top of it all. In terms of damage ranking, we're seeing that both Rough and Fakes are at the top of the leaderboards. But as of right now, I think that MV need to calm down. They need Rough in a better position. Rough cannot be chasing these kills by himself. He needs to focus on that front line and start setting up these resets for Uni.
Oh, speaking of resets here, Uni, he had a great start. Like, not gonna lie, he had one of the great start here, but now he needs to be a little bit more careful on his engagements here. He's very disruptive, but again, King Empire found a way. Just bait out all his stacks here, bait out his Ashura. Once he's got no more immune, chain stun. That's where Monster Vicious is gonna come in. And so far, right now, Nova, he starts the fight really nice. But what if King Empire out-sustains that? What then? Nothing.
Well, I mean, it all comes down to, can you find the key targets? Can you take out Deto? Can you take out Sutsujin? And I think a big part of it is finding these 2 core members from the side of King Empire, right? Their 6k gold lead means that they're getting to their 4th items pretty quickly. And I think that MV, it's going to be difficult for them to actually deal with this upcoming Lord if it falls into the hands of King Empire. So, I mean, good luck, Uni. You're level 15. Let's see whether you can steal this away.
Yeah, speaking of fights here now, they're just waiting for the lanes to get shoved in. Fakes shows himself down at the base. Now King Empire is going to try and force an issue. Smooth does have the Daytona's welcome. Uni still looking for the fight here. They force the Black Dragon in. Suzujin secures the Lord. Now they have the run. Uni dropping down pretty low. Sasa still has the pull. He gets two. But Suzujin, he could not jump across the wall. Uni down towards 1 HP. He needs to run. They cannot do so anymore. King Empire, they find him. They take him out.
Oh boy. Nova did not follow up with Uni, who was trying to go for the steal. He tried walking up, but again, Smooth, Sasa, Deto, all just peeling him away.
Now with the minions as well coming in, the Crystal half HP, they're slowing Mo him down. Suzujin trying to go for the range form, getting a little bit greedy, but he does have the heal, so they are going to play it a little bit safe for now. They're trying to force reactions, but Uni, 10 seconds on the sidelines with the Lord coming in. They have to drop everything for this year, Monster Vicious. King Empire waiting for the psych here. Nova from the side, he's going for the Minon's range. He pops in, he connects on 2. Rest of follow-up, not going to be good enough here. But the Black Dragon trying to buy a little bit more time. Can they make work on the Lord? No, they cannot. Uni is being as disruptive as they can, but Dato, he finds a kill on Victus. He gets the double kill. It wasn't enough from the monsters as the Empire strikes back.
Surgical from KGE, the one fight that they were looking for, and they never let go of their lead ever again. Highly fundamental, very much playing down to earth.
The Empire showing us that it is not a fluke. It wasn't a downsize, but it was all about finding opportunities. The biggest catch to set the tempo as the Empire were able to bounce back from a very, very difficult early game.
Yep, so far so good for the Empire. I think this new plateau that they're reaching is interesting to see. They need to keep evolving here. How long can they actually pull this off before MV decide otherwise? The double fighter lane seeming to be more popular here in MY than some of the other regions. I don't necessarily agree with it, but considering that the results are looking good, especially when you're fighting up against a Natan and he's somehow losing that lane early on against that Ruby, it's just what can you really do about it?
Yeah, but it's funny to see how things kind of escalate in a way, right? Like, normally, I feel like King Empire looks very, very uncomfortable with this double fighter composition here. But again, like I said, putting all your eggs in your basket. Suzujin, if he did not get that Maniac, that was pretty much, you know, Monster Vicious continuing to just choke KG all the way through. But of course, with that being said here, they were able to bounce back. The MVP is going to be undeniably Suzujin himself, all the way from Indonesia, age 20, the MVP
Yep.
for KG.
Still very, very young. It's good to see that they're playing through their jungler this time around, especially on a damage-dealing jungler, so you kind of don't have a choice, right? He opted to go for specific items in this jungle build to actually speed up his clear. Things like Windtalker, things like War Axe, for an example, to make sure that once he is high on stacks, he's not only got the movement speed and the attack speed, but plenty of damage to power farm all of his camps pretty efficiently and a lot faster than Martis once those two are online. The rest of his items are for pure damage and, more importantly, to survive the initial cutback that we've been seeing. A lot of the MV members just looking to try and get on top of him, whether it be Fakes, whether it be Nova X Kobar flickering in on him with a Minoan Fury. It can get a little tough, but it really helps when you're max stacked on your brute force breastplate on top of actually having the Thunderbell. The extra health really makes the difference here.
Yeah, and to top it off, you've got a Bloom as well, which again, level 1 Bloom, not exactly the greatest, but once you reach to the later stage of the game where Forest Bloom becomes much more prevalent in terms of overall damage output as well as HP percentage here, it is going to be something that you kind of want to have, especially on a jungler. And what really surprises me is that despite all that, Suzujin, quote-unquote, was just waiting for the right moment to strike. Like, he may not have the strongest damage output based on these items, but what I do like is that they will understand that Roger's go time is when everyone's health is below 50%.
And especially if some of the bigger resources are gone, right? Keep in mind that their CC is very dependent around cooldowns. Fakes, he needs to have 2 Shadow Strikes connect before that fear goes through. Nova X Kobar, he does have the leap and he does have the Minoan Fury, but that's the main engage tool, right? So the follow-up CC and disruption needs to come in from Xeno with that Petrify, but unfortunately they don't group close enough to be able to find these key targets, right? I think that's where the big difference between KGE and MV is. When the fights start getting messy, it looks like KGE has a better composure overall compared to Monster Vicious.
Yeah, that's the thing about Monster Vicious composition. Like Minotaur, again, once you go in, you can't exactly extend the fight, right? Like major big cooldowns on the ultimate as well. You can't really stall and peel from the fights itself. And in this case, KGE just has the better overall peel. But that being said here, let's talk about the overall damage dealt here. Dato, obviously 52,000 with Susujin 57,000, and I was expecting a little bit lesser from Susujin considering how he struggled in the early game, but for him to bounce back with those critical kills here, I like this, KGE. Like, I like how they just, Susujin was able to pull a big W for this game.
I don't know. I still think they are kind of passive sometimes, right? I'm not seeing opportunities being generated amongst the side laners to make things happen. It's very reactive to what MV is doing right now. It could be that they need a little bit of a warm-up to really start getting the momentum on their side, especially after game number 1. I would expect game number 2 to be a little bit better from KGE if they try to go for this composition again. My biggest issue with MV as of right now is there's not enough peel for Ruff's side, right? And yes, Detto pretty much outranges the entirety of MV, but I do think that's kind of on their EXP laners to create that space. I think KGE is very respectful of the Black Dragon form, but I do think that Ruff needs to be more disciplined in his approaches. Just play front to back. It doesn't necessarily mean that you want to use your entropy to get on top of Sutsujin to get more shots down.
Yeah, and speaking of the shots, right? Like, I think Ruff was caught in the middle of both Sasa as well as Smooth a lot of the majority of times. And because of that, like you said as well, he's in front trying to do damage here. But as soon as they see Ruff, they immediately try and go in for the chain stuns all the way through. And when that is actually happening as well, I feel like it was very difficult considering how Uni and Zeno Mawad is so far ahead. And every single time they start a fight, Ruff is always in a situation where, do I use the entropy forward just to keep up with my teammates, or do I just use it to disengage? So it was a very tough call for Ruff to make the play. But again, I wouldn't blame Ruff completely, but it feels like KG just was able to find one mistake from MV and just turn the tides in their favor.
Well, that's to be expected, right? That's to be expected from these types of compositions from both sides. They generally want to do the same thing. They want to snowball out of control, and I think that MV was being the more proactive team until it finally bit them in the butt when KGE scaled in the later half of the game. I mean, that's why the score is 8-11, right? Overall, not the highest kill score game so far, and when we talk about even turrets, right, they're just funneling that gold into Sutsujin.
Yeah, and I think that's the thing about the draft coming from KG. Like, double fighters, side lanes, personally, I'm not a big fan of it here, but it does help a little bit more in the sense where when you transition into the mid to later stage again, they are very annoying and hard to deal with. And you can see even Monster Vicious in early game, great, they've got a lot of CCs, they go in for the wombo combos, but where's the damage coming from? And in this case, the timings for KGE was pretty much up onto its X-Win, hitting those level 12, level 14 mark, where the heals from Florin gets ridiculously high compared to a Minotaur's heal.
Well, I don't know. I think that X-Win has to play a very different game compared to when we usually see him on that Grok, right? He's not looking for gank opportunities. He's looking for disruption, right? He's trying to hit Nova X Kobar mid-air in that jump, so there's a little bit of time for KGE to reposition before the Flicker Minoan Fury. I think that X-Win also has to be, especially aware of the members, the side laners, both Sasa and as well as Smooth, how much damage they can actually take, because he can't leave Detto or Sutsujin by themselves if he wants to walk up and try to heal both Sasa and Smooth.
Well, this is the heals I was talking about as well. X with 72,000 heals as compared to Nova's 30,000, which, quote-unquote, he did get a Flask of Oasis on this Minotaur. But again, cooldowns, not exactly the greatest. I think in the most recent patch as well, they did nerf Minotaur's heals by a huge margin in his current patch. So it's a little bit irrelevant now, but I like how KGE just understood their timings a little bit better. And again, like you said as well, Monster Vicious, they just gave too much space to KGE.
I think that Monster Vicious, if they're looking to close out these games, they really have to hard target somebody. And I think, at a certain point, MV should have been taking resources away from the jungler rather than keep trying to put Sasa behind, because at the end of the day, Sasa doesn't scale as hard compared to Ruff. And I think that they kind of lost that vision later on into the game. But then again, it was a relatively short game overall. Look at that. Gold per minute coming from Sutsujin, 962. This man was power farming, and that's why KGE were like, okay, it's totally fine. As long as Sutsujin is getting farm and he doesn't die too often, he should be okay.
This is the Sutsujin I remember before he joined MPL MY. Like, when it counts, when you need him the most, he will deliver. And this is a good I would say a good trip down memory lane for him. And I like that if they are able to maintain this, it's going to be good. But again, this is against Monster Vicious we're talking about, right? Like, we haven't seen KGE get their revenge against the top team. And hopefully, hopefully, during the playoffs, they will get that opportunity.
Look, I think that Sutsujin is very much a gamer. I think that until I see him play Ling, that's when I'm going to be confident that he's back. Because I think that's when he is going to be by far the most proactive across the map. You don't have a choice. You're an assassin jungler with high mobility at the same time. If you look at the game highlights, it's just a recap of what actually happened. The earlier stages of the game, and off of this play alone, Monster Vicious were able to take a significant lead over KGE, right? Because again, fortunately for Sasa, he himself making a mechanical mistake and giving over a triple kill to Uni, and also a kill over to Fakes, right? You would have imagined from this point onwards that King Empire would have started to fall off, but once this maniac comes from Sutsujin, this went downhill fast for MV.
Yeah, that was just the first mistake that King Empire had to make, and they had to just play catch-up ever since here. But this was a very nice catch from Smooth as well. Didn't exactly catch as well. Daytona's welcome, pulling Nova back outside and just pinning him to the wall before the fight even begins. So very, very interesting way of playing this, but it seems like they have their own version of a Kaja Divine Judgment. Instead of using the Kaja, we've got a big dinosaur just going in, catches one, spits one out, flickers out backwards. So that was a very, very interesting catch, and because the Lord was pushing in, right? So it was, a little bit disruptive.
It is disruptive. It makes you question whether MV should have taken a couple more purifies in that game. But I think, regardless of anything that has happened, it just came down to just how do you punish your opponents, and I think they put their resources in the wrong places. I think there should have been a bigger focus on Sutsujin rather than Sasa. Getting rough ahead totally was supposed to be the idea, but they kind of forgot that Deto has a lot of range, so he's got to be careful with that entropy. All of things, I'm confident that at least Haru is going to relay back to the players, because it's not like they had a bad plan, it's just unfortunate that it turned out this way.
Yep, and of course, when it comes to bingos, right, I feel like when we talk about skins, we've seen players, we've seen some of the fans trying to roll up on screen as well here. Guess what? Now is the perfect time to actually play bingo, because right now, the King of Fighters are currently available here from the 24th of April all the way to the 31st of May, where you can join the MLBB KOF 97 Bingo Draw event and take a shot at winning 3 brand new KOF collab skins and unlock their exclusive ID tags here. From the 30th of April, which of course has been over right now, the gold ID tag is no longer available, but you can still snag the current one, which is the exclusive silver ID tags when you get those skins. So be sure to start rolling right now, because why? There's a 50% discount on the first 10 draws, as well as the daily first draws of today. So don't miss out these amazing opportunities as well. Get your KOF skins.
If you're 27 or maybe you're looking to transition into your 30s, the bingo is always a fun thing to go for. But more importantly, KOF for the 97 babies out there, it came out at the same time that you guys were born. Hey, big shout outs. That's why we're having the birthday earlier. Shout out from Homeboy. Wait, no, it's not the Homeboys' side.
It was the Niners.
It was the Niners side. Just for the quick correction there. But still, yet again, for the upcoming game, I think that KGE, to me, I think this is quite experimental. I think it's interesting to see them try playing this style, because again, I've mentioned it before, their identity is to play around Sasa. And now that they're playing across Sutsujin, I like it a lot. The question is does it have that finesse? Is it refined down and distilled into a workable product?
It feels a little bit different for me, considering the fact that, hey, usually when we see a team like King Empire, like just because of Sasa, because of Smooth, we always see that, hey, if things don't work out for Sasa, you've got Smooth to rely on. Oh, if Smooth doesn't work out, you've got somebody else to rely on here. But for them to play a different playstyle where they're saying funneling into one player, it's pretty much not their usual playstyle. So this is something that I feel like it's a big surprise factor for me. But again, like I said, very, very difficult to pull off. But right now, we've got taunts here towards Yoni.
He's like, come here, but the man refuses to show his face. How will he ever know it's him? 2 minutes until the next draft starts to begin here. And I think, at least for MV's side, I don't think they're going to change much. I think they're happy to kind of sit on the blue side this time around. Then again, it is Coach Haru. He might be thinking going on the red side might be a little bit better, so they don't let King Empire go for the fake out at the very end.
Again, that's the thing, right? When we talk about players like Smooth, right? Right now, he has the most picked hero. Well, let's talk a little bit more on the most picked hero here, Benedetta, with a very, very high win rate for Smooth, which is 100%, but followed by Zenomao with 67%, and then Ye3 with 33% here, but Iris on a 100% win rate. So based on these stats here, what do you think? Do you think Benedetta is reliable?
Yeah, she's extremely reliable. She doesn't have any bad matchups. She doesn't have any like super good matchups, and overall is just the Swiss Army knife similar to Claude in the gold lane, right? You just, if worst comes to worst, oh no, it's a bad matchup, I can clear waves, right? And having priority might just be more important than winning out the lane, because if you're turning 4v4s into 5v4s, you're almost guaranteed to at least walk away with a couple of assists, if not a kill.
Yeah, and speaking of this as well, Zeno Mao going for his comfort heroes isn't really working out, and I was expecting them to bring in the Masha, but again, right now we're seeing the fans here, the KGE fans looking for a little bit of signs here. We do see Awek KGE. Who's the Awek KGE?
No idea, no idea. I'm more interested in who the teacher is, right? Where is this kid coming from? Shouting out to his teacher, watching MPL. Big shout outs to you. Let's have a look at what KGE Smooth has to say with the MPL MY Insiders.
Well, he said that, do you think this season's roster is better than... we asked the question, do you think this season's roster is better than last season? He answered, maybe it's the last season. My English wasn't that good. This season, we have players from Indonesia and Malaysia, so communication is better than the last season. And the Indonesian players, their language is almost the same as BM. But it's much easier now. So I guess previous season he was struggling in terms of communication, and he started to learn a little bit more this time.
Well, I mean, communicating in English can be particularly difficult. Like, speaking it is one thing, writing it is a completely separate ballgame. But more importantly, when you have one of the more important roles in professional play, you really need to be able to relay this type of vital information to the rest of the team.
Yeah, but speaking of vital informations, draft seems to be a little bit different now coming from Monster Vicious. As you can see, Harif with chips coming from KGE, but Monster Vicious, they are not banning the Novaria this time.
Well, not yet. They can ban it out at the final, as their final ban before they start off. I don't think it's really changed based off of game number 1. The exact same bans overall. KGE doing the exact same thing, but this time making sure they're doing it on the blue side. Let's see what else they want to get rid of. Probably going to stick to their own game plan here, unless they are worried about the Mardis, which I don't think so. They get rid of the Matilda. Thank God.
But do they want to still get the Barats as priority, you know?
I mean, probably not.
I saw how Smooth was struggling so much in that game, which is something that I feel like is a little bit not his comfort zone. But for now, Monster Vicious, do they ban the Novaria and let the Roger through once again?
I think that... I think they ban out the Novaria, right? I think even if they give the Roger over to KGE side, not the biggest deal in the world.
Okay. KGE. Seems like they might just first pick the Roger here. And maybe flex it for Sasa to just play the Roger in case they want to flex it for Susujin. But again, not a big fan of the previous first game, but he definitely pulled out a pocket strategy from them. But for now, first pick. Okay, Roger. It is.
Yep. Because they're still again, I don't think KGE is going to change their game plan, right? I think they're going to still consider whether or not Sutsujin is going to be able to carry this team, bring them to the finish line, right? So might as well test it. If they did it in game number 1, it doesn't look like there's any reason not to do it in game number 2 unless MV shows something off in the draft that is worthwhile, right? Single target lockdown maybe is a pretty good deterrent. Healing. Natan gets locked in once again for MV, and also Minotaur. So it looks like MV going to be changing up, not really changing up their plan too much as well.
Doubling down on that means that if KGE decides to mirror what they had in game number 1, we are going to be seeing a mirror matchup once again for KGE. But again, do they want to do it? Do they want to just pick the Barats Florin right here?
I think they're going to pick... I don't think it's going to be Barats Florin. I think worst comes to worst, it's going to be like Barats Valentina for the side of KGE.
I think give Smooth his Paquito and then just give Neto the Valentina. But nope, not happening. They're doubling down on the Barats Florin once again. So they are sticking to something that works for them. Comfort picks as a priority for KGE.
They're not deviating from their draft plan here. I think this is a good position, especially in a draft where you're still questioning, because there's no guarantee, right? There's no guarantee that the Barats is going to go into the jungle. There's no guarantee that the Roger is going to go into the jungle. So it still leaves a lot. To be questioned for in the second phase. I think MV can start narrowing down on a couple of heroes here, but Fanny very early for Uni this time.
I like this. I like this. This is the legendary Uni Fanny that helped them get 4th place in previous season when he was playing with Lunatics. This was a very, very long time ago. And we finally get to see it down right here, right now. And because KGE has locked in the Florin Abraz, means they don't really have a hard lockdown for this Fanny right now.
I mean, they can change it up. Technically, Barats can work. We've seen Sutrajin on a Barats catch a Fanny mid-air before. I'm pretty sure he can do it again. We see, the Ruby ban for the side of MV. I like that. I like that a lot because even if they do decide to go double fighter lane, at the very least, team fighting can be just slightly easier for these assassins to get in.
Well, it seems like they just want Sasa to play the Roger.
Not necessarily. Not necessarily just yet. Let's see what their bans are first.
Okay, let's see. Vexana still in the pool. Something that Dato has been very, very comfortable in here. Do they just want to deny it away from him? Or again, Valentina still in the pool as well, which I don't think the Valentina is going to be good in this situation here. But KGE, they banned the export first, so they might double down on tanky heroes once again.
Yeah, they might throw Sutsujin the Barats this time around if they are banning out the export. Am I right? Now, we go back to MV. They've already gotten rid of one. I don't think they're going to... they could focus on single target lockdown, but I mean... Florin has already been picked up for the side of KGE, right? So it's not the supports that they're worried about. They're more worried about what this EXP later is going to have to deal with, whether it be Barats or maybe even a counter pick, potentially Yutong or Paquito in these situations.
Yeah, I think Paquito is pretty good against a Fanny. Like, he comes in the cable, double punch, boom. Fanny is going to be dropped down towards 10% health. But here, I've got a question now. Like, based on the previous ban, Nolan was banned in the previous series. They banned the Faramis again from MV, but is Nolan good against his Fanny matchup?
Yeah. Honestly, not really, right? Because Nolan is very dependent on overlapping his fractures to make sure he gets some relevant damage on the Fanny, right? So it's kind of a toss-up. It's kind of a toss-up because one of the few counters to Nolan is the fact that you're either too tanky that his damage isn't relevant and you have CC to block him, or you're just hyper mobile so he can't even get the damage on top of you in the first place, right? That's why a lot of people decide to opt to take, flickers instead of going for traditional Aegises these days. But KGE, they still have one more ban. Let's see what this ban is going to be. I think Valentina needs to go. No, they get rid of Lo Yi instead.
Okay, they're looking to clump up as quickly as they can, as much as they can. But at the same time, what are the chances they just go all in and just bring in a Saber jungle just for the sake of just one-shotting the Fanny?
Probably not. Probably not.
I'm hoping to see something different, but yeah, most likely it's not happening.
I think at this point of time, what really rounds up the composition without giving too much? Oh, never mind. They've already locked it in. Turizla to fight for priority against Smooth in the EXP lane.
Paquito? Paquito Smooth? Barat Smooth? Very, very tough decision coming from KGE. But based on what I'm seeing right now, KGE seems to be having an identical draft coming from game number 1 here. Do they want to just give Rex once again? Because as of yet, I feel like it doesn't matter what they don't play. They will have a lot of problems against Uni right now.
Yeah.
Akai?
Last time they wanted to play like a slow peeling composition, right? Akai is not a bad shout. Valentina gets locked in and CC gets locked in. Okay, so they're going back to their traditional play style because now it's not possible for them to actually go for a double fighter composition, especially since Fanny is able to like really hard punish some of these side laners now that the main picks have gone out. Like Ruby in particular is notorious to go into the gold lane.
Well, technically, based on what you're saying, it looks not that bad, but what are the chances this is a CC gold lane? Right?
Probably.
Oh no.
CC gold lane forcing Roger to face off against the Fanny. Okay, I mean, it all comes down to priority, right? If Roger gets invaded by this Fanny, or maybe even more with the help of Nova X Kobar, I'm expecting these side laners to move out of their lane. Like, I expect Sasa to be constantly moving. I'm expecting Smooth to be constantly moving.
This is going to be a very, very difficult match here, but of course, King Empire, they're doubling down on their double fighter side lanes once again, like how they did in game 1, and it's up to Monster Vicious to destroy the composition in game number 2 with a little bit of adaptations here. They bring in Uni's Fanny. Can they do it? Because we're right now, we're heading into game number 2. This is going to be King Empire versus Monster Vicious.
Let's jump right in. The score currently match point for KGE. One more is going to help them push back up into the top 2 spot and maybe secure themselves an upper bracket bye for the playoffs. On the other hand, MV, it's all or nothing here. They need to make sure that they accumulate enough points against KGE and their upcoming rivals to make sure that they actually stay and not fall into relegation territory.
Yeah, and as of yet, this is actually a pretty good game for Uni, considering the fact that King Empire doesn't have very, very strong early invades against this Fanny, especially this early with this Florin, who's currently being outmatched by both Nova as well as Fakers.
I mean, that's pretty atypical here. Not too surprised about this this type of matchup, especially when you're on the Vexana. Vexana has really good wave clear, so it all comes down to how this Minotaur is able to get into the face of X-Win, who doesn't have the base damages to really threaten their opponents other than sustainability, right? Because look at this. Now none of the damage actually sticked from level 1, and both X-Win and Deto are in a very healthy position.
Yeah, Beto looking to harass Fakers a little bit more, but based on these emblems, anything out of the Honorary, I do see Inspire up on Valentina for Deto.
Yeah, just to make sure that he has lower cooldowns, right? He still has the Wilderness Blessing to make sure that he can match the rotations against Fakes if he does decide to leave that lane. But I'm very worried for Sutsujin right now. It's not going to be as easy as it was previously, and more importantly so, it's not like I'm very used to seeing Sasa on anything other than a marksman.
Yeah, true, but triple quantum charge, Deto, Smooth, and Sutsujin, just to have that additional mobility. Is it going to matter against a Fanny? That's my question.
I mean, it's not just the Fanny that you have to think about, right? It's about walking away from Nova X Kobar, running away from Ruff when he uses that entropy. And more importantly, like Xenomount, if he jumps in with that penalty zone, you need to be able to walk away, whether with a flicker or at the very least the boost of movement speed you get from the quantum charge.
Well, I guess that's going to be the situation here for them. But meanwhile, let's see. Uni, second purple buff in this engagement here. Nobody going to be prioritizing on the turtle. Both Xenomount and Smooth does has that early fall. Everyone has those battle spells. And they're just waiting for somebody to give the step up. First game was King Empire, but this time Monster Vicious seems to be losing a little bit too much health on Nova. So priority is up on King Empire. While Monster Vicious, they're going to send Xenomount to try and bait this out. Turtle gets reset once again, but seems like Smooth. Can he steal the grab? Oh, he gets it. Oh, okay. He was bad already.
This is honestly really...
Oh, okay.
This is looking really good for King Empire, right? They don't care about the turtle. It's about scaling into this game. As long as they don't give that very first kill over to Monster Vicious, things should fall in their hands. The lanes are going phenomenally for KGE, whether it be on the bot side or the top side. Like, look, as you can see, Nova X Kobar, he's trying to figure out, I need to stay around this turtle, but my side laners need help. Like, Ruff is put down to 60% of his HP compared to Sasa, despite having a slight EXP lead.
Yeah, very, very difficult run here. But again, like you said as well, now Monster Vicious, they are going to try and commit the fight. But Uni, nowhere to be found yet here. Turtle finally being the objectives here. Down towards half HP. Xenomount looking to try and finish this ball. Uni, he steals the turtle. He's going for the spam. But now, here comes a counter play coming from Dato to catch him off guard. But it's not good enough. Sutsujin will be the first to fall as King Empire cannot catch Uni at all, as they will have to concede this fight and back off.
Unfortunate. Sutsujin just chained CC to the ground. Couldn't do much about it. I definitely think they shouldn't contest it. They should not be contesting for this turtle. There's just so much farm to actually be accumulated across the map. No reason to start dying for things so early on, but I guess they need to make something happen, right?
Oh boy, Fakes with the opening catch as well. Like, very, very good follow-up coming from Fakes as well as Xenomount for that engagement. But I feel like right now, King Empire, they made one blunder. This is a replication of how game one kind of happened as well. Cannot afford to just, you know, throw bodies out unnecessarily until the floor hits those timings. It's tough.
Speaking of timings, we're seeing that Uni should be able to develop at least a one-level lead against Sutsujin. Even though it's very minor, there will be a window for it. Wait, Entropy on the top side?
Okay, yeah, I'm going to try and force a fight against Sasa. Does have the ultimate. No, he's not going to use it as well. He still has the Vengeance as well. Uni got an early Hellbird just to deal with the sustains coming from X-Wing as well as Sasa. So I like the early engagement, but he is going to lose a lot of those power bursts on this Fanny.
I guess he understands that he won't be able to 1v5 just yet. There's just a lot of things that he has to cut through. So might as well go for the Sea Halberd first and then start considering the traditional items. Oh, Sasa.
Oh, speaking of fight, Vengeance keeps him alive, but it's not going to do him any good as well. Uni getting linked to Ruff, but the wall spam still good. Halberd as well to stop the spell vamp. And right now, the rest of KGE looking to try to find a bounce back here. Nova Escobar shows himself. Dato wants to try and fight this as well. He's got the Minon's Rage available, but Susujin says it's not worth it right now to take this fight.
No reason to, especially since Turtle is being taken away by Monster Visions as we speak.
Yep, Smooth looking to try and catch Uni. Doesn't have
just
purple buff.
eat the
He's saving up the energy. Zenomao getting bullied out by this barrage here. Nova gets a penalty zone. They are going to go for the catch as well. But Fanny, he got caught up. Smooth stops him mid-air. And now Susujin looking for the hunt, looking for the kill. Zenomao at 1 HP. Not going to be good. But now Uni going to be forced to purple buff again. Smooth. Great call there to stop the potential damage burst, and now he's going to be the one that takes the brunt here. But again, this is a tanky barrage, doesn't matter.
Really great discipline coming in from KGE. I would have thought that Smooth wanted to use the Daytona's Welcome to guarantee a kill onto Zeno, especially since he already flickered for it, right? Even Nova decided to make an attempted play at the same time. It would have been a pretty big punish here, but his eyes are set on Uni. His eyes are set on securing these neutral objectives as early as possible.
Speaking of objectives here, MV needs to find a way to get over. Oh no, not like this. Sasa is gonna get popped his way through here. He's got the Vengeance, sidesteps his way through. Uni forces out the way here, goes across, gets punished for this, and Uni could not get that one shot. Oh boy, great outplay here from Sasa.
Really nice play, and more importantly so, he still has the Vengeance despite all of that, right? Smooth looking to reopen the map, falls into 4.
Oh no, he walks into it. He's just gonna get destroyed here. Did not expect this. They dropped the ult here coming from Fakes, and now Sasa needs to find a way to heal himself up. The Lord, Empower Lord, a little bit annoying to deal with here with the Guardian coming in for Fakes. Finally gets the job done. But middle side shoved in. Zenomao already here, but top side here, 1v1. Uni versus Susujin. Susujin has the damage, and Uni now just got his blade. So that's going to be a great power spike. But again, not much is happening for Monster Vicious.
Looking to bleed the bottom side of the map. Oh, Sasa cannot take that type of damage.
Oh no, Sasa, he's going to go for it as well. The flicker catch comes his move. He's got to try and guarantee this fight. Deto is there to secure the kill. The stolen is going to be counterplayed as well to stop them in track. But there is this no damage. X-Wing trying to get for a stun, but again, they've lost all damage. They need Susujin. Uni going to be shoving the creep wave up top. Susujin finally joined in the fight, but it's hard to intersect. Middle tower still stands. Turtle will be the objective. Nova looking for his next ultimate here. He doesn't have his ultimate at all. Turtle easily secured by Susujin.
All right. Passive play. Despite Monster Vicious being up in kills, it's difficult for them. Once they lose a single one of their members, team fighting is not an option. But at least for Uni, he's able to kind of open up the map on the opposite side, right? Sasa has not been able to really participate in a majority of these fights. Ends up being a bait for the team, and Monster Vicious, they have to take precautions here, right? Their target, they don't want to make the same mistake as they did in game number 1. Their target is Susujin.
Yeah, in this case, Susujin has been farming cross-map all the way through, trying to mirror Uni as much as he can. And so far, he's doing a pretty okay job, but again, he needs that big kill, and Monster Vicious is not giving to him as well. But as soon as I say this, Susujin looking for a 1v1, even force a retribution, and now even Sasa dropping the ult to try and take Uni down. This is go time for for King Empire, but again, disengage comes in. Nothing much happened.
Well, they want to be the win condition, but I think they understand that it's going to be a lot harder to achieve with both teams refusing to make any mistakes as of right now. Even Nova, he's toned down a little bit. He's looking for these angles, but it hasn't been easy. It's a game of positioning from both sides. They're posturing for each other, and they're waiting for somebody to whiff so that they can punish.
Speaking of whiffs here, Susujin now just got his endless battle. That might be the true damage that they need to just completely one-shot an unsuspecting fellow. In this case, items here review themselves. Zeno in the... Oh. They forced the Daytona's welcome. Not going to get the catch. So it's going to be a stalemate once again as King Empire may not risk this fight at all. Unless... Oh, okay. Never mind. Close. But Susujin is pretty tanky right now. I don't think Uni can actually kill Susujin right at this stage. 1v1.
Yeah, I don't think so as well.
He's barely tackling him. No damage. What?
I mean, look at that hand cam, right?
I know,
He is just taking his time with this, right? No need to kind of over-mechanic a difficult situation. More so, just focus on the farm. How do we get in? And I think that's what MB is discussing with the rest of their team members.
Oh, Zeno out. Getting chain stunned here. Smooth. Doesn't have the mana. Doesn't have the health. Needs to be very careful on how he maintains this. He needs to maintain his stack. And right now, he's using the Little Wanderer to build it up. But again, it's tough. Smooth. He needs to do something. He needs to make a play. Dato, they've got the wrap round. They're going to go for it as well. Here he comes. Daytona's welcome. He's going to pin one. Now Zeno Mount also there. Minon's Rage stolen away. Dato with the counter play as well. They even dropped the Guardian to finish Smooth off. And here he comes. Sutsujin goes online. Double kill for him. Looking for the triple. Last HP, he could not get the light compound. So Uni will survive. And that is going to be a beautiful wipeout for King Empire.
Oof. Finally turning it back, evening the odds, now taking control of the gold lead. This is exactly the power spike we were waiting for. 10 minutes and Sutsujin is already level 15, completely trying to outlevel Uni this entire time. And now it's going to be a retry battle, a disadvantage for Uni.
Yep, level 14 versus level 15. Dato, X-Win, they know exactly where he is. He does not have the purple buff and the energies to contest this, but it is going to be X-Win that gets the lore. Not even the retry is used from the side of Sutsujin.
It's too tough. It's hard to get in on this. X-Win now already with fleeting time and Smooth completing his Sky Guardian's helmet. He's going to be, I mean, he was tanking a lot earlier when he was getting chain CC to the ground, but now even more so, right? I think because of how even this game is so far, there's a good chance that MV might actually scale for the ultra late stages of the game.
Well, speaking of scaling right now, it seems like we haven't seen too much coming from Ruff. Like, ever since Ruff was able to actually pop his entropy, he's getting chain stunned by Dato by just counterplaying with those Minon's Rage, right? Every single time Nova starts up the fight, he does react, respond accordingly with his own Minon's Rage, and because of that, everyone from Monster Vicious has to take a standstill where nobody can do anything at all. But right now, Sasa is going to get bursted about. Uni looking for a kill, but no! Right in the pixel, he will not be able to go in for the kill here, but the tower will cancel the recall. He is going to back out.
They back out slowly, but this purple buff will fall into the hands of King Empire. Uni is not going to have access to it. I mean, at the very least, it's not like Uni has anything to fight for other than towers.
Yeah, but speaking of which here, he is still going to be going for the 1v1. He's trying his time against Sasa. Here he comes. Sasa, oh, doesn't want to risk it. Tier 1 still stands for Monster Vicious. But top side, Sutsujin, I don't care about Tier 1. I'm going to take a Tier 2 instead.
Tier 1 still holding strong for MV on the bottom side of the map. Sasa should be able to crack that open, and I'm pretty sure that MV are going to go ahead to... Oh.
Okay. No contest. Zeno Mao getting chain stun, half HP. He's going to get potentially busted down. Sutsujin goes for a fear, but here comes Smooth from the side. They told us welcome to extend the fight. Fakes without all the Minon's Rage. Everybody is flying in the air, but the heals comes through from the side of X-Speed to keep them all topped up. They see Uni. They need to be careful. They're looking for a snipe on Dato, but he doesn't have the charges to extend that fight. And Monster Vicious has no choice but to back out as well. And now King Empire continues with the pressure. They will take away resources instead.
Good work. Good work. But still, not enough to close out this game cleanly like they did in game number 1, right? I think that KGE, this has been quite a struggle for them. Because it doesn't look like MV is creating too many opportunities to give away these kills, and more importantly so, clumping up his 5 is making this even harder, right?
Oh, stun comes in, Zeno Mao once again, gonna try and start the fight here. They're trying to poke their way through. Zeno Mao might actually die here, forced into the penalty zone. Monster Vicious thought they were able to survive this, and guess what? They found Ruff. He's gonna force the entropy out of there. They lose Zeno Mao for nothing.
Oh, I mean, talk about bad time and also no resources, right? I was thinking that maybe he could get out with his ultimate, but even then, it's not like he can cover a lot of distance with the penalty zone. This Lord should fall into the hands of King Empire. Not much of a contest on this one unless Uni is able to do a drive-by.
Well, speaking of drive-bys, Uni 1-0-1 on his famed Fanny. Not looking good. And this Lord is going to be an easy takedown for King Empire. Absolutely nothing they can do. Uni going to be forced to go for plan B. Backup plan, split push, and pray for the best.
I mean, that's as much as he can hope for. Let's look at the items, see if there's anything out of the ordinary, because we are seeing Holy Crystal purchase coming in from Ruff. Surprisingly enough, he doesn't want to go and protect himself with the Blood Wings. Instead, wants to double down on that damage. Even when it comes down, when we look at Sasa as well, Brute Force Breastplate, Hunter Strike, and as well as War Axe, a lot of movement speed inbuilt into these 3 items alone. But let's not forget about the Oracle to keep himself up. Anything else out of the ordinary? No, not really. Same build coming in from Sutsujin. He's already done with his build, to be fair.
Yeah. But that's the thing, right? Right now, it all comes down to mistakes, right? Sasa, he's down to his final item here. I think he's swapping for something else. I do see the Athena shield for Smooth. So I guess Fakes is the one that's pretty much going to be able to chunk through Smooth. But again, biggest question here is going to be if they have the damage to run through Smooth. Because as of yet, they are going to force a fight. What happened here? Zeno Mawa, again, almost getting taken down as King Empire makes an attempt, but they have forced out so much. They used the retreat, they used the flicker on top of it as well. Lord still alive, Smooth, trying to provide a little bit of harassment, but it's not going to be good enough. Uni still clearing up the minions as quickly as they can. Lord gets taken out before it reaches the tier 3s. King Empire has to make do with the empowered minions here. Dato trying to stall the way through here. Here he comes. Uni with the strike. Gets cancelled. Suzuki knows what to do. Power last HP. They're going to tank it as well and take it for free, even though there's no minions. MV now, no fight at all. No contest.
No, I mean, it has been, these fights have been extremely scary and really down to the wire. I think so far, despite King Empire having an 8.6k gold lead, I don't think it really matters now compared to MV's 42. Their main carries have items, and they're going to be the primary targets for King Empire. People like Ruff, for an example. 60% match win rate so far for the side of King Empire against MV, but I think that the margins are a lot closer than what the AI winning prediction is telling us.
Yeah, it comes down to who makes that small margin of mistakes, right? Like, Monster Vicious just needs to drag it out until everyone is 15, and it's go time. And if KGE doesn't push up a little bit more, Smooth's power spike as a tanky XP is going to slowly wither down. And Uni, again, dragging the game for KGE. They're trying their best here. Before the attempt here, Sasa still survives. The tier 3 will fall. KGE still testing the waters here, while Monster Vicious just has no answer. It all comes down to Uni or the perfect catch. In this case, Smooth. They know exactly what they need to do. Secure the purple buff. Uni gonna be the contest here. They cannot give this to Uni. Zeno Mao drops the penalty zone back lines to try and stall them here. Suzuki getting focused his way through. But guess what? The stolen mid-on range from Dato stops them in track, but they don't have the damage. Ruff takes them all out. Smooth is going to be next to fall. Suzuki could not capitalize, and this is the comeback that he needs. X-Win needs to run, and he cannot do so. It's Fakes that kills him off. It's up to Suzuki. They're all so low. Nova keeps him in check, and it's going to be a shutdown, a wipeout for Monster Vicious. And they're all dead. We're going to game 3. It's over. King Empire, they dropped the ball. They made the mistakes. Monster Vicious, they have done it. They're taking it to game number 3. Day of 2-1s here in week 5 for MPL MY.
Ooh, good pullback, and unfortunately the funneling did not work out for King Empire, lining up to get knocked down by Ruff and setting up a really good play coming in for Zeno, finally capitalizing on it. It's just one big moment from both of these teams, one big moment to determine who wins and who loses.
What a start. What a catch to delay this here. It all comes down to Uni making the plays, but guess what? It was none other than Ruff himself that outplays the entire dives coming in from KGE to come up on top. What a game, what a performance, what a patience, a very, very decisive blow to turn the tides in their favor. Seems like just today itself, it's a game of comebacks.
It really is. I think that at the very least for both these teams, it's a game of surgical extraction, right? How exactly do you get the prime target without having to disturb anything else in vital organs around it? So I think this has been quite the puzzle piece for both of these teams, and hopefully things are going to start changing up. I think for MV, they're going to go back to, again, they're going to hit the drawing board once more to say, how else are we going to create better opportunities with our same game plan that both teams are refusing and only making minor adjustments to?
Yes, you know, again, King Empire, they are in this scenario where they have been prioritizing on comfort picks a little bit more. Game 1, good example. Game 2 just tried to replicate it here, but it came down to small little mistakes. It all came down to whether or not Susujin is able to capitalize on that 50%. Again, Game 1, he was able to do so. Game 2, that final fight was pretty much a situation where if Susujin was able to kind of chain his kills all the way through, it would have looked good, but it seemed like the divide of the wall forced them to not group up properly.
Yeah, no, it's one of those choke point positions, those hazards across the map that you have to be extremely aware of, especially when you're taking traditional front-to-fronts. So far, I think that MV, good plan so far. I do think that the early game could have gone a little bit better in their favor, especially since they are using the Fanny, but I think that is more credit to KGE just playing really good defensive, like just generally passive play.
Yeah, it is going to be very, very passive. But for now, let's figure out who the MVP is here from Monster Vicious. The MVP is going to be none other than Ruff himself on the Natan that clutches it for the team, survives the onslaught, survives the dive, and able to get a triple for himself. Well done to Ruff here.
Really good work overall. Make sure that he had to sustain in lane. In both of these games, he's been playing Natan. This time round, a little bit better, a little bit more conservative, not making as many mistakes as he did before, and also changing up the order of what he builds. He didn't rush Starlium Slice straight away. He just went Feather of Heaven to make sure that he actually, sustains in this lane against this super annoying Sasa, deciding to play on this CC, and then eventually pick up the Starlium Scythe later down the line.
Yeah, and that's the thing about the current patch, right? Like, getting those early started scythes here just gives you so much value because of the fact that it's a very cheap, cost-effective item, but it gives you so much capabilities in terms of cooldowns, in terms of true damage, and also overall mobility for Natan itself in the early game. But for now, I feel like based on what we've seen so far, it all came down to a situation where he just needed to burst people down. And again, once Barats hits those level 15 timings here, this is where Barats' strength as a tanky hero kind of loses out tremendously compared to when other heroes.
Ah, that's the beauty of having a marksman. They scale. What a big surprise, right? I think that the double fighters, they have a time limit for sure. And I don't think there's not that many marksman style junglers who have a strong finish like Roger, other than maybe like Ishin Shin. But even then, it takes too long for him to actually scale, where Sutsujin, if the right opportunity shows itself, you can actually take full advantage with Roger.
Yeah, and as of yet, I feel like Dato, he really did a lot of work here in actually setting up the fights here. X-Win definitely showed himself as a player that can actually play multiple playstyles as a roamer. He can play in the front, he can also play as an enchanter playstyle. But so far, 2 games in a row, he's played 2 Florins, but I really want to see KG mix things up for game number 3 here.
How would they mix it up? In terms of the bans, I think there's so many things that they could let through. But that's this is under the dependency that Sasa is not going to play a fighter. I think that's the biggest thing, right? If not, they're going to be leaving the Roger and Harith open a little bit more than they have been banning them out so far, and it's kind of up to MV to respond accordingly, right? MV's adjustment in terms of the draft, making sure that Minotaur is still picked up within first rotation, but they also decide to start betting on some of the key picks early on and making sure that they don't lose out on locking in this Natan. Overall, this chess match really just comes down to whether or not Smooth or even Zeno are going to get their priority picks.
Yeah, I think this situation, it's more like, KGE, they respected the Fanny in game 1. Game 2, I feel like because of how MV needed Uni to kind of do something in this match, they even, first phase picked it. Second, I would think, before the second phase ban came in, they prioritized that. It just shows how Uni has pretty much made a very, very big impact in these games for KGE. And it feels like right now KGE might need to switch up their drafts in game 3 just to adapt to what happened, because everyone was playing so passive for the fact that they're just so afraid of what Uni brings to the table.
I mean, more so, there's a lot of ways to kind of stuff the initial engagement, right? A lot of strong counter engages from both sides, right? Look at the damage taken, and I think this kind of tells you. Nova X Goldbar and as well as Zeno just absolutely just taking the beating. Even Smooth taking quite a beating himself, right? Even Sutsujin being the primary target for MV's side. Whenever you see Sutsujin try to turn into that Lycan form, instantly you have people like Nova X Goldbar just flickering on top of him, just leaping in front of his face.
Yeah, and I think the biggest threat here is that they just cannot just rely on Sutsujin doing the damage. And again, you know, the idea of KGE hoping to peel for Sutsujin was really nice, and it happened for game number 1. But game 2, I don't think Monster Vicious is gonna allow that, and we've seen multiple times now, like they were willing to put themselves in a situation where, hey, Xenomao, if you die, it's okay. You know, as long as Fakes and Ruff doesn't die, they do have the damage to actually kind of shove the lane, maybe even clear the minions as well. And in this case, you can even see Smooth every single time he needs the heals coming from X-Win. And besides him, who else? Like Sasa hasn't been able to do too much. He was able to win his 1v1s against Fanny, but in terms of 5v5, we don't see the impact of what CC brings to the table.
Yeah, I mean, CC just makes it difficult for you to run away, right? Linking some core members, sometimes a frontliner to a backliner, and making it difficult for them to kind of disengage, right? Let's have a look at the damage to turrets, because if I remember correctly, it should be all Sutsujin. Yep, it's the Sutsujin show once again for KGE, making sure that he gets all the gold, all that money, all the EXP. Ruff for the side of MV to be the big ones to chunk them out, and Uni as well as Fakes when they have the opportunity to actually get a side lane push.
It's interesting to see how instead of having the Barats or maybe even Sasa kind of chase the Fanny around throughout the entire map here, but because of that play, Sutsujin is forced to play that role instead, because he has technically the better mobility and wave clear compared to the rest of his teammates.
I would agree with that. I think that overall, I'm just waiting for this next game, right? What exactly are the adjustments from MV or even from KGE? Because overall, the only major adjustment is the fact that MV decided to get one of their picks a little bit earlier in that very first phase, showing off Uni's Fanny as their third pick in the rotation.
Yeah, it was something that I think a lot of teams were aware, especially from the previous week, right? People knew, oh, Oni's back. Okay, we're going to see a lot of assassins coming from Monster Vicious. And finally, to see Monster Vicious pull out a pocket pick right here, right now, is huge for them. However, let's talk about the healing here. Oh my goodness. Like, despite the heals coming from KGE, Monster Vicious was able to get a decisive fight against KGE despite this outclass of a performance. What the hell?
I mean, total healing, everybody's got some innate, inbuilt healing inside of them. Some of them even purchase items just to be able to have access to it. I think, as you mentioned before, yeah, it was a decisive fight. That's what makes the difference in these types of games. These are compositions that are very snowball heavy, and if both teams don't want to interact with each other and are waiting for your opponent to move, it boils down to who makes that first mistake.
Yeah, and I don't think it was a very difficult situation to be called a mistake in that final fight, but it was just so chaotic to a point that everyone just threw all their spells they can in just one same point, and hopefully we are able to outdamage them. And in this case, Ruff was the victor in that situation, right? Like, Ruff just came out with 1 HP. I was like, oh wait, nobody can reach me. I'm just gonna auto-attack everybody else.
Yeah, I mean, let's quickly have a look at the Hall of Famers here. Rich Guy on top of the board. It's Sutsujin, of course, being funneled by the rest of KGE. Sandbag from KGE also going over to Smooth, but the carry and the best wingman falls into MV's hands with Ruff as the carry and the wingman being Nova. I think Nova's follow-ups have been extremely precise. It's not like he's throwing his body in whenever he feels like it anymore, like when he's playing Arlet, for an example. When he's on this Minotaur, it feels like he's a lot more surgical.
Yeah, I think he's been very decisive in his play as well. Like, I feel like Nova has put myself in the situation where he gets the best of both worlds, right? He's been known to play aggressive roamers, but with a Minotaur, he can actually pull off aggressive maneuvers while keeping the team alive in sustains. And as of yet, this is the okay version, but I would really like to see Nova have a little bit more of a different approach. Like, can he play enchanters, other enchanters, maybe even Estes to a certain degree?
Does he want to play these type of enchanter style supports? I think there's no reason to, right? Because that Minotaur just makes sure that these team fights are really difficult for KGE, especially since they're the ones going with the double fighter side laners, right? Let's look at the highlights. I mean, we can rehash this one more time because the exact same, it's basically the repeat of game number 1. Nothing really changed other than the fact that Uni has access to Fanny and the mid lane picks have kind of reversed their roles. But you can see here, majority of the time, I think that, like, yes, Sasa was kind of underperforming overall. Smooth has been finding these incredible picks, but the final fights is where it becomes almost impossible for King Empire to actually find that lead, because their entire composition is dedicated around Sutsujin. If we can bring them below 50% HP, then that would be the most ideal. So as long as Monster Vicious comes in one by one, then it's a problem. If they're coming in as all 5, KGE are the ones who have to back up.
Oh my god, that fight there in the replay, I just saw Smooth Daytona's Welcome across 4 heroes and completely whiffed the mark. And that was the reason why they couldn't extend the fight. And ever since that, I think Smooth was the reason why they actually lost that fight, because he whiffed the Daytona's Welcome, doesn't have anything, decides to walk up, and Ruff just completely destroyed him. And damn, that feels like a bad moment for my guy Smooth, man.
I mean, it happens, right? This is just the nature of the competition and the nature of the compositions that they decided to play. It's not the most exciting thing in the world, especially when both teams are trying to minimize mistakes rather than force mistakes upon their opponents, but that goes with the experience of the team.
Yeah, it is going to be very, very difficult to do so. But again, came down to one small mistake here for game 1. Came down to a small mistake for game number 2. And I don't know, it all comes down to a game of mistakes. Who is not going to be the ones that come out to make it? And being consistent is great, but again, I don't know, it feels tough. It's very tough. It feels very, very, very tough.
Well, with that being said, let's throw it over to Rose. It looks like she's got somebody to interview back up on stage. Rose, how's it going?
Alright, terima kasih kepada caster-caster kita, dan sekarang Rose berada bersama dengan owners daripada KGE. Kita ada Yoni dan juga King Shah. Hello everybody, how are you guys?
Okay.
Yeah, we are good.
Semua sihat?
Bau rasa udara luar.
Dapatlah 1 point tu pecah telur dah kan?
Rasa macam okey ni.
Okay, so I think we could start with King Shah dulu. So, kita tahu that KGE lose streak beberapa match yang sebelum ni. And do you rasa apa yang menjadi dalam 2 match tu masa you guys kalah dengan Todak dan juga Homebois, dan apa yang you guys buat behind the scenes untuk dapat pecahkan telur tu hari ni?
Dia banyak benda, banyak liku-liku yang kita buat sebenarnya. As a new team, memang kita kat situ ada player yang baru, tapi banyak benda yang kita kena adjust kat situ lah. So, selepas kekalahan 2 kali berturut-turut tu, kita nampak something lah apa yang kurang dan kita cuba perbaiki tu untuk menjadi lebih baik lagi.
Alright. For the side of Yoni pula, kita tahu kalau kita main game, kita kalah mesti koyak. Apa lagi jadi pro player kan? A lot of it is at stake masa kita kalah and masa kita lose streak dekat atas pentas. So, macam mana mental of your players sekarang? Adakah semua baik ataupun memang ada koyak sikit tapi tengah fix it?
To be honest, player kita semua okey je sebenarnya. Nampak je muka diorang macam tak happy kan. Sebenarnya itulah diorang punya reaksi wajah every time diorang main tournament ke dekat rumah ke, semua muka yang sama. Tapi actually bila dah habis game apa semua, memang semua happy. Kita orang akan peluk together, kita akan try to motivate diorang balik and to make sure them lagi positif lah untuk next game akan datang.
I see. Alright, you guys buat macam activity tak selepas lose streak tu untuk mengekalkan balik mental diorang? Like, what did you guys do untuk motivate diorang balik?
Kita banyak benda kita orang buat. Tapi kebanyakannya kita akan bonding bersama je lah untuk lebih faham each other. Itu saja yang kita orang banyak buat lah.
Okay, King Shah, I ada satu soalan. Dalam banyak-banyak pasukan, okay, so kita tahu dekat MPL MY, playoffs 6 pasukan saja boleh masuk. Kalau KGE masuk, so maksud tu 5 lagi. Dalam banyak-banyak pasukan mana yang you nak jumpa balik dekat playoffs dan kenapa?
Rasanya dah ramai tahu kot ke pasukan mana yang saya nak jumpa nanti.
Tapi I tak tahu.
Tak apalah, diorang lebih tahu daripada you.
Oh, ya. Yeah. Tapi mesti korang nak dengar kan?
Korang sendiri boleh tahu kat mana permulaannya KGE kalah. So, kita akan berjumpa balik dengan tim tu insyaAllah.
Yakin tak?
InsyaAllah preparation lebih mantap lah time tu.
Alright, okay. Untuk Yoni pula, okay. So, for the upcoming match for KGE, which is esok, you guys akan lawan SRG nombor 1 rekod tanpa kalah lagi season ni. 1 point pun orang tak bagi kat opponent. You rasa KGE boleh tak pecahkan rekod tu and dapat kutip 1 point pun tu, I rasa dah benda besar dah sekarang.
Betul. Betul. Memang ramai yang cakap kita dapat kutip 1 point pun tu dah jadi benda besar dekat MPL ni kan. Tapi just nak bagi tahu dekat SRG lah. nama korang tak ada king. Memang korang king dekat dalam regular season, tapi besok pecah telur lah.
Oh, berani
Yeah.
Wow, berani berani.
Aku yang takut.
Alright, final words kepada fans-fans dan juga anak buah atas pentas sebelum kita start game ketiga. Siapa nak bagi words dekat fans?
Bagi ni. Okay, untuk supporter-supporter KGE yang ada di rumah, yang datang dekat stadium, thank you so much. Even though kita kalah 2 minggu straight, tapi korang masih lagi menaruh harapan untuk kita orang. InsyaAllah kita orang akan perbaiki dan juga buat yang terbaik untuk korang hari ini dan juga untuk esok.
Alright, I rasa we are done with this interview. Semua orang dah ready untuk start game ketiga. Apa kata let's throw it back to the casters for this third game. Casters, silakan.
Thanks, Rose. Once again, draft about to start in 15 seconds here, but man, KGE, they've set their eyes on other goals. Don't know if their head's in the game for this one.
I'm always speechless. Like, I'm not gonna lie, like, they have the best rebuttals and they're just having so much fun. But again, you know, the team that they lost to, that is something that I really want to see it happen in the near future. But as of yet here, now, let's talk about now. The decided match for both of these teams here. Monster Vicious versus KGE. Game 3 this time. Monster Vicious gets blue pick priority. But again, this time, they are going to ban the Roger. They are going to force Sutsujin play something else. I'm sick of your Roger, man.
Okay. Still followed up with the chip and as well as Matilda for the side of KGE. They might want to consider banning out the Fanny once more. A little difficult to deal with, but considering how Game 2 went, I don't think the Fanny was the biggest deal in the world, right? Now that MV have kind of shaken up what the draft is starting to look like, that just begs the question whether Sutsujin has what it takes and whether KGE want to consider banning out this Harith still. Ooh, Farley's Harith is open.
Okay, that's a pretty big ask here. MV, do they just pick it right from the get-go, just deny the power pick away from KGE and allow Dato to play his Novaria?
Or give fakes to Valentina once more. Oh no, Harith straight away gets locked in for the side of MV.
Now, considering that Novaria is open right now, KGE, do they want to lock this down or, again, like you said, take away the Valentina from fakes? Comfort picks, very difficult right now.
I don't think they'll let it go. I think the Novaria is going to get locked in for the side of KGE.
Please don't take Barats.
I was thinking whether Barats is going to get picked up or not. I still think that Barats is going to get picked regardless. I think having him as a sandbag in the EXP lane and still having a suppression with the Daytona's welcome is good.
There is light.
Okay, seems like I do hear the...
Why didn't they do this last game?
So no Novaria? No, what? No Novaria?
Yeah, no Novaria. It's going to be Lo Yi this time round. I'm surprised that KGE opted to go for Lo Yi this time round. They could have gone for it last in the first phase, but now that they're going with the Lo Yi this time round, are they still going to go with a double fighter lane? It's still a very real thing.
I don't like it. Please don't give Sasa the double fighter.
I mean, it sounds like a bad idea, but now that you have like free access to the backline, why not?
Okay, fine. But again, right now, for me, the biggest issue is how do you deal with this, Harry? Like, don't tell me. They're like, I know you've been asking for this. Even we saw this in the previous matchup. A gold lane Vincent for Sasa just to deal with the Harry.
Arguably, that would be kind of funny. That would be quite funny. But MV going to be, instead of going for an assassin this time, going to be locking in the Yuzong as well as the Fredrin. So we can guarantee that Ruff is going to be playing Harith in the side lane. Good luck. Let's see whether Sasa going to be playing a traditional fighter or whether he's going to get an actual marksman this time.
Give him the marksman. Like,
Phobias. No.
Okay. I like this. You know, they pick the Kaja preemptively in case they decide to bring in the Fanny.
I think it's okay. Fanny or not, you still have plenty of magic damage. It kind of looks like, you know, KGE is posturing themselves for a Natan. I think MV should probably ban that out. Yep, get rid of the Minotaur. Make sure the team fight composition is not that good. MV need to ban out Natan, probably carry as well, I would imagine.
I think the Divine Judgment is great to deal with Harith as well. Like, as soon as it goes for Purify Zaman Force, I don't care. I'm going to pull you in, one-shot you with the low E. So this is something that I think KGE can look to go for. But again, like you said as well, Natan is completely ignored from both sides. Like, I don't know what's up with this, but people just don't want to play Natan.
I think that KGE is most likely going to pick it up if MV lets it through. I think that KGE also have to make a couple of considerations. Do they want to get rid of people with strong disengage or strong engages? Grok seeming a little notorious here. I think that KGE is probably going to ban that out away from Nova, or maybe even...
wow, what?
They get rid of the Novaria. I didn't think Novaria was going to matter too much here, but I guess opening the map in a clean fashion is a lot more manageable with the Novaria in comparison with Grok.
Yeah, considering that the low Yi's out here is going to take them into his bushes, right? Like, I think that's the idea. They just don't want those strategies to be exposed by FB. We kind of saw that coming from the previous series between Homebois as well as the Niners. Yeah. Tenors.
No.
Sorry, no.
They're not there just yet. Wait till the end of the regular season, then we'll know.
Sorry, I feel bad though. But at the same time, Udi is a character, man. Like, he's a personality.
He is. There we go. Natan ban, as expected from MV. What were they discussing that took them so long there to actually go for the ban? I think it's about what the response from KGE is going to be. That's why they took so long. And maximizing the time to talk about the overall game plan, right? Because it looks like it's standard plan for the side of MV and KGE. They could go for the Ruby again, technically, but I think they might want to go for something that actually scales and can actually deal with the dashes. I'm thinking Vovius, for an example. Doesn't look too bad. Looks all right.
Yeah, I think Vovius is too bad.
They can go for Sissy.
I'm not sure if they want to dig for the damage jungler here in this Ranger, but nope, they go for the call for Sasa. Finally, we get to see Sasa play a proper marksman.
Okay, that means the roamer is
it's proper, right? Like this is not a claw jungle, right?
It's definitely not a claw jungle. It's definitely not a claw jungle.
It sounds like a meme, but it's definitely not a claw jungle.
Oh, what exactly do they want for? Sorry, what exactly does KGE want for their EXP in Smooth? Right? I think that matchup has already been predetermined before anything else.
Like I think he's been playing so much Barrage to a point that I think KGE just like.
But then what's a jungler that actually is going to be relevant in this game, right? Because if you go for Ranger, you're going to get chased down by Yutong, and Frederick is going to sandbag you. You go for Ling, maybe there's like an opportunity. Yeah, and that's why MV going with the Valentina as well as Tigreal, very, very smart on their end, making sure that even if you go for an assassin-style jungler, this is a really beefy front line, and Harith is able to buy so much time. So, I don't know. Marksman junglers don't feel very good here.
I think they should go for an assassin right now. If they want to pair with the Divine Judgment, they need to just one-shot somebody. But looks like they're going for... Oh no, Damus. Yuck. He's got 80% win rate, picked 10 times, but I'm not a big fan of Damus. But I don't know, man. Like, what?
First of all, I don't think that's correct, to be honest. I don't think those stats are right just yet. I need to double check that in just a little bit. 80% seems a little bit higher than what I last remembered it to be. But overall, it makes sense, right? Very standard compositions from both sides. I mean, KGE has a strong early game for EXP, but that doesn't change the fact that MV, overall, 3 very tanky frontliners, and as well as Fakes, to actually help support the dive if it does end up going. They can go fast, they can go slow. MV, very versatile composition, while KGE, it's going to take so much time for them to actually scale. So good luck to both Smooth and Sutsujin to be playing around these neutrals.
Oh, the fight for survival continues here as King Empire is going to be facing off against Monster Vicious for the decider match to take the dub. And as of yet, we're heading into the Land of Dawn to figure out who will be the victor. In this case, it is going to be a tough one. As we can see, we have the Kaja as well as the Tamus from the side of KGE. This is crazy. Like, I did not expect this at all.
Well, I mean, they changed it up. These points, it just shows that both MV and KGE are putting everything on the line. They need these points desperately to make sure that they stick around in the regular season. And there we go. Early retribution coming out from Sutsujin with the help of Nova X Kobar. Good information being led. But keep in mind, KGE is one of the few teams that gets their supports to actually leash the other buff on the opposite side so that Sutsujin doubles in speed and is able to get the Lethal Wanderer hella fast.
Yeah, I like this aggression coming from KGE. This is the KGE we're talking about as well. They are going to try to scout information. They know Uni's level 3 right now. This is Uni going to be forced to play the tank position here, but in the invade coming in as well. Nova, he's going to be forced to back out. He's going to be A-OK. Sutsujin again continues with the assault. Does he force the retreat? Yes, he will. That's going to be level 4 up on Sutsujin as he tries to get a little bit more aggressive. Xenomar level 2. but they know he's just not going to be able to do much here.
Yeah, I think this is a particularly, well, I wouldn't say bad habit, but I think that MV, they gotta remember some of their homework here. They do this all the time, especially if they have like an early game EXP laner in Smooth on the top side of the map. They almost guarantee are going to like leash, go for an early leash if their support is generally weak in the laning phase.
Yeah, and as of yet, it seems like based on what I'm seeing, even though, quote-unquote, Barats does have the early level 4 to go a little bit more aggressive, it feels like a mirror matchup from how Game 1, Game 2. Just play it slow, you know, go for objectives, and then wait for things to happen here. But right now, first turtle comes in, Susujin already making quick work with the turtle. No Black Dragon at all to actually zone up for Monster Vicious. So KGE finally takes the first turtle.
Yep, nicely done, as expected, with Sutsujin being a full level ahead of Uni's side. This is going to be a slow burner, boys and girls. If you need to refill your water, better do it now, because it's going to be a long, drawn-out game, unless Monster Vicious slips up first.
Yep, Sutsujin, level 6 here, 2 levels ahead, 2 minutes into the game here. Not a good time for all this brethren. And again, now looking for the invades. Uni, he needs to retreat this. No, he does not. He gets the retreat ontowards Sutsujin. And now he's going for the bonus. Welcome Nova. Pulls 2 back. They get first blood. And Zeno was able to connect on 2. Double kill for him. And now, here he comes. They get the stolen Divine Judgment up on Smooth. He's got the sustains, but Sutsujin doesn't care. He needs to kill somebody, but he cannot kill him all.
No.
And Zeno, Maut, out-sustains them all.
Nicely played by MV's side. A huge catch from Nova x Kobar, flickering and imploding the 2 most important members, leaving the strong early gamers by themselves to fend off against 4. Really nicely played by Monster Vicious side, and this is going to be the lead that Uni needs to actually try and keep up. He's still going to be 2 levels behind Sutsujin, but this is gigantic for Fakes.
Yeah, Fakes somehow, I don't know, it feels like Noah was able to set up a catch that King Empire just would 84 as well, but now they merge just down bottom. They see Nova, they're trying to make a dive onto his rough. Very ballsy move, but seems like, you know, Monster Vicious people able to get out of safety for this.
Yeah, but I mean, this is the constant pressure we expect from King Empire when they locked in that low Yi within first rotation on the red side of the map, right? You want them to be proactive. You want a Monster Vicious to get caught off mid-rotation due to the divergence. Now, with the turtle coming up in about 2 seconds or so, there should be an argument of whether they should walk in for the invade one more time, or are they looking specifically at where Nova x Kobar is?
Yeah, and seeing how this is going to be happening here. Nova going to be the priority here. Going to try and check this away. Turtle in favor of King Empire. Smooth going to try and zone him up with this Tamos. They want Monster Vision to come in. Nova, what? They waited for the implosion here. Titona's welcome catches him as well. Mistakes from Nova. He's gonna get chunked out. Zeno Mao diving the back lines. Stato needs to back off, but he is gonna fall. Mega kill for Zeno Mao, but Sutsujin, he wins the turtle fight. And now Uni needs to run away. And he's gonna be able to get out of safety. Abrasive's Wrath whiffing the mark. But King Empire, they trade 1 for 1.
They traded support for a mid laner here. Nobody was able to kind of peel Deto as Zeno now having a significant snowball from his lane. 4 kills and a fully completed Hunter Strike. He may be a level down on Smooth. Doesn't matter. Smooth can't protect all of his team members.
Yeah, it feels like Smooth is just a big meat shoe, right? Like, if they are clumped up to him, he is going to be able to do a lot of damage here. But if they just kind of ignore Smooth, they can't really do too much. And Zeno Mao is just, he just has more tools to actually dive the back lines.
I mean, true, but it doesn't mean that Smooth isn't a threat, right? Now with that Corrosion Scythe as well.
Oh no, they find X-Wid. He is gonna get completely destroyed here. No reactions. Ralph with the Salmon Force. They played, what are you doing there? You diverse behind them. He's gonna get picked apart. And now drawing to pick up the scraps. It's gonna be up to Sutsujin. They almost take down Raph. Raph was able to get out. Smooth comes in with a Inferno here. He's kiting his way through. He takes down Uni. He's able to out-sustain all this damage. What? King Empire, they are able to strike back. Now Sasa with this Claw. They know Nova is exposed here. They need to take this tier 1 in, and they are going to try and finish him off. The rest of MB has nothing to kill him off. Sasa reveals himself and finally takes him out. Toys with the foot to extend the death timers, and King Empire was able to salvage it.
Good foresight coming in from the side of King Empire. They even sent Smooth down, sacrificing his tier 1, because at this point Smooth has kind of completed his purpose, right? For these neutral objectives, he needs to start affecting the rest of the map, and this is one way they can do so, by getting Sasa faster, accelerating him to ensure that he gets that Trinity build now rather than later. He's finished. He's already finished the Demon Hunter sword, which means he's one item off before he completes the build.
Oh, it's tough. 4 seconds off this turtle. They need to find a way to open up the map again here. X-Win hasn't been able to set things off with this Divine Judgment. He needs to catch Ruff, and Monster Vicious has been very smart to catch him off as well. But Nova, he's gonna get gobbled up. No Implosion, finally drops it here, connects on 2, Smooth. He's gonna get shredded through as well. He pops his ultimate as well, but he's able to sustain this. Ruff can't seem to finish him off. He's diving extendedly here, and they find Ruff. They kill him off. Oh my goodness, this Turbo is just tanking through the Harif all the way through, and now Monster Vicious, they have to concede this turtle, but King Empire, they're so low, they need to back off as well. It's gonna be tough. Do they go for the 50-50 coin flip here? Susujin does have the stab. They have the stacks. They're gonna try and make a time as well. They find Uni. He's gonna get pulled back. Smooth, he's able to sustain this, but the turtle in the hands of Monster Vicious. They lose the member, but Smooth, he survives! He survives! And here comes the pause. The pause.
Oof.
Oh boy.
Yeah, we'll see who actually called open for that pause here. That was pretty insane. That was pretty insane how everything panned out there. Ruff really trying to go above and beyond to prove his worth, but it might just be a technical issue that got him killed. Looks like it's a type 1 issue. Doesn't seem to be that big of a deal. We should be able to correct it with the help of Cedric, making sure that he's overwatching the entire process go down. Wow. Wow. AGE. Wow.
That was crazy. That was a very, like, I'm not gonna lie, Smooth really pulled a big dub there here. Who's he able to sustain here against Harif? That's one way to deal with the Harif's Xamarin Force.
I mean, I'm surprised that he was able to sustain so much as well. He didn't even have to use the Vengeance, right? He just popped his ult, and he was just hoping that he actually lives from that dire situation. He probably should have died, or at least lost his battle spell off a cooldown, but looks like the teams are getting set up to test it out, see whether everything's going well before we get back into the game. Still a minute left, minute and 35 seconds left on the clock. We'll wait for Cedric to get the thumbs up.
Well, are we gonna see the surprise appearance? You know what I'm talking about?
Cedric's like right bicep. I mean, I've heard that it has grown 2 inches in the last time since I've mentioned it.
Really?
Yeah,
what
man.
about his left bicep?
I would hope that it's the exact same size. I'd be very uncomfortable if they were 2 different sizes.
Hey, well, we've seen memes of it. I've not seen a guy like that, but again, right now, there was a very intense match coming from both King Empire as well as Monster Vicious here, because it seems like finally King Empire is able to have a very good start here, but now we've finally been going into the game here, and I do hear some disappointment in the crowd, but all is well, all is well.
No, I'm hearing different voices in the crowd. They sound more like, yes, it's 2 inches bigger. I can hear very clearly through these noise-canceling headsets, as you may tell. So far, again, slow game here, but so far, 13 total kills, 8 minutes already in, and very traditional. Ooh, wait a minute. It looks like KGE now kind of putting their foot on the gas, going for invades as well to maintain Sutsujin's overall level lead against Uni.
Yeah, but that's... again, right now, Susujin, again, with this Boraz, he does have that early presence compared to Uni. But the moment Monster Vicious drags into ultra late game, this Boraz will no longer be a big factor unless they wrap things up here. King Empire now finally having a 3K lead. This is huge for them, but again, are they pressing the lead? Because it seems like they're just waiting for reactions once again.
Again, they don't want the same situation to occur when Nova X Kobar is able to turn things around, especially with a high-impact roamer like a Tigreal. So now that Sasa has finally completed, he's down to fight. He's ready to fight, right? Too ready to fight, as a matter of fact. And I think they can force the situation on top of MV for this upcoming Lord take. Wait, is it a Lord take? Yes, 3 turtles have already been taken down. First Lord of the game. Let's see whether or not MV are able to turn things around. Because so far, right, 2 people who have caught my eye. So far, Zeno, his 4-0-1, he is still very dangerous to the back line of King Empire, but also fakes with the counter Divine Judgments during some of these interactions.
Yeah, and as of yet, Lord here going to be a priority from the side of Monster Vicious Sutsujin.
Oh
Now.
man, beautiful wave management
Okay.
from KGE.
Okay. Waiting for the moment, X-Win, looking for the roam round. They're waiting. They're waiting. They're all clumped up in the spot. Here comes the conceal play. Instantly gets cancelled. Nova now going to be gobbled out by Sunsujin. They're going to try and focus him down before the implosion. He's forced to flicker out. No implosion whatsoever. Doesn't even matter. And Sasa comes in with the killing streak. They go in for the wraparound. And just like that, they turn things around. And Monster Vicious just lose Fu in a flash.
Beautiful team fight. Beautiful stuff. Sunsujin, no fear whatsoever. If they're dependent on Nova X Gobar to start the fight, let's just take him out of the equation. Force him to use Flicker, and that's exactly what they did. If Nova had some cojones to steal, he might have even flickered into the enemy team to try to make something happen, but the rest of the MV members too far away. They're going to lose an inhibitor for this before the Lord even walks in.
Yeah, now they finally got all four here. Ruff, he's only level 10. He's got the Salmon Force, but they need to use it wisely here. The Lord going to be crashing in. Sasa already making quick work with the Lord, the tier 3 here. Lord still very, very healthy. Sunsujin, a second Lord here. This Barrage level 15, so big, so much pain here, so much tankiness. And Sasa not going to be committing here, not making the risk. King Empire slowly taking objectives. Or Monster Vicious needs the big catch. In this case, Phoenix doesn't have the flicker. Does he go in for the pull?
He wants it. He wants the
should.
Welcome. Oh,
doesn't go for it. They pop the Black Dragon, but whoa, what is that damage from Sasa and Dato?
Telling you, Trinity build, it's already complete. This is go time.
X-Win, conceal plays, doesn't connect. Smooth, tanking the turret here. He's taking a little bit too much damage here. Zhao Mawud trying to intersect, but looks like they will just settle with that. No fights at all.
So worth it. 10k goal lead. This is like a GG angle from MV, right? They should not be losing their inhibitor targets, but unfortunately for them, they don't exactly have the best high ground. They've got super strong engage, but the problem is that against King Empire, and especially since they don't have the items to actually keep up with the overall damage that's being pumped out of them. I mean, look at the damage rankings, right? A majority of their members, like Fakes, he's got to be so close into the face of danger before he actually does something. And Sunsujin is just like, I'm more than happy if you walk up even a step further.
Yeah, it feels like Sunsujin is in a situation where I'm super tanky, I've got damage, and Monster Vicious he knows for the fact that Monster Vicious can't do anything to him as long as this game doesn't drag into his later stage game. And as of yet, he's gonna be the biggest raid boss that Monster Vicious just can't deal with right now.
Oh, look at that gold difference. Look at that gold difference. Almost 4k gold difference between Ruffin as well as Sasa. It really just shows how far ahead King Empire is off of these small, well, I say small interactions, these punishing these big fights. And now they've developed such a ridiculous lead that I don't think Monster Vicious realistically can walk out of their base.
Yeah, and as of yet, Monster Vicious is just completely starved out, and it's tough. Like, all King Empire needs to do is just wait for next Lord and then just play it safe. And if Monster Vicious decides to overcommit to this, they're gonna get completely wiped out. Right now, they just don't have an answer to both Smooth as well as Suzuki, two very, very tanky heroes which require a lot of commitment to take them down. Yes, Xenomawad may have won the early game, but again, this is the mid to late stage game, and it feels like they just don't have an answer to this.
That doesn't really matter. I mean, anybody with a 10k lead, especially if King Empire is like 13 minutes into this game, gonna hit the 42k mark compared to Monster Vicious at the 32k, it just means that King Empire literally has more stats, a full item ahead of MV.
It is indeed a full item indeed here, but right now, Monster Vicious, they can only do so much. It seems like it might be the nail to the coffin here, unless, and I mean unless, Nova gets the sickest 5-man implosion setup into as a 5-man taunt.
He's got to do the key boy. He's got to do the key boy, man. If he is unable to do the key boy, well, I mean, there's nothing much they can really do about that, right?
True. But as of yet, Sasa. Oh, wow. That's an interesting interaction here. Popping a BMI back home, Divergence out, instantly, you know, clears the creep waves, and then goes back to the middle. That's a very interesting one, but as of yet, let's take a look here. They are going to try and catch onto his Uni. Guts one-shotted. No contest whatsoever. King Empire still holding on nearly as well. They throw everything up on Monster Vicious. They're holding their best. They managed to clear the Lord's move, almost getting taken down, but Fakes, he's gonna fall to the battle, the blazing duet. And just like that, King Empire cleans house. They take the final game, and they will win against Monster Vicious. 2-1 for the Kings.
Yep. Strategic, classic, and most importantly, just surgical from the side of KGE. Play around your power spikes. You know exactly when to go. And when it's go time, it is go time. Stop holding back. Unleash your full potential.
It is unleashed right now. The Kings finally showing them why they deserve to be the best teams here. A little bit sloppy here, but they are back in action. Monster Vicious, no chance whatsoever. They get the point, but that's it. They get a point, but that's it. But all things considered here, I'm curious to see how things went behind the scenes here, because we are going to be jumping into an interview with the Kings themselves as we throw it over to the host with Rose. Take it away, Miss Rose.
King Empire Esports puts a stop to their lose streak. 2 bebalas, 1 menentang Monster Vicious. First of all, guys, a round of applause. All right, everybody good? Okay, hi Smooth. Sihat?
Sihat.
Okay, Smooth. So kita tahu you guys baru je dapat kembali dengan bounce back daripada lose streak beberapa match sebelum ni. Apa yang preparation yang you guys buat dan macam mana you guys actually bounce back daripada the disappointment previously?
Okey, sebenarnya kalah ni adalah macam tamparan untuk kita orang juga. So kita orang kena belajar daripada mistake kita orang, apa yang kurang. Alhamdulillah minggu ni kita orang dapat tahulah apa masalah dan fix. Itu je lah.
Alright, so adakah Smooth yakin dah dengan you guys dah actually fix masalah yang you guys faced in the previous matches?
Sikit.
Bit by bit lah,
bit
sebelum
by bit.
playoffs kan?
Yeah.
Alright. Okay, can we please pass it to Sasa? Hi Sasa.
Oh.
Okay, Sasa. Game 1, Game 2. We saw you play fighter in the gold lane. Will this be happening more, or are you just trying it out before playoffs?
Just kasih susah sikit.
Kasih susah sikit. Dia tak nak cakap English dah sekarang, dia Melayu terus. Okay, so Sasa, you cakap kasih susah sikit, tapi game ketiga tu you main Claude. So, apa yang jadi?
Yeah, game 1, game 2, my teammate already carry a lot, right? And then game 3 I come out lah.
Oh, gitu rupanya. Pelik I tanya English, dia jawab Melayu. I tanya Melayu, dia jawab English. Pelik juga. Okay, wait, just a quick question, okay? Do you have any words of encouragement or support for your ex-teammates, Haru and of course Subway?
To Haru and Subway, semangat lagi, ketemu di playoff lagi.
Wah, itu dia friendship. Okay guys, sebelum I announce MVP, I nak tanya daripada the side of our audience. Korang rasa siapa yang MVP? Apa kata kita tengok MVP kita?
Susujin.
In 3, 2, 1. Jeng, 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 jeng. Susujin. Nampaknya Sasa pun setuju dengan Susujin sebagai MVP of the match. Okay, Susujin, how are you?
Baik.
Baik. Okay, tadi kita nampak Roger Susujin mengganas dalam game pertama dengan game kedua. Okay, tadi you dapat Maniac first game. Itu adalah satu punca you guys dapat comeback. So, actually, masa you guys tengah kalah in the game just now, it was quite one-sided to the side of Monster Vicious. Apa yang perbualan jadi ataupun apa yang discussion jadi in-game untuk guarantee you guys actually like santai saja dan dapatkan momentum balik?
Ya, jadi kita emang hero-nya kalah early, jadi kita early emang kesusahan lah. Jadi kita fokusnya itu nahan game aja sampai item jadi.
Okay, so thank you. Can we please pass it to X-Win? Okay, X-Win. So, esok, tomorrow, korang akan jumpa Selangor Red Giants, pasukan yang tak kalah lagi untuk regular season ni. Berapa yakin X-Win that you guys boleh dapat curi 1 point je pun daripada SRG?
Berapa ya? Yakin sih, tapi berdoa aja sih. Semangat aja dulu. Lihat nanti aja.
Budak-budak baik kali ni atas pentas. Okay, can we please pass it to Deto before we wrap this up? Deto. Okay, Deto, final words. What do you want to say to all the fans who came to support you guys today? And of course, tell them to support you guys on your match tomorrow as well.
Terima kasih semua yang udah datang dan maaf kita kecewakan kalian minggu-minggu kemarin gitu. Besok kita akan main yang terbaik, Pak.
Itu dia, full Melayu. Alright, terima kasih kepada King Empire Esports. You guys may now go. Itu adalah satu mic drop yang tak sengaja. Apa jadi? Ingat Udil je yang boleh mic drop atas pentas ke? KGE pun boleh. Alright guys, while they're celebrating their win, apa kata let's show it back to the casters untuk kali terakhir hari ini. Casters, apa yang menjadi dalam game 2 berbalas 1 ini? Casters, silakan.
Well, I think it's just the mic drop. Like that just happened, Rose. Like you asked what happened, yeah, mic drop happened. That's what happened.
Now I'm happy. I'm happy to see where KGE is right now. They're a little bit more explosive at punishing their enemies. They've moved on, honestly, from the plateau of the way that they've been playing. They can play around Sutsujin if necessary. Yes, it is not exactly the most polished, but when they go back into form and go back into the regular tank junglers, like our MVP of the match, Sutsujin here, they really know what they're doing.
No, that's the thing about King Empire, right? Like, even though we have said them to be playing comfort heroes here, they have shown us a different play style so far in this particular series. Like, they're not afraid to play Enchanter play style and just go all in. Hey, Sutsujin, you're the guy. I'm going to carry the game. And then game 3, you know what? Let's make it a little bit of switcheroo here. Give him the barrage, and then he carries the game. So, is this comfort, or is it more like they haven't shown more cards yet for the side King Empire?
Well, I definitely think that they were trying something out here, and I feel like Sutsujin in particular has been playing pretty well overall, right? It's not like he was put behind because of his team. It did feel like he was actually motivating the team and actually pushing forward, taking ground, taking space, making sure that a lot of these calls are gonna be clean, right? Even though Sasa is the main IGL of the team, and yes, they are still technically playing around the gold lane pretty often, it was Sutsujin who really made his mark in the earlier to mid-game stages of the game.
Yeah, and I feel like based on what we're seeing here, what really surprised me was definitely Smooth pulling this Tamos pickup. Like, I was expecting, hey, is this a Tamos jungle? No, he's XP lane, and he was able to rotate very, very quickly as well. And I like how King Empire is always one step ahead of Monster Vision in terms of overall rotation by taking advantage of Dato's divergence very, very efficiently. Because every single time they group up as 5, oh wait, somebody needs to clear a wave on the other side. You know what? I'm just going to divergent either Sasa or Smooth into that lane instead of walking.
Yep, good abuse of the mechanic, right? And especially since nothing really is happening across the map. It's not like we're trying to find this flank when they have no inhibitors whatsoever. It's good use of using the diversion in a means to manage these waves. And I think KGE, even prior to that, had some really great wave management. It made it difficult for MV to actually walk up and start contesting for these neutral objectives, Turtles or even the Lord, right? We saw many, many times they walked up, they ended up losing a tower, they ended up losing multiple waves just to stick around and play the dance with KGE.
Yeah, and of course now there was just a lot of interactions that I think KGE just abused a little bit more with this Loi here. So I'm liking the ideas they're playing around, rather the important objective mechanics rather than just, you know, team fights as well. So right now, King Empire, they definitely have the bigger objectives in terms of this match 3. But let's talk a little bit more on the damage out here. Sasa definitely topping the charts here, but Sutsujin 58,000. He's doing the right cards. Like Barat's early game, I'm just gonna walk in towards everybody and just kill everybody.
And I think it could have been an even bigger snowball had Nova X Kobar not just completely shut down almost the play of the week from KGE here. I mean, he was able to catch 2. That was already great. I think that X-Win was the only one who was really struggling in this matchup, right? Every time he goes for the engage, Ruff is able to create enough distance, or he gets smothered by Nova or Fakes, who continuously just keep him in place until Uni or Zeno is there to finish him off. So overall, it is a difficult game from MV's side, but you got to give props where props is due. KGE, they positioned well around Nova.
Yeah, it is going to be very, very interesting as well to see how... I was expecting a little bit more coming from Nova, but again, every single time he tried to go for the implosion play here, Sutsujin is just there to cancel him off. And it's crazy because it's like a split-second decision before the implosion procs first, because it gives you like a way to actually just like pop a skill or even flicker out, right? Like every single time Noah pops Explosion, Suzuki just taps an ultimate. It's okay. I'm not gonna get stunned. I'm gonna gobble you up before you can actually chain CC that way through. So it was a very interesting interaction, but again, props to Suzuki.
Yep, he's doing much better now, and I think they've corrected at least the majority of the problems that we saw from the past couple of weeks from KGE, which were exposed by some of the top dogs here at MPL MOI. We look at the total turret damage, and yeah, Sasa sitting on top of the board with 25,000, breaking every single one of these turrets, making sure that he was funneled with so much gold. He's finishing the Trinity build by 8 minutes even sometimes. He's just so quick on the draw.
Yeah, it was very fast as well. Like KGE, you know, they just understood that, hey, they've got more split push potential, they've got more room to work with here. They just played the macro game better than Monster Vicious, but Monster Vicious, they quote-unquote have the better 5v5 team fight. But again, if they were playing a split fight here, it was just very difficult here. And to make things a little bit difficult here, Smooth was able to out-sustain most of the initial burst from Monster Vicious. And I don't know, it feels like because of this low E pickup, Monster Vicious just did not expect them to actually just get out macroed.
Well, I don't think that. I think they also recognize that they can't clump up too close together, right? And KGE specifically is utilizing Deto in a way where they cut support, the supply lines too Rough, right? Making sure that he doesn't get reinforcements, and Rough isn't winning the lane hard enough against Sasa to pose a threat. And usually when he sets up that freeze, that's when you see KGE actually respond to bail Sasa out of these situations.
Yeah, speaking of bailing here, look at the heals coming from Smooth, bro. 37,000 heals just off the Tamos out here, as well as the Vengeance and the Sustains coming in here. Full tank Tamos is the way to go. Drop every spell on Tamos. Tamos will out-survive that any day.
Yep, and that's why the early game just fell so in favor of KGE. This is the beauty of having a Thamos. He's very early game oriented, right? If this game continued to progress on for another like 5-10 minutes, I think KGE would have lost their relevance, and that's when they have to really start focusing on finding that big pick on Rough to turn the game around. Because overall, like Envy was on the cusp of Zeno actually being a legitimate threat to the backline, being able to like one-shot Deto, one-shot Sasa.
Yeah.
Once he completed that Hunter Strike. He was like 4-0-1.
Exactly. It was so far ahead, right? Because of those individual plays. Zeno Mao was just playing at his pace where he's trying to make things work for Monster Vicious, but unfortunately, it just didn't really work out. And unfortunately to say, again, you know, it seems like whoever gets this early lead seems to not be able to transition really well into the middle stage of the game. And Monster Vicious just couldn't do that. And it feels like they were just lost. And as of yet, right now, this is the Hall of Fame here. The sandbag is got to be Uni with 102,000 damage taken. But again, here is the stats here for Uni. 0% win rate when he's playing tanks.
Yeah, it's still pretty rough for him. It's still pretty rough, but we've heard from Coach Haru he needs some game time, right? He needs to get that experience, some stage experience, especially against some of these veterans. Like, I mean, look at the rich guy in the carry as well as the best wingman. Going over to Sasa with 851 gold per minute, and Sutsujin taking both the carry and wingman positions, having a plenty of damage dealt on a Barat at 58,000 and 13 total assists. He may not be finishing them off, but at the very least, he's putting them at low HP.
Yeah, it is something that I think it is going to be very, very difficult to fight about here. But in case you guys missed out on action as well, here is going to be the match highlights. Starting things off, I feel like this was a very, very sick play. Very early rotation from Zeno Mao despite King Empire. Technically should have won the first turtle engagement. Like, they should have lost that. But again, Zeno Mao was just somehow out-damaging everyone from KGE.
I mean, again, this is respect needed to be given over Nova X Kobar and as well as Zeno Mao, right? Because in the next couple of clips, you'll see that Zeno Mao is trying to zone out specifically Deto, right? Making it difficult for him, and they're making sure that Envy is making sure that King Empire is punishing the main linchpins of King Empire. They want to play for picks, we'll take away their picks, we'll take away their damage because Sasa hasn't scaled yet. However, Sutsujin, he got really strong, really quickly, and with the help of the extra pressure coming in from both Smooth as well as Sasa winning his lane against the Harith, they were able to start invading the jungle and taking away jungle resources and hurting the economy of Uni. Like, by the end of this game, he didn't even achieve level 15.
That was interesting. Sasa actually just, normal attack Yu Jong to death. And with that being said here, Monster Vicious pretty much drops the game. They will still maintain in 7th place with 9 points, tying it with Team Hawk. But Team Hawk still will be on top as of yet. So not much changes. But King Empire will move up the ladder by 1 step on 3rd place.
Yep. holding 12 points. The top 4, I mean, anywhere below first place, it's close, right? Homebois, they're generating a decent lead at 14 points. King Empire under them, behind by 2 points. And then Todak at 11 with RSGMY at 10. It's still anybody's game with 2 games left to play before the end of the season.
Yeah, very, very close here indeed. Here, Selangor Red Giants pretty much almost nearly guarantees top 2, but King Empire and Todak, if they win their remaining matches with 2-0s all the way through, they may be able to upset the balance and take away and snatch away the top 2 away from Homebois. So this is going to be a very, very close upcoming weeks, especially for this week and next week.
With that being said, let's have a look at tomorrow's schedule. What are we expecting for one of the few last weeks here that we have here at the MPL MY regular season? It's going to be Barracudas up against Team Hawk, followed up by RSG versus Todak, and finally, to finish things off, SRG versus KGE.
Well, this is going to be very, very difficult here. Like King Empire, if they are looking for the top 2, they have to win a 2-0 against SRG if they want to stand a chance. Because SRG right now, undefeated. Very, very difficult task here, but hopefully things are going to be for the better for them. However, for RSG and Todak, again, like what's going to be said for them as well, they are also looking to push the break past the top 2 barrier and maintain their top 6 seedings for now. But Barracuda and Team Hawk, this is going to be a fight for survival for me.
Yep, it's going to be a fight for survival. I think Team Hawk has much better odds overall, but still, at the same time, if Team Hawk is able to 2-0, they might be able to actually get a higher spot during the playoffs later down the line. So this is all set up for the final week of the MPL MOY. Week 5 is where it gets really interesting, right? Because keep in mind, RSG versus Todak, it's anybody's game at that point. And whoever is able to 2-0 the opponents might set themselves up for maybe an upper bracket finish of the regular season.
Now that I mentioned it as well, all the 6 teams for tomorrow match, 5 of them has a shot to fight for top 2.
Yep.
Technically. So
well, unless SRG 2-0s KGE, then they guarantee top 2 no matter what.
Okay, that's pretty much it, right? Like SRG, it doesn't matter. Like we know they pretty much almost certainly get top 2 if they don't lose a single game. But again, this is going to be a what-if scenarios here for tomorrow. But of course, right now, for those guys watching at home as well, I hope you guys have enjoyed the entirety of the show. Here's something for you guys to enjoy at home, and that is the Mobile Legends Bang Bang Cross, the King of Fighters 97 collaborations are currently now available. The collab skins will arrive on the 24th of April, but actually already arrived so far, where you can get yourself 3 of these amazing collaboration skins here, including the Vale Kyo Kusanagi, Masha Mai Shiranoi, and also the Paquito Terry Bogart, which gives you a very, very unique fighting experience in your games. And here's a finder. Terry Bogart blinks when he walks around.
Especially when you max out of that champion stance. If you ever play KOF 97, you know that it's still all aligned. It's good little fun Easter eggs, right? And the rest, well, you're going to have to find out for yourself. Pick up the skins now while you still can and while the limited time event is still in store. You don't want to miss out that opportunity.
Yep, and of course, you know, people of those ages, I feel old now. Like, I used to play a lot of KOF, man. Like, I really like it. Like,
I was
that
born...
I was like, wait, what was that? Oh, wait, it was back in that game, man.
I mean, I was born before... Well, I was born before the game came out at the very least, right? But it's just a year off. It's not that big of a deal. There's still plenty more in store for you guys. Again, don't make the same mistakes. I've seen so many people on the very first KOF event be like, "Oh man, I didn't pick up the K Gushin," and I'm like, I mean,
it was free at that time.
Exactly.
So
I was like, buddy, you can't miss out on these things.
You know, it was free at that time, and now if you want to get it, you can't get it anymore. You gotta wait for those timings, man.
Gotta wait for those timings. So don't make the same mistake.
But all things considered here, I feel like right here in week 5, we are starting to see a lot of adaptations, a lot of changes into the patch. Ideally, this is by far the closest MPL ever where there is nothing uncertain yet for top placement or even who is going to be relegated as of now.
I mean, we'll find out during week 6. Hopefully it's not a tiebreaker situation like we've had many times before in the MPL MY, especially now with so much more on the line and an entire MAL process to go through if you do get relegated. So you probably don't want to be in that pool.
Yeah, and as of yet, Niners, they were able to secure themselves a point, but it is still going to be a long journey for them if they want to get out of get out of the top 10 position. They need to get in the top 8. But again, like we said, anything can happen. But of course, for tomorrow's match here, it is going to be a fight for the top. In this case, all the 6 teams are going to be very, very explosive here. I'm extremely excited to see tomorrow's match here. And for me, who do you think is going to be the biggest highlight?
Biggest highlight, probably SRG versus KGE.
All right, you've heard it from the man himself here. But for all things considered here, we will be closing out for day number 1 here. Hope to see you guys. My name is ICBB12. He is Gideon. We'll see you tomorrow. Bye-bye.
Aku ada je. Yang aku Roger. Boleh duduk tu?
Nice. Roger.
Bam. Nice. Gerak. Aku backup aku. Kiting.
Kalau tak boleh tinggal guys.
Aku rasa aku boleh duduk.
Flicker. Backup. Bantai.
Nice, Bob.
Nice, guys.
Lagi. Nice, Bob.
Nice. Ada gua.
Hati flicker Mino ya.
Dapat Nathan.
Nice, puri.
Nathan no puri.
Balikin guys.
Mati.
Nice.
Nathan no puri.
Nice.
Tengok Aisyah.
Ya, gua tengok. Mati.
Gua bisa dorong.
Go guys.
Gua dorong.
Nice guys. Gua ada ulti. Nice.
Gua tank.
Nice.
Saya PK manis.
Itu dia lo maksud gua tur.
Tahu.
Aman. Mino flicker balikin guys.
Gua kena 3 guys.
Nice tuh. Gua ulti sign guys. Gua ulti guys.
Nathan lo.
Gua
makan. Nice.
Funny guys. Pelan. Dia ada ulti juga.
Mino trafficker.
Mundur.
Mana aja.
Mino no flicker roti. Shot lagi.
Dapat. Flicker Nathan back sana. No flick guys.
Nice. Aman.
Fanny ya.
Fanny kena stun.
Nice.
Bagus. Nice one.
Alhamdulillah rezeki.
Balik.
Gua makan nih.
Back.
Udah ulti Tigro no ulti.
Gasing.
Gua ridernya low, Cok.
Dapat dua. Harit guys.
Gas.
Nice.
Gas. Langsung bos ya gua lord.
No flicker.
Kanan guys. Nice.
Alhamdulillah.